Chapter 963. Only Emperor Lu Feng could be so arrogant. No, it shouldn't be said that he was arrogant. That was because Lu Feng possessed the qualifications to be arrogant. He could face anything with incomparable perseverance, and it was a kind of true great confidence. He didn't care about anything at all. He believed that he was invincible. If someone had pretended to be Lu Feng, he wouldn't have had the confidence to say such arrogant words. Of course, the main reason was that Wind God Horde leader knew it was meaningless to pretend to be Lu Feng in the current era. Emperor, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. This was something that even Lu Feng himself had not expected. Back then, he had really thought he was dead. Fortunately, Emperor had appeared and saved his life. However, Lu Feng knew that most people in the original universe probably thought he was dead. After all, the battle back then was truly too shocking. I'm still alive. Now I'm back. I'm stronger, and I'm close to great success. Finally, I'm back. Wind God Horde leader, how is the human race now? Lu Feng cared about the human race. When he had left, God Slayer had appeared. Therefore, he had paid close attention to the human race. Hearing this, Wind God Horde leader's shocked expression disappeared. He was silent. Endless silence. When he looked at Lu Feng, his gaze was slightly evasive. Seeing this, the excitement of finally being able to return to the original universe gradually died down. Is the human race really in danger? Is God Punisher really? Lu Feng could face Devil Creature Master bravely, and was even confident that he could surpass him and suppress him in the future. He had never panicked because of the existence of the Lord of Magical Creatures. However, at this moment, when he heard about the human race's situation, he really trembled. Endless panic appeared in his heart. Sensing Lu Feng's state, the Wind Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, "Emperor, things are not what you think. The situation of the human race was not as tragic as that. But overall, it's not very good. God Punisher is truly terrifying. They officially appeared in the universe after you died in the battle in the Outer Realm. At that time, the number of Divine King Supremes who walked out of God Punisher reached a shocking number of 200. Among them, there were more than 10 temporal overlords. It's a piece of cake for them to sweep through the various peak overlord races. In less than a year, the Tiandao race's progenitor perished, and the Tiandao race became the ruling power of the God-slaying race. The second year, the Tian clan did the same. In the third year, the number one overlord race in the universe, the Emperor race, fell. The bloodline of Sakura mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The annihilation of the three pinnacle overlord races has caused the entire universe to be completely terrified. The previously loose alliance has also completely gathered together and become a true alliance. It's a pity that even at the peak of their power, the combined power of these pinnacle overlord races was no match for God Punisher. Now that so many of them have perished, they can't compare to God Punisher at all. Therefore, this alliance was quickly broken. But I don't know why God Punisher is doing this. After they conquered the three pinnacle overlord races, they didn't continue to attack the other pinnacle overlord races. Instead, they turned their attention to the smaller races. At this point, a trace of doubt appeared in the Wind Lord's eyes. God Punisher doesn't seem to be very interested in the accumulation of the various pinnacle overlord races. The pinnacle overlord races and the races they have conquered are all races with large populations. They really don't care about the rest. Lu Feng was silent for a moment before nodding gently. Then, what's the situation of the human race? At this point, the Wind Lord still hadn't mentioned the situation of the human race, which made him a little anxious. Although this information was also very important, Lu Fenglai felt that there was nothing more important than the situation of the human race. The Wind Lord nodded gently when he heard Lu Feng's words. The situation of the human race isn't very good, but it hasn't reached the point of destruction yet. It's just a pity that the great existence of the human race has perished. His pupils constricted slightly. At this moment, they almost solidified. Lu Feng's body started to tremble. Tremble, tremble, then tremble violently. Behind him, The three immortal masters, who could sense Lu Feng's trembling, lowered their heads silently. They could naturally sense Lu Feng's excitement. He was on the verge of going crazy. They knew that it was very likely that the fallen existence had a very deep relationship with Lu Feng. Lu Feng forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and suppressed the madness in his heart. He looked at the wind god, Overlord, and used all his strength to finally utter a single word. Speak. The Wind Lord fell silent when he saw Lu Feng's expression. After a while, he sighed deeply. He naturally knew about the relationship between that existence and Lu Feng. According to legend, that great existence was both a teacher and a friend to Lu Feng. The fact that Lu Feng had been able to reach his current level in such a short period of time was definitely related to that existence. Therefore, he knew that the fall of that existence was absolutely unacceptable to Lu Feng. The Wind Lord sighed deeply. He looked at Lu Feng and said, "Emperor, you must not be impulsive. Since you are still alive, the future hope of resisting God Punisher lies with you. You must not be impulsive. After all, God Punisher is too powerful right now. It is far beyond what we can compare to." Lu Feng's body trembled slightly. When he heard this, he could already imagine what might happen. He didn't say anything. He just lowered his head slightly. Lu Feng didn't want anyone to see the slight trembling in his eyes. The Wind Lord sighed again when he saw Lu Feng's reaction. He finally said, "The human race was originally one of God Punisher's targets. However, at the last moment, the greatest existence of the human race, the God King of Disorder, appeared and single-handedly suppressed the two overlords of time. At the last moment, he sacrificed himself and ascended to the ultimate level, triggering the supreme secret treasure of the human race, the diagram of the heavenly Tao. He successfully sealed the entire Milky Way, protecting the last hope of the human race and the war god's race. Today, the armies of other races and the many powerhouses of the Divine King of God Punisher exist quietly outside the Milky Way. They are constantly confronting the human race. The Wind Lord could vaguely sense an endless cold aura emanating from Lu Feng's body. It was a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. He felt as if he was about to be frozen. He stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. After all, he was an invincible almighty. No matter the time, he was an absolute pinnacle existence. However, at this moment, Lu Feng's willpower, which he didn't deliberately emit, had actually caused such a scene. This made the Wind Lord have an indescribable feeling. By the way, Emperor, I don't know why, but no god-slaying forces have ever infiltrated the foreign battlefields. Therefore, many of the other races scattered in the universe have all gathered here. In the territories controlled by the human race, there are also countless human race beings gathered here. If you want to ask about the human race's current situation, you should go directly to the Tianyu territory. It is currently the central territory of the human race in the Outland battlefield. If you go there, you should... An indescribable radiance of shock appeared in his eyes. Because as soon as he finished speaking, the Wind Lord saw a scene that shocked him. Lu Feng had disappeared. He had really disappeared completely. There was no trace of him at all. He had actually disappeared completely without being detected by an invincible almighty like him. Three figures appeared beside him in an instant. Seeing their existence, the Wind God Lord was completely shocked because he didn't know how they appeared when they were clearly far away. He looked at the three divine lords with slight vigilance and tried to sense something. However, the Wind Lord sadly discovered that he couldn't sense anything. It was as if the three of them were completely illusory. Illusory? This was absolutely impossible. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he still felt that way. This could only prove one thing. That was because the three of them were existences that far surpassed him. He was now a pinnacle, invincible almighty. As for those existences that were far more terrifying than him, they could only be supreme divine kings, the three divine kings supreme. In the Outland battlefield, which was considered a forbidden area for the divine king, three mysterious divine kings supreme had appeared out of nowhere. This made the Wind Lord completely speechless. Looking at the Wind Lord, sovereign, immortal Lord pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know where the headquarters of God Punisher are?" The Wind Lord was slightly taken aback, but he still shook his head. How could he know such a mysterious existence? Seeing the Wind Lord's reaction, the three divine lords nodded slightly. They had already guessed the answer. "In that case, take us to the place where the human race and God Punisher are confronting each other. We'll find out the answer. I think the new emperor will arrive before us. I'm afraid the new emperor will be unable to control himself in a fit of rage and annihilate all the God Punishers. If that's the case, it won't be easy to find their location in the entire original universe." The Chaos Immortal Lord nodded slightly. "The existence of God Punisher will make it impossible for the new emperor to cultivate in peace. He won't be able to focus on other matters. We can't allow that. That's why God Punisher must be destroyed." From Lu Feng's reaction, they could already tell that the being killed by God Punisher had an extremely deep relationship with Lu Feng. This also meant that Lu Feng would never forgive God Punisher. Between the two of them, one of them had to die. Actually, in the eyes of the three immortal masters, these were all matters of the original universe. Neither side was a big deal, and they had nothing to do with each other. Regardless of whether it was God Slayer or the other pinnacle Overlord races that had been annihilated or were on the verge of being annihilated, they didn't care who ruled the original universe. After all, what they really cared about was the path in the original universe that led to the 33rd heaven. Besides, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they really had to talk about it, they would rather work with God Punisher. After all, it was always better to have a powerful ally. However, things were different now. It was obvious that Lu Feng was determined to kill God Punisher. This made it necessary for them to kill him together. "Lead the way. Given the new Emperor's speed, he'll definitely arrive before us." Wind God Horde leader lowered his head slightly. In the end, he only nodded respectfully and turned around without asking any questions. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but he knew that there were some things that didn't need to be asked. Just a moment ago, when the three divine lords were talking, he finally saw the 100 million beings in front of him. If it was just 100 million living beings, then it wouldn't be a big deal. This was because in his Wind God City, the number was far, far greater than this. What really shocked him wasn't the number of 100 million, but the terrifying quality of those 100 million beings. Quality? It really was quality, because there were no weaklings among the hundreds of millions of cultivators present. Chapter 964. Wind God Horde Lord could clearly feel that the beings behind were all at the same level as the virtual king. Among them, he could feel that none of them were weaker than the virtual king. These beings were at least peerless supreme beings who could become ancestors of their own races. But there were actually hundreds of millions of such terrifying existences here. In front of him, there were more than 10 million invincible almighties like him. In the original universe, there were only a handful of invincible great beings who were on par with him. Almost all of them were well-known and powerful beings in the universe. However, at this moment, there were more than 10 million of them. This could no longer be described by the word terrifying. What shocked him the most were the beings at the front. They were so quiet that he couldn't feel any aura from them. There were more than 1 million Divine King. They were definitely 1 million Divine King. Wind God Horde Lord had never thought that there would be a day when he could see 1 million Divine King. Such a scene made his soul tremble. Once upon a time, the hundreds of Divine King great beings who were Divine King Slayers had already frightened him. But now, with 1 million of them, God Slayers were just a joke. Although the Wind God Overlord did not know where Lu Feng had found such a terrifying existence, he knew that the human race would not have to worry about this time. It was difficult to tear the void apart in the battlefield of the outer region. However, for Lu Feng, who hadn't entered the Forbidden Domain, it wasn't difficult at all. Lu Feng had lived in the battlefield of the outer region for a long time, although there were many places he hadn't been to. However, he already knew the general location in his heart. They had been in Wind God territory, and Sky Universe territory was in the south of Wind God territory. Along the way, Lu Feng tore through space and time. His speed was extremely fast. Normally, it would take a few months to travel from Wind God territory to Sky Universe territory by using the large-scale transmission arrays. However, for Lu Feng, it only took him less than half a day. Lu Feng could vaguely feel the terrifying aura coming from the huge city in front of him. Lu Feng knew that this was Qianyu City in the Qianyu territory. This was the last pure land of the human race in the battlefield of the outer region. It was the place of hope for the human race. If it weren't for the agreement between the Emperor and God Slayers, this place would have been completely wiped out. Lu Feng did not conceal his aura at all. He was at his limit. At this moment, he did not enter the Forbidden Domain, because that kind of power was not something these people could withstand. However, although he had not entered the Forbidden Domain, he was still in existence equivalent to a fourth origin realm origin king. His strength was enough to clash with any godly king and supreme exalt. Therefore, Lu Feng's arrival still caused a huge commotion. Lu Feng could vaguely sense a powerful aura in the city. It was also the aura of a king. However, this kind of king didn't belong to the righteous path of a king. Alternate Path Supreme. It was the Alternate Path Supreme that had appeared. Once upon a time, the Alternate Path Supreme had been the greatest symbol of the human race and the hope of the human race. However, in Lu Feng's opinion, the strength of the Alternate Path Supreme was really too weak. The people he came into contact with were all immortal masters. Even the Flowing Time Overlord was at least a perfected immortal master. The Alternate Path Supreme only had the combat strength of an immortal king. However, compared to a true immortal king, there was still a certain gap. Of course, the Lu family's Alternate Path Supreme was an exception. Lu Feng exhaled softly when he saw the Alternate Path Supreme slowly walk out. Lu Feng didn't recognize this Alternate Path Supreme. He knew that this should be an Alternate Path Supreme of the Federation government. He was the last Alternate Path Supreme of the Federation government. Lu Feng didn't say anything as he watched the Alternate Path Supreme arrive in front of him. He just watched quietly. Behind the Alternate Path Supreme were hundreds of virtual king powerhouses. They had all come over after sensing Lu Feng's turbulent aura. These people were also quietly sizing up Lu Feng. The former Lu Feng had been in existence that hadn't become a god. That had been 14 years ago. Not to mention the fact that he had used the Sacred Race's cultivation technique to conceal his aura. The changes he had undergone over the past 10 years were enough to prevent many people close to him from recognizing him at a glance. Furthermore, these 10 years of polishing had allowed Lu Feng to enter a whole new level. Both his temperament and appearance had undergone significant changes. Therefore, none of these people could recognize Lu Feng. The human race's Alternate Path Supreme was silent for a moment as he looked at Lu Feng. Then, he finally spoke. "You are a member of the human race. You are a human race powerhouse, an Alternate Path Supreme. However, why have I never seen you before?" The human race's Alternate Path Supreme frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Feng. He could naturally sense that Lu Feng was definitely a member of the human race. Moreover, Lu Feng's might from before had undoubtedly proved this, and it was that Lu Feng was definitely an exalt of the heretic Tao. He was certain of this without a doubt. However, Lu Feng's identity still aroused his suspicions. After all, during these 10 years of turmoil, not to mention the human race, even the foundations of the various peak overlord races had all appeared and walked out of their decadent palaces. They had all appeared in front of the world. Therefore, if Lu Feng was the human race's Alternate Path Supreme, he should have appeared a long time ago. Unfortunately, he didn't know Lu Feng at all and didn't know Lu Feng's identity at all. Lu Feng fell silent as he looked at him. Then he sighed softly. Is the human race doing well now? Lu Fenglai had come here to ask about the human race's situation. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the human race's Alternate Path Supreme sized up Lu Feng for a long time before finally shaking his head gently. Ever since the human race's peerless Divine King, the Divine King of Chaos, fell, the human race has not been doing well. Very, very well. The godly king of disorder incarnated himself with endless power, triggering the heroic spirits within the diagram of the heavenly Tao. Relying on the supreme power left behind by the Lu family, he finally mobilized all of humanity's resources and barely managed to protect the Milky Way. Many of the divine king of Godslayer are currently besieging the human race's territory. Their power is too strong, and there are several temporal overlords. It is because of these temporal overlords that the human race's defenses are constantly weakening. Perhaps it won't be long before there was no need to say anything else. Lu Feng could already guess. It probably wouldn't be long before the human race collapsed. The human race's defenses wouldn't be able to last for very long. This was the reality. Then the many existences of the human race should still be safe for now. Lu Feng's body trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that the human race would actually fall into such an abyss during his absence. The human race supreme frowned at Lu Feng. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he still answered Lu Feng's question. If the defenses are still there, then naturally there won't be any problems. However, if the defenses collapse, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Ever since the divine king of chaos fell and sealed the entire Milky Way 5 years ago, all communications have been cut off by the divine king of Godslayer. It can be said that we don't know anything about this matter. This was the current situation. Lu Feng nodded slightly. He seemed to be pondering something. The human race supreme couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Lu Feng and asked, "Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are the ancient human race supreme who has been hiding for countless years and has only just awakened?" This was the only possibility the human race supreme could think of. Apart from this, there was no other explanation for Lu Feng's identity. Lu Feng finally lifted his head slowly. He looked at the human race supreme and smiled faintly. "You all have probably forgotten about me. After all, in your hearts, I'm already a fallen existence. However, I have returned. My many comrades, I have returned. I have returned to lift up the human race once more." There was an incomparably resplendent brilliance in his eyes. At this moment, no one could look straight at Lu Feng. Just as everyone was puzzled, a virtual king finally spoke slowly. You're Emperor Lu Feng. You are Emperor Lu Feng. 14 years ago, it was confirmed that you had fallen. You are the #1 monster in the world, and you are the Emperor Lu Feng." Lu Feng looked at the person who spoke. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng already knew who he was. "It's you, right? Back then, outside the capital administrative planet, you were one of the many existences who sacrificed the King's Stone for me." Lu Feng had already recognized that person's identity. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone instantly understood. They all thought of the same thing. The mysterious human race supreme in front of them was Lu Feng. He was the human race's peak monster that they had praised and gone crazy for in the past. He was Emperor Lu Feng, who had created countless shocking histories. At this moment, countless people were stirred, shocked, and excited. At a time like this, the existence of a monstrous genius in the human race was undoubtedly a boost to their morale. It let them know that there was still hope for the human race. There was still hope for the future. The human race supreme looked at Lu Feng with mixed feelings. "You actually didn't die. Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng, after such a battle, you actually didn't die." Lu Feng nodded lightly. "I didn't die. I'm still alive. Now, I've returned to the primal universe. This time, I'll settle things with Godslayer." A cold light appeared in his eyes, causing many people to lower their heads subconsciously. At this moment, the power that Lu Feng exuded was so shocking that it made people despair. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the human race supreme hesitated for a moment, but he still said, "Lu Feng, Godslayer's strength is really not as simple as you think. Although you were able to annihilate a time overlord when you were at your limit. However, that time overlord was just an ordinary existence. This time, the time overlords that Godslayer used were all at the pinnacle or even at the invincible level. They were at the same level as the divine king of the past. So don't be rash." Chapter 965. Don't be impulsive. This was what the human race supremacy was thinking. After all, in his opinion, Lu Feng was indeed a terrifying existence. So many trials and tribulations had failed to kill him. Instead, they had allowed him to return in an even more heaven-defying manner. However, he was still a young supremacy after all. He had yet to reach the limit of his aptitude. He was still not considered a supreme, heaven-defying being. The current him did not have the ability to clash with a colossus like God Punisher. However, after hearing this, Lu Feng chuckled. There was a mysterious look in his eyes that no one could understand. He looked at the human race supremacy and the many human virtual king existences behind him. He shook his head gently. Actually, all of you have yet to truly understand the strength of God Punisher. If they are willing, then the human race will not be able to protect them for long. The human race simply cannot protect them for long. This is because there are even more terrifying existences within God Punisher. They are existences that surpass the overlords of time. They are all epic overlords. Epic overlords. Many existences fell silent. They were trembling, frightened, and dumbfounded. This is absolutely impossible. The birth of an epic overlord is bound to shock the entire universe. How can we not know this? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Many people exclaimed. They were completely unwilling to believe this reality. However, it was a pity that this was the case. Lu Feng looked at them and said slowly and resolutely, "The reason I came back this time is to destroy the existence of God Slayer, even if they have epic overlords." Dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. He was once again dumbfounded. More than 10 years ago, Lu Feng had become famous in the Star Era. His name represented arrogance and madness. But at the same time, many existences knew one thing, and that was that Lu Feng's existence would never lie, nor would he speak any crazy lies. Since he had said it, he would definitely be able to do it. He had already done everything he had said back then, and now, it was even more impossible for Lu Feng, who had grown to his current level, to say such nonsense. This proved that Lu Feng had really become an existence capable of suppressing an overlord. Lu Feng had really grown to a level that they could not understand. Looking at them, Lu Feng turned around, and his voice slowly traveled to them. "Get ready. Soon, I will return to the human race. I have something important to announce. At that time, the real test will begin. The incense of the human race cannot be cut off. The existence of the human race will forever be great. I, Lu Feng, will carry the banner of this era. I will protect all." The moment the voice disappeared, Lu Feng had also completely disappeared. There was not the slightest trace that could be traced. Just like that, he disappeared from everyone's perception and sight. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, the human sovereign of the alien path finally lifted his head. His eyes were filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. He turned around and looked at the many existences. At this moment, his voice was completely resounding. "Listen to my command. All the existences of the human race, get ready. We are ready. We are ready to return to the human race's territory. We are going home." Tearing the void space apart, Lu Feng's speed was indescribable. In an instant, he had already crossed an immeasurable distance and arrived in front of an exit. This exit was the exit of the Aslan black hole. It was also the only interface between the battlefield of the outer region and the original universe. Previously, Lu Feng had left the battlefield of the outer region from here. However, at that time, he had been led away by many ancestors of the Lu family. Now he had passed through this place for the first time. In an instant, the feeling of heaven and earth being replaced came over him. Lu Feng felt the familiar surroundings again. That feeling of being completely carefree. Original universe, original universe. This is the real original universe. I, Lu Feng, have returned with glory. He raised his head to the sky and roared so loudly that even time and space seemed to vibrate. Right now, Lu Feng was incomparably excited, incomparably crazy. He was no longer the person he used to be. Although the current him did not have the ability to ensure the safety of all his loved ones in the final moments of his life, he was able to protect them at such a time. After a slight hesitation, Lu Feng still took out the Sky Network connector from his personal space, which had not been used for many years. It was a pity that when Lu Feng connected to it, what he got was a blank slate. It was completely terrifying. The Sky Network connector was connected to the mainframe of the Federation of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, there was no communication ability. This could only mean that the mainframe of the Federation had been completely sealed. There was no longer any possibility of communication. Lu Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, the endless coldness in his eyes became even more obvious. At this moment, Lu Feng's power started to fluctuate. He looked into the distance, and his voice rang out slowly. I hope you haven't done anything that will drive me crazy. Otherwise, you will understand that sometimes death is not the most perfect ending. With a light step, he crossed an immeasurable distance. Lu Feng had already started to tear through the void. Given his current power of power, his speed had already been raised to the maximum. In the past, it would have been impossible to return to the human race from the Aslan black hole community without at least 1 or 2 months. However, this time, Lu Feng did not spend much time, as he had already raised his speed to the maximum and started to enter the craziest state. Countless space-time was torn apart by him, and the entire world was trembling. Lu Feng's power of power made the era tremble. Far away, Lu Feng could already feel the birth of a terrifying power. At this moment, an indescribable craziness appeared in his eyes. Lu Feng could already feel that this was the power of a divine king. This was a shocking fluctuation that could only be produced when two great divine kings collided. According to the information he received, the human race should still be in the endless seal, and the divine king should be outside, constantly besieging the entire Milky Way galaxy. However, at this moment, the collision between the divine king and the divine king was transmitted. This made Lu Feng think of the worst thing that could happen. After a slight pause, his speed started to increase crazily again. Craziness, extreme craziness. Finally, Lu Feng saw it. He finally saw the hazy light across the endless starry sky, the light that shrouded the world. He knew that it should be the protective power of the diagram of the heavenly path that everyone had mentioned before. The vast area that was shrouded by the light must be the Milky Way galaxy. However, Lu Feng also vaguely saw it. He saw a slight crack in a corner of the light and a disharmonious color that appeared faintly. The thing he had been most worried about had happened. The protective light curtain had not been able to hold on until the end. It had not been able to hold on until his arrival. The fear in his heart became tangible at this moment. However, in the next moment his heart sank slightly. This was because Lu Feng had suddenly thought of something. He knew that things might not be as tragic as he had imagined. This was because he had thought of something. If things were really irreparable, then the entire barrier should have collapsed completely. It should not have been like this, where only a corner had been shattered. Therefore, things were not as he had imagined. In an instant, Lu Feng's heart was filled with hope again. His speed reached an extreme as he started to tear frantically towards the place where the crack had appeared. Han Feng, as a member of the human race, how could you do such a thing? You are a disgrace to the human race. You don't deserve to be a member of the human race. Trash. Trash. Damn it. Damn it. Countless powerful beings of the human race were cursing in front of a huge palace hall. Each and every one of them had a crazed look on their faces. However, the being they were cursing was staring at the figure in front of the palace hall with a crazed look on his face. There was a kind of overflowing ruthlessness in his eyes. I deserve to die. I am a disgrace. I don't deserve to be called a member of the human race. Since you all say so, then so be it. I, Han Feng, am such an existence. Back then, the human race failed me. It was the human race, it was the Lu family that destroyed my family. It was the human race, it was the Lu family that made me homeless and destitute. If my father had used his life to buy time, I would have been killed by the human race, the so-called Lu family. I hate deity Lu Tao. I hate the entire Lu family. But I hate even more. I hate the entire existence of the human race. In the past, I didn't have a chance to take revenge because I was just a weak existence. I knew that I couldn't possibly go against the entire Lu family or the entire human race. However, perhaps the heavens pitied me and gave me this chance. They actually gave me the chance to decide the fate of the human race. This is the arrangement of fate. This is the existence that the universe's origin wants to use my hand to destroy the entire human race. At this moment, Han Feng had already gone completely crazy. His great hatred for the human race made him forget everything. He wanted to drag the entire human race into the abyss with him and never be reincarnated. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, a great being finally walked out of this ancient palace hall. His eyes were filled with an endless cold radiance. His body was transcendent, and an eternal supreme aura was exuding from him. This was a supreme being. The Divine King was a true supreme being. He was a supreme being in the mythical realm of the physical body. Among the human race, there were a few supreme beings who possessed the combat strength of an alien path. However, the true Divine King was only the Divine King, who had once calmed the chaos. However, there was also an exception to the human race. It could be said that this was a complete accident. That was deity Lu Tao. Once he unleashed the physical body taboo mythological domain, he would become a complete supreme God King. Strictly speaking, he could be considered the second supreme God King of the human race, and also the only supreme God King of the current era. At this moment, at such a dangerous time, Lu Tao had entered the mythical realm. He looked into the distance at Han Feng, who had a crazy expression on his face. The chilliness within his eyes was sufficient to completely freeze everything. Everything was completely solidified. His strength was vividly displayed at this moment. Han Feng was now a demigod existence. However, when he faced Lu Tao's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was about to be annihilated. At this last moment, a tyrannical force appeared beside him and directly severed the eyes, allowing him to escape with his life. Han Feng kept breathing heavily, and the fear in his eyes was clearly visible. At this moment, he didn't even dare to look directly at Lu Tao. A figure walked out from beside him. It was an incomparably mysterious and ancient figure. He had been moving around in endless mysteries, making it impossible to see the truth of his existence. He was the Divine King. He was even a second-level Divine King, the Overlord of Time. Lu Tao understood and could clearly feel this. Furthermore, he knew exactly how terrifying this mysterious Overlord of Time was. The Divine King, who had once been an invincible Overlord of Time, who had calmed the chaos, was actually no match for him at his limit. He had suffered an unimaginable blow. If this hadn't been the case, the Divine King wouldn't have chosen to ascend to the extreme and ultimately activated the diagram of the Great Path to protect the human race for some time. Lu Tao knew that the mysterious existence before him was a perfected Overlord of Time. He was a truly invincible existence below the Overlord of the epic. Chapter 966. The mysterious Overlord of Time chuckled softly as he looked at Lu Tao. Lu Tao, you attacked an ant. I really don't know how you could do it. He's just a demigod. It's ridiculous for a Divine King like you to attack him. Han Feng was just an ant, a demigod ant. However, Lu Tao was a Divine King, a true peerless Divine King. It was ridiculous for him to attack such an ant. Of course, that was all there was to it. When he heard this, Lu Tao continued to stare coldly at Han Feng, who was already scared out of his wits. His voice appeared at this moment. Attack him? You think too highly of him. What does an ant count for? What does a piece of trash who would betray his own race count for? Back then, your father, Han Emperor, schemed against everything and allowed you to escape. I'm also your father. Although everything you did to Lu Feng made me want to obliterate you 1,000,000 times over, I still did it because of you. Because of Han Emperor, I'll let you go in the end. Otherwise, given the Federation and the Lu family's methods, do you think you would have survived? But I never expected that you would choose to betray the human race in the end. At such a time, you broke a hole in the human race's protective barrier from the inside. You are really good, very good, very good. The coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. A bloodthirsty light flickered continuously. At this moment, Lu Tao really regretted it. He really regretted it. Han Emperor, you used to be one of the 5 peerless emperors of the human race. Your aptitude is shocking. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era and environment. However, the saddest thing about you is not that. It is that you gave birth to such a good son. If it wasn't for him, perhaps under your leadership, the Han family would have become a first-rate family. Then, Han Emperor, you would have become an ancestor of the human race. However, because of your greed for Shuyan, you actually wanted to kill other people as you wished. If Lu Feng was really just an ordinary person, then perhaps this wouldn't be much. After all, you are the young master of the Han family. But you didn't expect it. Lu Feng is actually a member of the Lu family. He is actually my son. Your killing has finally brought disaster to the Han family. If Lu Feng could still be saved, if Han Emperor didn't exist. If that's the case, I believe that I've already made my move and annihilated your Han family. No one doubted Lu Tao's words. In the past, Lu Tao was known as the God Slayer, known as the King of Killing. His hands were stained with endless blood. His killing intent was incomparable to anyone else. Therefore, everyone believed Lu Tao's words. Many people looked at Han Feng. It can be said that everything that Han Feng did before, if it was aimed at ordinary people, then there would be no problem. However, when the person he wanted to kill was Lu Feng, it was a big mistake. Because Lu Feng's existence, compared to the entire Han family, was countless times more honorable. Therefore, everything can only be his sorrow. In the past, because of you, the Han family was ruined, Han Emperor died. And now, because of you, the Han family will inevitably be nailed to the pillar of shame. It will become the greatest disgrace in the history of the human race. It will become the greatest disgrace in the history of the human race. When these words came out, Han Feng's face trembled endlessly. To be honest, he was able to live until now by relying on the support of those loyal to his father in the Han family. Now, because of him, the entire Han family has been humiliated. Looking at the incomparably shaken Han Feng on one side and the incomparably cold Lu Tao on the other, the mysterious Overlord of Time gently waved his arm. In an instant, everything disappeared. There was no more shame, no more betrayal, no more guilt, and no more self-blame. Everything simply disappeared just like that. Han Feng, under the gentle wave of the Overlord of Time just now, had completely turned into nothingness. He betrayed the human race because, besides wanting revenge, his biggest hope was to be able to live. Unfortunately, his idea was good, but the result was so tragic. He was dead. He was truly dead. All the sins of the past, along with his fall, could be considered to have completely disappeared. Regarding Han Feng's sinking to the bottom, Lu Tao was not the least bit surprised. He had been in conflict with the God Punisher for so long, so he naturally knew what kind of organization it was. They simply didn't care about people like Han Feng, so it was simply impossible for them to keep him around. Therefore, Lu Tao had already guessed the outcome. After getting rid of an insignificant ant, the Overlord of Time gently walked over to the ancient palace hall. When he raised his head and looked at it, he was filled with endless emotions. This is the Human King Hall, right? It is endlessly ancient and filled with an eternal aura. According to legend, this is a peak-grade, 12 artifact condensed by the Human King in order to resist the great calamity of the universe. It is a terrifying artifact that truly defies the natural order of power. When he heard this, Lu Tao fell silent. He only stared at him coldly, as if nothing could shake him. However, what a pity. Such a great and eternal Human King Hall is going to disappear in the future. Back then, the great prophet of the God Punisher was able to snipe the Human King and kill him. Destroying the human king hall is nothing. Dumbfounded. It was truly dumbfounded. It was truly an endless dumbfounded state. Everyone stared blankly at the light and the mysterious overlord outside the palace hall. They really couldn't believe what they had just heard. The human king, the human king, the great ancestor of the human king, has fallen? The human king is already dead. This is impossible. How is this possible? How can the human king be dead? The human king can't be dead. The human king couldn't have been killed by a mere god punisher. This is fake. This must be fake. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Countless people were terrified and trembling as they screamed crazily. Up until now, they were still holding on to hope because they had been waiting for the appearance of two people. The first divine king, the great existence that had opened the era of the human race, the great overlord of the epic, the hope and pride of the human race. He was the hope of the human race, one of the hopes that the human race had been waiting for all these years. Apart from the first divine king, perhaps the greatest hope of the human race was the human king primogenitor. Back then, the human king couldn't even be described as heaven-defying. His strength was too frightening and unimaginable. As the #1 expert since ancient times, his greatness had penetrated through endless history and eras. Therefore, they had been waiting for the human king, waiting for the end of the human race. They had called upon this great existence to descend and save the entire human race. But now, they heard it from the mouth of the mysterious overlord of time, the god Punisher, a scene that they absolutely couldn't believe. They were truly trembling. They were truly terrified. They were truly at a loss. Lu Tao looked at the mysterious overlord of time. After a long time, he smiled coldly. It was a smile filled with endless coldness. The greatness of my primogenitor human king isn't something that ants like you can imagine. How could a mere god punisher like you have the ability to kill the great overlord of the human race, my primogenitor human king? You guys are really too funny. Unlike others, Lu Tao was the one who truly knew everything. Although he didn't know where the primogenitor human king had gone, he knew that the human king was still alive. This was what Lu Feng had told him. He had always believed Lu Feng's words with incomparable conviction. It was the same this time. Therefore, after hearing this, he only smiled coldly. He had never believed anything. The mysterious overlord of time gently shook his head while looking at Lu Tao. You guys can choose not to believe it, but this is the real situation. The human race, or any other race, no longer has a future. This is the age of God-slayers. Acknowledge allegiance to us and listen to us. Perhaps you'll have a chance to live a bit longer. However, if you continue to resist, there will only be one outcome. To us, whether you live or die doesn't make much of a difference. The bloodthirsty voice made people's hearts tremble. They could all tell that the overlord of time really didn't care about anything. Now, a part of the protective light screen has already been shattered. Although you guys used the Human King Palace to forcibly seal the shattered area, it is a pity that it is shattered. No matter how hard you try, it will still shatter. It won't be long before the entire protective light screen of the Milky Way completely disappears. The future of the human race has already been decided. The human race's sky has already collapsed. The human race's hope has already been severed. History will be rewritten. Time and space will belong to the God Punisher. The human race has already lost all hope. The human race has already lost all hope. The human race has already lost all hope. Is there really no hope left for the human race? Countless existences fell silent. The colors in their eyes had already dimmed. Their hearts had already sunk into the abyss. Their souls were filled with endless darkness. Their eyes were dull, and they couldn't see any light or hope. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't bear any more blame or pain. The end of the human race. The end of the human race. The existences who could come here were the true peak existences of the human race. There was the Lu family's Other Path supremacy, the Federal University's Celestial Master, the Illusionary Emperor, and the patriarchs of various aristocratic families. They represented the last hope of the human race. However, at this moment, they had already lost all hope. They understood that there was no turning back. They really didn't have any hope left. The end of the human race. The Bagon family's patriarch finally cried out the words he didn't want to believe. The end of the human race. The Naming family's patriarch, the peerless virtual king of the Federation government, sighed helplessly. His eyes had already darkened. There was no longer any hope left. The end of the human race. More and more existences began to cry out in agony. They didn't care about life or death. What they were afraid of was losing hope, losing their dreams, and losing what they had been protecting. But now, everything had disappeared. They had really lost everything. They had completely lost everything. How could they bear this? How could they bear this? The end of the human race. Chapter 9, 67. Lu Tao stood there quietly. No one could see the endless turbulence in his eyes. He was the last barrier of the human race. He was the last stand of the human race. He couldn't fall. He couldn't despair. At this moment, he had to fight. Even if he knew he would die, he couldn't back down because he wanted to ignite the last hope of the human race. He wanted to prove his glory to the entire human race, to the entire universe, to the entire space-time. Lu Tao took a deep, deep breath and smiled. He turned around and looked at the countless human beings behind him. He looked at the sorrowful and despairing humans. His voice resounded clearly at this moment. Do you remember what our race is? Hearing Lu Tao's words, countless people were stunned. Then they fell silent. They looked at Lu Tao in despair and confusion. But in the end, they answered together. They answered Lu Tao's question in unison. We are the human race. The human race. We are the human race. Lu Tao's laughter continued, louder and louder. Then, do you remember the human race? Do you remember the past? Do you remember the history of the human race? The history of the human race. The human race was the pinnacle overlord race of the universe. In the past, it was the #1 overlord race of the universe. In the past, it was the #2 overlord race of the universe. His greatness and his rise to power had caused countless races to tremble in fear. Because in the entire universe, there had never been a second race like the human race that had risen against the heavens. In the past, we were bound to Earth and could only live in a narrow space. Did we ever give up? In the past, we entered the galaxy era and were enslaved by many races. Our race was almost wiped out. Did we ever give up? In the past, when we rose, we were suppressed by the overlord races. Did we ever give up? In the past, we experienced a fall from the peak. Many races believed that the human race had reached its end. But did we ever give up? So many hardships didn't make us give up. Now, how can we give up? We are the human race. Our greatest glory lies in the name of the human race. Can we give up? His voice shook heaven and earth, causing countless existences to be stunned and at a loss. You are all the pinnacle existences of the human race. It is because of you that the human race has the heavens. Only then would the human race have hope. Everyone can give up, but you can't give up, because you are the future of the human race, the hope of the human race. Lu Tao's words made these people even more restless. They looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. That smile, that madness. Yes, we were born in the human race. This is our glory. We are the existence of the human race. This is our glory. As humans, how can we give up? We have such great pride. How can we lose hope? We are the human race. We have to go forward. We have to never give up. We have to face everything bravely. This was the true essence of the human race. Lu Tao looked at them with satisfaction. Then, he turned around and looked at the figures outside the human emperor hall. Finally, it began to move slowly. After I die, the banner of the human race will be carried by the heaven-forbidden king. The moment his voice fell, Lu Tao disappeared. At this moment, countless existences were stunned. They looked at Lu Tao, who appeared outside the light. Then they went crazy. Godslayer, what are you doing? Come back. Come back. Come back. You are courting death. What are you trying to do? Countless existences roared. In the past, Lu Tao was synonymous with death and destruction in the hearts of many existences. However, during the years when the Divine King had fallen, Lu Tao had really carried the banner of the human race. He had completely conquered the hearts of the human race by sacrificing himself, making them agree with the new Divine King of the human race, the new sovereign and leader of the human race from the bottom of their hearts. But now Lu Tao was going to walk out of here. Everyone understood that once Lu Tao walked out of here, he would be suppressed by the Divine King, the most terrifying suppression of the Overlord of time. Even if Lu Tao was extremely talented, he wouldn't be able to withstand such suppression. Therefore, they couldn't just watch Lu Tao leave like this. They couldn't just watch Lu Tao throw away his life like this. The cries of countless people converged into a vast sound wave that could be heard clearly from any corner of the universe. However, to Lu Tao, it was as if these voices were nothing. There was nothing at all. In his eyes, there was only the mysterious Overlord of time in front of him. Vaguely, he had already left the range of his protection. He had finally appeared in front of all his enemies. At this moment, there was complete silence. Everyone was silent as they watched in grief. Godslayer didn't attack immediately. He just looked at Lu Tao and nodded gently. You clearly know that there is no hope, yet you still chose to walk out. You would rather use your own body to give the human race a little more time than choose to escape. Should I praise you or mock you? In many people's hearts, Lu Tao was already the last hope of the human race. If he had chosen to escape and preserve the last spark of life for the human race, nobody would have blamed him. However, he hadn't done that. Instead, he had chosen to sacrifice himself for justice. Since he had made a decision, nothing could stop him. This was Lu Tao. This was Lu Feng, the father of the Divine King. You have two kings and a peerless sect. This doesn't just mean glory. It also means responsibility. The former Divine King has already passed away. Now, his father won't choose to stay either. He has also chosen to face this bravely. He has also chosen to protect the human race. King Slayer, you have the right to become the human race's greatest protector. Before that, you had the right to become one of the human race's divine temple's war gods. Many people were sobbing uncontrollably. They were powerless to change anything. They could only feel sorrow and anger. However, these people had already made up their minds. They wouldn't retreat. Even if they knew that they would die, they wouldn't retreat an inch. After all, they were part of the human race. They were protecting the human race. How could they back off so easily? The sound of footsteps could be heard as they slowly approached. Lu Tao looked at the other side and smiled lightly. It was an insanely crazy smile. It was an incomparably carefree smile. Faint tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Lu Tao wasn't afraid. He just couldn't bear to part with them. You can say that I am stupid or brave. Everything I've done is my responsibility. I am the human race's protector. Therefore, I have to face all of you. I have to advance bravely and never retreat. As a descendant of the Lu family, I have to advance bravely for the sake of the Lu family's glory. I have to never retreat. As his voice paused slightly and his footsteps paused slightly, the madness in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a faint flowing luster. As his father, as the greatest and most powerful father of all time, it is even more impossible for me to retreat. It is even more impossible for me to retreat an inch. My protection is where my life lies. Back then, my son was able to face those formidable opponents before he became a martialist just to protect his friend. How could I, the Divine King, be inferior to my son? How could I retreat? I, Lu Tao, will slay a god. I will never retreat. I will never retreat. He was Lu Tao, the god-slaying Lu Tao, the peerless genius of the Lu family, the peerless killing god of the human race, and the father of an unparalleled emperor. Everything that existed made it impossible for him to retreat. Therefore, he chose to face it head-on. He chose to advance bravely and never retreat an inch. In an instant, a turbulent power appeared, causing the sky and earth to shake. Endless cracks appeared in the endless void of the Milky Way. His body was covered with countless scars. These were the scars left behind by the battles he had fought in the past. They were proof of his glory. And now, blood was gushing out from these wounds, almost completely annihilating his body. Ultimate sublimation. Ultimate sublimation. When they saw Lu Tao's current state, everyone understood what Lu Tao was doing. He had achieved ultimate sublimation. Regardless of the future outcome, ultimate sublimation represented the disappearance of life. It was the end of everything. Endless tears gushed out of everyone's eyes as they watched Lu Tao's lonely back. They all knelt down at the same time. It wasn't just the ordinary existences. Even the peerless ancestors of the Lu family and the supreme ancestors of the heretics were doing the same. They knelt down not because of Lu Tao's strength, but because of what he had done for the human race. Countless ancient sages of the human race fought in the void for the human race. Blood dyed the sky red. Some people said that those were all ancient times, times of the past. The human race today has already lost that great and precious spirit. But is this really the case? Is this really the case? No. It has never been. The spirit of the human race has never waned. The protection and faith of the human race have never died. The glory of the human race will last forever. Previously, it was the Divine King. Now it is the Divine King's death. When has the human race ever lost its great glory? When has the glory of a human race ever disappeared? When has the glory of a human race ever been severed? Countless existences roared from the bottom of their hearts. They used their strongest wills and the craziest roars from the bottom of their hearts. Great Divine King, your majesty, your existence will always be with us. You have protected us for countless years. You have protected us, supremes of time and space. Now you can see it. You can see it clearly. The descendants of a human race are worthy of your protection. Chapter 968. The prosperity of the human race would last forever. The glory of the human race would not be blasphemed. The glory of the human race would last forever. The existence of the human race was unparalleled. This was the human race. This was the great spirit of the human race that Lu Tao was displaying. The Overlord of Time smiled as he watched Lu Tao slowly walk towards him. That powerful figure that could affect the chaos void was about to reach him. Lu Tao, not bad. Not bad at all. Shocking aptitude and heaven-defying willpower. Such a great spirit. If you don't die this time, you will definitely surpass me in the future. Even becoming the Overlord of an epoch who has reached the 30th heavenly layer is not impossible. Unfortunately, you don't have a future. You won't have such a glorious day. I, the divine King Qianglai, am an unrivaled Overlord of Time in the perfected realm. My strength is at the peak of the extreme Tao in the entire God Punisher, in this era of space-time and in the endless space-time eras. Throughout the endless galaxy, since the fall of the primordial immortal devil era, I have always been one of the greatest existences. The Overlord of Time. That was definitely the case. Many existences knew that since the primordial immortal devil era had disappeared, the era had withered. Apart from the unknown and unverifiable legends, there were only a few overlords of the epoch. Apart from the overlords of the epoch, the divine King Qianglai, as an overlord of time in the perfected realm, was already at the peak of existence. Therefore, he was qualified to say these words. Even if you sublimate, even if you comprehend something, you won't be a match for me. Some things can't be changed just because you want to. Some things can't be changed just because you sublimate. He raised his arm gently. It seemed to merge with the power of the entire space-time. For a moment, the order of heaven and earth changed. The traces of the era were erased. He raised his hand quietly and condensed the essence of time. He was even using the power of an epoch. This was definitely an unrivaled and domineering attack. Lu Tao couldn't withstand such an attack. Lu Tao wasn't afraid when he sensed the final attack coming at him. At this moment, There was only nostalgia in his eyes, only a faint longing. He missed his family members, his lover, Primoger. Your son didn't bring shame to you. I didn't. I brought shame to the Lu family's name. Xiaofeng, your father is a good man. Just like you, he is a good man. Although he couldn't do what you did, your father didn't take a step back. Chunwei, this life is different. In the next life, if there's an afterlife, then we will share the same life and death. We will never be separated again. In the next life, we won't leave each other. He turned around and faced the terrifying power with his back. At this moment, Lu Tao was completely sublimated. His soul, will, body, and spirit had all been completely sublimated. All of the enormous power had gathered together, becoming the only eternal power that existed for a long time. However, he didn't use this power on the god-slaying Overlord of Time. Instead, he used it on the boundless light screen. Many existences finally understood what Lu Tao was thinking. They finally understood why Lu Tao wanted to leave this place, even though he knew that he was going to die. So it turned out that what he was really doing was only protecting and repairing the broken curtain of light once again. His final gaze was resolute, trembling, and filled with nostalgia. It was a gaze that contained everything in the world. Lu Tao's power had finally erupted. It had erupted. It had really erupted. It was a terrifying attack that could shake heaven and earth and bring an era to an end. Eruption. It was a complete eruption. This was the most terrifying attack that anyone could imagine. It was the craziest attack that surpassed anything else. This wasn't an attack that any divine king or overlord of time could use. And the reality was indeed as such. That strike of endless brilliance had completely annihilated everything. All the protective power had been completely erased. Indifference, incomparable indifference. Silence, incomparable silence. Many existences were dumbfounded. They'd forgotten to breathe as they watched everything unfold. They didn't even know what to say. None of the things they'd imagined had happened. In their minds, Lu Tao should have died. He should have become an eternal power and completely repaired the seal. As for the god-slaying Overlord of Time, he should have been in an endless state of silence. However, that wasn't the case. It wasn't the case at all. That was because time and space seemed to have stopped. Everything had come to a complete standstill. After such a powerful attack, what they'd obtained wasn't endless annihilation and desolation. Instead, all power had been completely frozen. All power had come to a complete standstill. Therefore, all the existences present could do was stare blankly. A figure slowly walked out of the void. Although he appeared indifferent, his eyes were ice cold. They were so cold that they could freeze the sky and earth. These existences were all terrifyingly powerful almighties. Some of them were even stronger than almighties. However, when they saw those eyes, they felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. This terrifying feeling made their wills tremble. However, some people trembled when they saw those cold eyes. It wasn't a tremble of fear, but a tremble of excitement. A tremble of endless excitement. Gradually, many people began to repeat the same words in their mouths. They began to repeat the same words. They began to repeat the same two words, Emperor, Emperor. It's the Emperor, it's the Emperor. These were the pinnacle existences of the human race. They were all extremely familiar with Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng had changed a lot, they could still recognize him with a single glance. They really saw him. That was Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. He still can't let go of everything. In the end, he still returned. Emperor Lu Feng, in the end, still returned. The Emperor had returned. He had been waiting for a legend, waiting for a sacred relic, waiting for billions of reproaches, waiting for the human race to perish, but he had still returned. He had returned with his own glory and glory. He had still returned at the moment when the human race needed to be protected the most. Just like in the past, he had created a shocking sacred relic. Just like in the past, he had completed an immortal transformation. This time, he, Emperor Lu Feng, had once again brought back the existence of a sacred relic. He had been reborn amidst billions of deaths, shocking the world and defying the heavens. Lu Tao turned around and used the last of his strength to look at Lu Feng. What he saw was the face that had once broken his heart. He could still vaguely remember the last moment 14 years ago. Lu Feng's voice, Lu Feng's appearance, and Lu Feng's words. This was his son. Even if the entire universe couldn't bear to see him, he would still be able to recognize him. This was because this was the son he was most proud of. Lu Feng. Lu Feng had heard these two names countless times. However, this time his body was shaking slightly. As he watched the figure whose soul seemed to have completely disappeared, faint traces of sadness appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Father. Father. Lu Feng had always called him father. However, whenever he was really serious, he would say, Father. Lu Tao was smiling. He was smiling endlessly. At this moment, he didn't know that he was about to die. He didn't know that he was about to disappear completely. All he knew and saw was this child in front of him. This was the son he had always been proud of. Finally, as if he had sensed something, a hint of regret appeared in Lu Tao's eyes that were filled with endless excitement. It was only regret, only regret. He didn't feel any fear. He didn't feel any sadness. All he had was regret. As he looked at Lu Feng, Lu Tao seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Xiaofeng, father can't protect the future anymore. The future is your future. As long as you return, everything will be fine. That's good, that's good. Promise father that you'll live well. Live bravely. Protect those who need to be protected. Help father and protect. His voice finally disappeared completely. It was completely obliterated. At this moment, Lu Tao's figure had completely disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. He had turned into a boundless power that eternally covered the fractured space-time rift in front of him. He, along with countless ancestors of the human race and the great divine king, had become a great pillar that protected the human race. Countless humans were dumbfounded and at a loss. They looked at the guardian that was gradually becoming complete, and they had forgotten everything else. The excitement they had felt when they had seen Lu Feng return and realized that Lu Feng was still alive had completely disappeared. At this moment, many existences were truly speechless. All they could do was stare blankly, endlessly blankly. Lu Feng stood quietly in place. As he watched the figure that had completely disappeared, he smiled. It was a smile that no one could understand. It was a smile of pride, excitement, and greatness. However, it didn't contain any sadness. Behind him, the Overlord of the God-slaying era, who had already regained his mobility, suddenly spoke. Monarch, are you the legendary monarch Lu Feng, who has already perished? I didn't expect you to still be alive. You didn't die even after such a collision. Terrifying. Extreme. You truly live up to your name. This is the greatest monstrous genius since ancient times. When you appeared just now, I sense that you are really powerful now. You seem to have entered a whole new realm. You can actually control me at will. Although I was careless just now, it seems like you've already reached a level that is almost equal to mine. To be able to become such a great expert at such a young age, you are really terrifying. There is really no solution to this, he sighed deeply. Because of Lu Feng's rise, he had surpassed the former human monarch Liu Bei and reached such a terrifying realm. This really shocked the Overlord of the God-slaying era. But even if you are peerless and unparalleled, so what? In the end, you still have to watch your father disappear. There is nothing you can do. You can only watch. Can you even be considered an emperor? Every word was heartbreaking. In the past, Lu Feng had sworn an oath to protect everything and everyone. However, at this moment, he was watching his father disappear in front of him. What kind of emperor was this? When he heard this, Lu Feng just laughed softly and mockingly. He looked at the Overlord of the God-slaying era, who had already returned to normal, and said slowly, I know why you're saying this. You were just trying to disturb me, right? Because you don't have the confidence to defeat me. You want to disturb me. You want me to lose my sense of propriety. The Overlord of the God-slaying era fell silent. After a long time, he smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a strange light. That's right. I really can't sense your depth. I don't have the confidence to annihilate you. That is why I use this method. I hope to disturb your sense of propriety and make you lose your sense of propriety. That is my goal. That is right, that is my goal. But what can you do even if you know? Don't tell me you really don't care about your father's death? Don't you feel sad at all? When it came to Lu Feng, God Punisher had done a lot of research into him. Lu Tao's death was definitely a shocking blow to Lu Feng. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Feng not to be moved. Unfortunately, although his plan was good, some things couldn't be done just because he wanted to. Chapter 969. Lu Feng looked at him, smiled gently, and shook his head gently. If it was me in the past, I would have gone crazy and forgotten everything. This time, if I can't redeem myself, perhaps I will choose to go crazy. But this time, I won't. Lu Feng turned around and looked at the sparkling light. He looked at the place where Lu Tao had disappeared. His voice paused for a moment before it finally rang out clearly. I wonder if you've heard of a legend. The legend is that the Divine King can reverse time and space. The Overlord of Godslayer Time stared at Lu Feng, his eyes filled with confusion. He had heard of this legend countless times in his era. Of course, this was merely hearsay. He knew that this legend was a joke. Although the space-time law was only one of the 3 great King Dao laws, heavenly gods were able to comprehend the space-time law. Shocking, monstrous geniuses could comprehend the space-time law at the heavenly god realm. Unfortunately, even if one studied space-time law to the extreme, it was impossible to reverse time and space and return to the origin. The Divine King couldn't, absolutely not. Even the God Slayer Overlord couldn't. This was because he was at the peak of the temporal Overlord. If he wanted to do something like that, it would still be impossible, akin to a legend. As for the epic Overlord, he didn't know. However, he was certain of one thing. Even someone as strong as the epic Overlord couldn't do that. If it was possible, then how could the human king of the past watch her die like this without being able to do anything? Back then, human king Liu Bei already had the combat strength of an epic Overlord. Therefore, he was certain that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. That's impossible, said the Overlord of Godslayer years with complete certainty. That's right. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled gently and nodded slowly. That's right. According to legend, the Divine King can reverse time and space and return to the origin. It's impossible, really impossible. However, there is an existence that can. Even though it's impossible to trace back time perfectly, it's still possible to trace back a little bit of time. Such an existence is known as the battle prowess of the ultimate heaven of the 33 layers. Of course, this was not something that any ultimate heaven could do. Only those who have comprehended the true essence of time and space, and only those who stand at the very pinnacle of the 33 layers of the ultimate heaven can do it. And this kind of existence can no longer be considered a pure existence of the ultimate heaven of the 33rd layer. They also have another name, which is half-step sovereign. Everyone heard Lu Feng's words. They stared blankly at Lu Feng. They watched as Lu Feng continued to talk and walk. Finally, he slowly arrived at the place where Lu Tao had fallen. They watched as Lu Feng slowly raised his arm. As I said, a half-step sovereign realm existence like that can trace back a period of time in history. However, in terms of time, they can only trace back everything that happened in a single day. Everything that happened in a single day. This was already enough. The moment he finished speaking, everyone felt it. They truly felt it. They felt a kind of distortion in time and space. This was a kind of distortion in time and space. It was indescribably mysterious, strange, and profound. It made them feel as if they had fallen into a space-time tunnel. Countless images appeared in front of his eyes. They were the past, the traces of history. They were endlessly confused, endlessly confused, endlessly confused, endlessly stunned, endlessly shocked, endlessly crazed. Before their eyes, he appeared. He had returned. What's going on? Sensing his own state and looking at his own body, he was at a loss, endlessly at a loss. He turned around and looked at Lu Feng. Finally, A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. However, this light disappeared after a moment, replaced by confusion and confusion. He looked at Lu Feng with slight wrinkles. He still opened his mouth and asked, Xiaofeng, what's going on with me? I remember that I've already fallen. I've already become an endless power. Together with the great ancestors of the human race, I've become an eternal guardian. But the current me, while Lu Feng chuckled. He looked at Lu Tao and said slowly, Father, you must be wondering why you're still alive and why you haven't fallen yet. Lu Tao nodded gently. You should know that after becoming a peak powerhouse, an existence who has comprehended the space-time laws can change a part of the space-time laws and truly defy the heavens. They can enter space-time and return to the origin to trace back a certain time. After a moment of silence, he nodded gently. Looking at Lu Feng, Lu Tao's eyes glowed with a strange light. Like Lu Feng, he had also comprehended the space-time laws. Naturally, he understood everything that Lu Feng had said. But even if he understood, he knew. He clearly understood. It was almost impossible to achieve this step. It was completely heaven-defying. However, it was clear that a powerful existence had just used this ability to reverse space-time and pull him back from the brink of death. However, there was only him, Lu Feng, the time Overlord of the God-Slayer, and a few dozen divine king supremacies here. Other than that, there was really nothing else. Therefore, this time, Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng in complete disbelief. After a long moment of shock, Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng's smiling and calm expression and finally understood what was going on. He took a deep breath, looked at Lu Feng, and nodded gently. I never imagined that my son would actually be this shocking. He was actually able to reach this level in such a short period of time. He was actually this powerful. Lu Tao understood, guessed, and knew. Only Lu Feng, only he could possibly do something like this. However, knowing was one thing. He really didn't dare to believe it. Because as an existence that had comprehended the laws of space and time, Lu Tao naturally knew that even a peak overlord couldn't achieve this level of strength. Only the legendary supreme overlords who had surpassed many terrifying peak overlords could achieve this. Lu Feng chuckled with pride. He didn't care about the exclamations and praises of others. It could even be said that he didn't care at all. However, Lu Feng really felt a sense of pride when he heard the praises of his family. He looked at Lu Tao and smiled proudly. Father, the current me has already surpassed your imagination. Even those ordinary overlords are existences that I can kill with a wave of my hand. Overlords were existences that he could kill with a wave of his hand. Such a statement was truly too shocking and even terrifying. Looking at Lu Feng, Lu Tao hesitated for a moment before asking, could it be that the current you has already reached the level of the human sovereign progenitor? This was the only possibility he could think of. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng shook his head gently. The current me is still some distance away from the human sovereign progenitor. Did you know? Above the perfected time overlord is the epoch overlord. The epoch overlords are actually divided into 4 levels. This was something that no one had ever known. Even the overlord of time, who had just recovered from his stupor, had a strange expression on his face. He also wanted to hear Lu Feng's explanation. Looking at Lu Tao, Lu Feng didn't hide anything. He continued, the 4 levels of the epic overlord actually represent 4 levels of combat strength. Ordinary epic overlords are existences at the 30th level of heaven. The stronger ones can enter the 31st level of heaven and the 32nd level of heaven. The 32nd level of heaven represents the limit of the postnatal life forms. And above that, there is the legendary 33 heavens. The 33rd level of heaven can only be born from the monstrous geniuses. In the primordial immortal devil era, almost no such existences appeared. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the light in Lu Tao's eyes became even brighter. In that case, Xiaofeng, are you in existence at the 33rd level of heaven now? This was the only possibility that Lu Tao could think of. Lu Feng chuckled, nodded, and then shook his head gently. I guess so. Guess so? What was that supposed to mean? The 33rd level of heaven is actually divided into two levels. The first level still belongs to the epic Overlord level. The second level has already surpassed the epic Overlord level and entered a whole new level. This level is the strongest level of the 33rd level of heaven. It's called half-step ruler. Half-step ruler. In the current era, even the divine king, the Overlord time, could only call himself an Overlord. Who? What existence dared to call himself an Overlord? Overlord, that was the ultimate title for controlling the world. It was the ultimate title for controlling everything in an era. What existence dared to use such a title for no reason? Overlord, half-step ruler. In that case, our human king progenitor, who is said to have surpassed the epic Overlord level in the past, was an Overlord. That's the Overlord realm. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Father, I will explain these things to you one by one. Right now, there are some things I need to take care of. Once I'm done, I will explain everything to you. Lu Tao nodded gently. He looked at the Overlord of time in front of him and the mini-divine king behind him. For the first time, he didn't feel any fear in his heart. He knew that the current Lu Feng was no longer someone these people could understand, nor could they clash with. The current Lu Feng was strong enough. He was strong enough to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the human race. He had the ability to do so. Chapter 970. Lu Feng turned around and looked at the existences in front of him. He chuckled lightly. It was truly a chuckle. However, this chuckle caused the divine king of the god Punisher to feel fear and coldness. This was because they truly did not sense any trace of a smile from Lu Feng. They had already heard everything from Lu Feng. The current Lu Feng was a half-step sovereign. He was a terrifying existence that could treat them like ants. How could they possibly be a match for him? After joining the god Punisher and growing into such an existence, they had now swept through the entire era. They had never known what obstacles were because they had never encountered any before. No matter what they encountered, they had always been the most direct and domineering. They had always been the most direct and domineering. However, at this moment, for the first time, they felt what despair was. I know that the god Punisher's foundation is very strong. I also know that your trump cards are incomparably terrifying. However, this is no longer your era. You can all disappear now. Lu Feng's voice gradually became incomparably cold. The smile in his eyes had already disappeared. Lu Feng was truly unable to smile. This was because he recalled the fall of the existence that he once respected the most. At this moment, Lu Feng was no longer able to smile. He could no longer maintain that kind of smile. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the god Punisher existences abruptly retreated. They began to frantically retreat. Their hearts were filled with fear. However, as they retreated, they suddenly discovered something that caused them to be dumbfounded. They were actually unable to take even a single step away control. This was the most complete form of control. They discovered that the space-time around them had been completely frozen. They were completely under God Punisher's control. They were unable to move even the slightest bit. Lu Feng walked lightly. With a single step, he had already traversed countless space-time distances and arrived in front of the Divine King. Behind him, the countless existences of the human race did not know what to say. There were many emotions, many emotions, many emotions. There were many emotions, many emotions, many emotions. Apart from the excitement and excitement, apart from the feeling of having a pillar of support, what they felt the most was a kind of shock and a kind of sluggishness. 10 years ago, Lu Feng was just an ordinary teenager. At that time, he started the final battle of the King's War in the foreign battlefield. With his monstrous talent and strength, he shook the entire galaxy era and shocked countless existences. However, he was only invincible among the young generation. At that time, in the eyes of many experts, Lu Feng was still a child who had yet to mature. If he wanted to kill him, he could do so with a wave of his hand. But now it was different. It was completely different. It was only a dozen or so years. These dozen or so years were not even a tenth of the time they spent in seclusion. However, After such a period of time, Lu Feng had transformed and shocked the world. He had become an existence that shocked countless people. He actually had such strength. He was actually able to suppress so many divine king just by relying on his own existence. All these changes made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Lu Feng did not even need to make a move. He just relied on his own existence to suppress all the opponents, making them unable to move at all. Such a scene made one's hair stand up in anger. However, this was nothing to Lu Feng. This was because with his current strength, he could easily suppress an ordinary epic overlord. He could even obliterate them with a wave of his hand. However, there were only some ordinary divine king supremes here. The strongest expert was only a perfected chronological overlord. Lu Feng did not even need such strength because he could simply suppress these existences with a wave of his hand. Finally, Lu Feng arrived in front of them. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the people before him, who no longer had any color on their faces. According to Lu Feng's character, he could have easily obliterated such existences. However, things are different now. It was completely different. After all, God Punisher was a problem that Lu Feng had to solve. Their existence had already made it impossible for them to reconcile with Lu Feng the moment the news of the Divine King's death had spread. Lu Feng was not a weak and incompetent person. Since there was no turning back, he would remain strong until the end. He wanted God Punisher to disappear completely and not affect his future in the slightest. Lu Feng's icy voice finally rang out as he looked at the perfected chronological overlord before him. Tell me where God Punisher's headquarters are. Hearing Lu Feng's words, all the existences were incomparably strange. They looked at Lu Feng and didn't know what to say at this moment. That was because they really didn't know what to say. Before Lu Feng's arrival, they had continuously retreated and given up in order to ensure their survival. In the end, they had even sacrificed their greatest supremacy, the Divine King, in the hope that they would be able to survive the invasion of God Punisher. That was all. That was all. However, when Lu Feng had arrived alone, he had directly asked for the location of God Punisher's headquarters. Clearly, this was what Lu Feng was thinking. These people all understood. What Lu Feng wanted to do now was to kill. He wanted to slaughter his way into God Punisher's headquarters. He wanted to be strong and crazy to the end. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, a strange look appeared in the eyes of that supreme being. After a long time, he smiled. Emperor, I admit that you are even more terrifying than your ancestor, the human monarch. The title of the #1 monster in endless time and space belongs to none other than you. In just a little more than 10 years, he has reached the grand completion realm and is on the verge of entering the invincible realm. Such an existence has never existed before. However, no matter how much I praise you, it will not change one fact. That is, it is impossible for you to wipe out the entire God Punisher with your strength alone. It is absolutely impossible. We were able to suppress the human monarch, Liu Bei. Now, we can do the same to you, who is not even as strong as the human monarch. In the past, they had suppressed the human monarch, Liu Bei. This was something that only a very small number of God Punisher existences knew about. Clearly, as a time overlord who had reached the consummate realm, he knew about this. However, when he heard this, Lu Feng smiled even more coldly and mockingly. He looked at the incomparably ruthless time overlord of God Punisher and said, Do you really think that you have obliterated the human monarch of the Liu family? Do you really think that you can kill the human monarch of the Liu family with just your strength? A joke, a joke. What a joke. Lu Feng had once sensed the existence of the human monarch when his bloodline was surging and when his bloodline was being abolished. He was naturally certain that the human monarch was still alive. He had never died. Moreover, Lu Feng knew one more thing, and that was the most important thing. The human monarch is the level of the unparalleled ruler. His strength is not something you can imagine. I know that there are time overlords in God Punisher. Your prophet seems to be one of them. But so what? You will never understand the difference between an epic overlord and an unparalleled ruler. when the immortal race conquered the last layer of the 33 heavens, 200,000 epic overlords walked out. However, there were only 8 unparalleled rulers. In the history of the immortal race, the number of epic overlords that have been born numbered in the millions. However, there were only 9 unparalleled rulers in total. There were only 9 unparalleled rulers. 9 unparalleled rulers. Their ancient inheritance had never been more or less. And this was also the reason why countless existences were so shocked to the point of being dumbfounded after the birth of an existence like the human monarch in this era. It could be said that the human monarch was so heaven-defying that he could distort history. It could even be said that he had surpassed the 8 unparalleled rulers of the primordial immortal and devil era. Of course, there was only one human monarch. Including human monarch Liu Bei, there were only 10 unparalleled rulers since ancient times. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the unparalleled rulers were. But now, the time Overlord said that he was only an epic overlord, and yet he could obliterate an unparalleled ruler like human monarch Liu Bei? This was a joke. This was simply a joke. Hearing Liu Feng's words, the time Overlord seemed to have thought of something. He didn't refute, but remained silent. After an endless silence, he seemed to have thought of something again. He suddenly looked at Liu Feng. However, his eyes were filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. Perhaps what you said is true, but so what? Perhaps we really can't kill you, but so what? Monarch, you are still only one person. Apart from you, the human race is too weak. In the eyes of the God Slayer, it's just a joke. Perhaps you think that these are all the powerhouses of the God Slayer. However, I have to tell you that the strength of the God Slayer is far beyond what you can imagine. Our foundation is far beyond what an ignorant existence like you can imagine. Just wait. Just wait quietly. The future of the human race is the most important thing for the God Slayer to obliterate. Although we're no match for you, Liu Feng, can't protect all the human beings in the universe at any time and place. As long as we have the chance, the human race will be obliterated by us until the entire race is annihilated. Monarch, just wait. Just wait like this. Endless smiles appeared. These are maniacal smiles. Hearing this, the faces of many human race powerhouses behind the protective light curtain turned ashen. Indeed, Liu Feng was extremely powerful. He should be considered an invincible existence in the entire universe. However, apart from Liu Feng, among the entire human race, only Liu Tao had reached the level of the Divine King. In addition, there were a few heretic supremes from the Liu family, the Federal University, and the Federation government. No one else had the combat strength of the Divine King. However, the combat strength of the God Slayer was all at the level of the Divine King. They had merely conquered many existences, yet there were already 200 Divine King Supremes. Such a number was enough to make people tremble in fear. Chapter 971. Moreover, the time Overlord of God Slayer, who had reached the perfection stage, had said that the foundation of God Slayer was far beyond what they could imagine. The number of Divine King Supreme beings in God Slayer was far greater than that. Therefore, Liu Feng might not be in any danger. However, if they were not careful, they would be wiped out in an instant. After all, the Divine King Supreme beings were much, much stronger than them. While everyone was worried and the Divine King Supreme beings of God Slayer were furious, ruthless, and elated, Liu Feng's laughter suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. He looked at the many Divine King Supreme beings of God Slayer and said loudly, "Who said that? I, Liu Feng, am the only one who returned this time. Who said that? I'm the only one who returned here. 200 Divine King Supreme beings is not all you have. I believe that. However, how much of your foundation do you have? If 200 Divine King Supreme beings are not enough to wipe you out, what about 2,000? If 2,000 is not enough, what about 20,000? Liu Feng's smile became even crazier as he looked at them. His voice became even more high-pitched. If 20,000 is not enough, what about 1 million? What about 1 million? What about 1 million divine, King Supreme beings? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Lu Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. Even the existences of the human race did not understand why Lu Feng would suddenly act like this. Lu Feng did not care about them. He did not look at anyone. He only looked at the void, in the direction of the endless primordial chaos. A smile, a strange smile appeared on his face. You have all arrived, right? Countless existences looked in that direction at the same time. However, all they saw was the endless starry sky. Apart from that, they could not see anything else. Many people were puzzled. However, this did not last long, because in the next moment, a truly shocking scene appeared in the endless starry sky. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun like an endless space-time continent. It gave people the feeling that it was much more terrifying than the Milky Way galaxy. Such a scene was simply too shocking and too terrifying. What is this thing? Is this something that should exist in space-time? Could it be that this is a part of the battlefield in the outer realm, and someone used a supreme divine ability to bring it here? Everyone was horrified because what they saw was a continent, a real continent. They were the three most extreme and terrifying continents that were capable of obscuring space and time. After taking a deep breath, these people's eyes were filled with astonishment. Lu Feng's smile widened when he saw the three terrifying continents. When his voice completely disappeared into the depths of the universe, countless existences suddenly flew out from the three continents. Every single one of them was a terrifying expert, brimming with the peerless virtual king aura that only the patriarchs of the major clans could emit. These countless existences that appeared were all virtual king experts. They were all peerless virtual king experts above the level 5 virtual king realm. However, such a large number was really everyone took a deep breath. The turbulence in their hearts could no longer be described. They finally understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. No one had ever imagined that there would be hundreds of millions of virtual king experts in this universe. Once upon a time, when the human race was at its peak, when it was at its most prosperous, the number of virtual king experts had never reached tens of thousands. Now it is far from that. In our impression, even during the most glorious era of the universe, the number of virtual king experts had never reached tens of thousands. However, at this moment, there are hundreds of millions of virtual king experts here. Furthermore, these hundreds of millions of virtual king experts are all above the level 5 virtual king realm. Where did they come from? Such a large number was enough to make one despair. Even the god kings of Godslayer were in despair at this moment. They were in utter despair. They finally understood one thing. What Lu Feng said just now seemed to be, possibly, perhaps, not a lie. What Lu Feng said was not a lie. Because in the next moment, they finally understood. They thoroughly understood that although Lu Feng was arrogant, he would never lie. They really saw it. Hundreds of millions of existences slowly walked out of the void. This time, they did not hide anything. Instead, they directly surrounded themselves with the will of a true king. Just like that, they slowly walked down from the void. Their eyes were incomparably calm as they looked at the numerous existences. It was only one word, but it could no longer be said, because at this moment, it was useless to say anything. After all, the millions of existences in front of them were all kings. They were all real kings. A million divine king experts. The emperor was right. There are actually a million divine king experts. Many people muttered to themselves. They knew that Lu Feng was right. He really did summon a million divine king experts to come here and exterminate Godslayer. Godslayer was terrifying, wasn't it? It was terrifying. This time, they had mobilized a total of 200 divine king experts. This was more than 10 times the total number of divine king experts in the universe. This was a force that could sweep away everything. Unfortunately, they were on a completely different level when compared to the terrifying lineup that Lu Feng had brought along. They weren't on the same level at all. Because Lu Feng had brought 1,000,000 divine king experts, Lu Feng smiled again as he looked at the stunned god slayer overlords in front of him. Do you still think that your god Punisher can be so carefree and unerasable? Do you still think that your god slayer can cause unrest in the human race? Do you still think it's possible? Lu Feng's voice was calm, but the content of his words caused the god slayer overlord to feel as if his heart were about to collapse. As he looked at Lu Feng, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. After a long time of silence, he finally opened his mouth and asked, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Lu Feng chuckled when he heard this. Then, he shook his head without hesitation. Someone once told me that if possible, I should join forces with Godslayer. After all, there will be a great calamity in the future. Although Godslayer is ordinary, it is still a force to be reckoned with. With your existence, we will have a better chance of facing the calamity in the future. Back then, I agreed. After all, there are many things that have to be considered for the big picture. In an instant, the Godslayer Overlord's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Feng as if he wanted to say something. However, when Lu Feng said something else, the Godslayer Overlord fell into despair. Utter despair. However, you have already crossed my bottom line. You have already crossed my bottom line, which no one is allowed to cross. If you targeted me, ambushed me, or even tried to annihilate me, I wouldn't have cared for the big picture. I wouldn't have cared at all. Unfortunately, you have crossed my bottom line. When I learned that you had forced the Divine King to annihilate the Chaos Stabilizer, there was no longer any possibility of coexistence between Godslayer and me. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. They naturally knew about the relationship between Lu Feng and the Divine King. In the past, if it wasn't for the Divine King, Lu Feng would have been in danger countless times. Lu Feng wouldn't be the Emperor Lu Feng he was today. It could be said that although Dao Songtian was Lu Feng's teacher, everyone knew that the Divine King was Lu Feng's teacher. The fall of the Divine King was absolutely unbearable for Lu Feng. Therefore, after the fall of the Divine King, Godslayer and Lu Feng were destined to be mortal enemies. Furthermore, there are some things that I really can't forgive. There are some things that I simply can't forgive. Lu Feng raised his head. When he said this, he was already looking into the distance. He was looking at the endless space filled with confusion and the unknown. At this moment, Lu Feng's expression was incomparably strange. It seemed to be a kind of heartache, a kind of sorrow, a kind of confusion, a kind of shock. Lu Feng took a deep breath and looked back at Godslayer's Time Overlord. Tell me, where is your headquarters? This is your last chance. I am now a quasi-ruler in the limit sky of the 33rd layer. My domain has already reached perfection. You should understand that souls have no mysteries before me. Godslayer's body trembled when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Lu Feng. After a long time, he finally lowered his head. I speak. As the god of time, he naturally knew that a forbidden mythological domain was a forbidden mythological domain of the soul. Once the existence of such a domain reached the realm of perfection, all the secrets of the soul would no longer be secrets. They would be able to see through everything and read everything they wanted. Although it seemed inconceivable that a soul technique could be used against a temporal overlord. Don't forget that Lu Feng's cultivation realm was even more inconceivable. A power like his was already at the pinnacle of existence in the primordial immortal demon era. If he wanted to, at most, it would be a little troublesome. There was no danger to speak of at all. If Lu Feng used a soul search on him, he would really collapse. He wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He would only be in endless pain. Therefore, he had no choice but to speak. Taking a deep breath, he didn't hesitate and sent the coordinates of Godslayer's location to Lu Feng. He even went so far as to reveal the existence of several branches of God Punisher. Lu Feng nodded lightly as he looked at the crystal in his hand with the coordinates recorded on it. He casually tossed it out and directly handed it to the three immortal masters who had already appeared beside him. The Chaos Immortal Master didn't decline and took the crystal. Among the three immortal masters, he was the most familiar with space-time coordinates. Although he was in the second universe, when it came to the level of understanding of the original universe, he was the absolute number one being. Therefore, if the existence who gave him the crystal wasn't in a remote space-time, he would instantly know where it was. Lu Feng and the other two Immortal Masters waited quietly as they looked at the Chaos Immortal Master. The Chaos Immortal Master used his spirit consciousness to study the coordinates within. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely strange. It could even be said that it was extremely strange. Such an expression caused Lu Feng and the others to be endlessly astonished. They didn't understand why the Chaos Immortal Master would have such a color when he was looking at the space-time coordinates. Finally, after he finished looking, the strange and complicated color on the Chaos Immortal Master's face became even more intense. He raised his head and looked at Lu Feng and the other two Immortal Masters. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Chapter 972. Who would have thought that the headquarters of Godslayer would be there? It seems like they have realized something. They must have discovered something. Lu Feng frowned as he asked with a look of confusion. Where's the headquarters of Godslayer? No matter where Godslayer was, Lu Fenglai wouldn't let it go. Godslayer must be destroyed. The Chaos Immortal Master fell silent and sighed deeply. Actually, we would have found Godslayer even if he didn't tell us. Because in the end, we will all head there. Even without his instructions, we would have met this mysterious Godslayer in the end. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He pondered for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. Lu Feng looked at the Chaos Immortal Master and asked uncertainly, "Do you mean that Godslayer is there?" "It's at the entrance to space and time. It's at the entrance to the 33 levels of heaven." The Chaos Immortal Master nodded gently. "My knowledge of spatial coordinates can't be wrong. They are indeed there. They are in that space-time. Furthermore, according to the records of these coordinates, the location where it appeared should be in the vicinity." Lu Feng looked at the Chaos Immortal Master. He finally understood why the Chaos Immortal Master had said that. Yes, space-time is boundlessly vast. It can be said that it's a boundless region. And in that space-time, there was nothing special. However, they had built their headquarters there. This can't be a coincidence. I'm afraid they really did realize something. That was what they all thought. In that case, let's wait for a few days. After I've settled everything in the human race, let's set off. I think it's time to put an end to Godslayer and cultivate in peace to deal with the final calamity. They had no objections to Lu Feng's arrangements. Although the living beings here were incomparably weak in their eyes, they didn't dare to do anything. However, these people didn't dare to do anything. They didn't dare to be arrogant. This was because Lu Feng was an existence that had walked out from this weak race. Lu Feng's existence alone had already surpassed everything else. And looking at Lu Feng's expression, they understood that Lu Feng was very sad about this race. Thus, they naturally couldn't do or say anything. The three Immortal Masters turned around and looked at the countless existences behind them as their voices resounded through the heavens. "Everyone, return to the Holy Land and cultivate quietly. When the new Emperor returns, we will set off. We want to conquer Final Destination. Originally, the three Immortal Masters are going to return to the Holy Land together. However, in the end, Lu Feng asked them to stay behind, because Lu Feng still had some things to ask them. Seeing that many existences had returned, Lu Feng gently waved his arm. And it was this gentle wave of his arm that produced the power to destroy the world. In an instant, over 100 divine King Supremes disappeared. Just like that, countless people took a deep breath when they saw Lu Feng's relaxed movements. These people didn't expect the divine King Supremes to be so weak. Just a gentle wave of his arm was enough to kill over 100 divine King Supremes. Lu Feng walked over and returned to Lu Tao's side. Looking at the complicated expression on his father's face, which was filled with endless pride, Lu Feng smiled. It was the most innocent smile. "Father, your son has returned in glory. Lu Feng's return came at the most crucial moment. Moreover, Lu Feng's strength had stirred up countless people. Everyone in the human race understood now. With Lu Feng, the human race could be said to have returned to the position of a peak overlord, the #1 race. With Lu Feng, the human race would be truly safe. Countless powerful virtual king supremes were endlessly excited. In the past decade or so, they had experienced far too much. It could be said that although the human race had fallen from the divine altar of being the #1 overlord race in the past, their strength was still widely known. Among the human race, they cultivated quietly and waited for the arrival of a renaissance. But who would have thought that when a world-shaking monster like Lu Feng appeared in the human race, when the human race was about to return to its former glory of the human king era, they would usher in true grievous news. First, their hope had been completely destroyed. Then, there were the turbulent 14 years of the Godslayer era. During those 14 years, they had been in incomparable pain and experienced countless battles. It could be said that the human race didn't even have half of its former peak experts. A large number of innocent civilians had died, and countless living beings had been killed. Sorrow. This was the human race's sorrow. Now, the time they had been waiting for had finally passed. That sorrowful moment had finally passed. The most difficult moment had finally passed. The Emperor had returned. This news spread rapidly within the Federation and throughout the universe. However, as the protagonist, Lu Feng was no longer the same person he had been in the past. In the primal universe, within the Human Federation, Lu Feng was constantly shuttling back and forth. He was constantly meeting with his former friends, his former comrades, his teachers, his family, and so on. Time after time, Lu Feng kept telling them all about the great calamity of the universe. He kept recounting it. In the past, Lu Feng had already briefly explained it to these people. Hence, it was no big deal for him to say it again this time. Finally, Lu Fenglai arrived at the final place. He arrived at the Human King's Lu family. At this moment, his family and friends had all gathered here. They were all waiting for Lu Feng's return. I knew it. Kid, you definitely wouldn't die so easily. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 10,000 years. How could a scourge like you die so easily? Lu Feng didn't even need to look at his face to know who had said such words. Because other than him, no one else would say such words. Looking at the existence in front of him with endless wretchedness in his eyes, Lu Feng smiled. It was a happy and carefree smile. If you don't die, how can I die? Speaking of scourges, I can't be compared to you. Great young Master Su. Su Wenchao smiled and didn't say anything. He just hugged Lu Feng tightly. Vaguely, Lu Feng could feel Su Wenchao's body trembling. Lu Feng knew that this was a real tremor. It was a tremor of excitement. Su Wenchao had gone through some unknown experience. He had actually reached the 4th level of the demigod realm. One had to know that he was a spiritual master. He was only a spiritual master. A demigod spiritual master who had just turned 30 years old. What a terrifying existence. What a heaven-defying aptitude. There was no need to say anything more. This was enough to prove it. All right, Xiaofeng, we won't disturb you any longer. If we continue to disturb you, I'm afraid that someone will really kill us. After saying this, he acted like he was trembling. After carefully looking at the 2 beautiful women behind him, he finally turned around in a hurry and pulled back Qi Yunxing and Li Yongheng, who were about to hug Lu Feng. This is not a place where we should stay. These 2 people are not people we can afford to offend. You have to know that her husband is the strongest person in the world. He can easily wipe us out with a few moves. After saying this, Li Yongheng and Qi Yunxing had strange smiles on their faces. The 3 of them laughed evilly for a while. When they saw Lu Feng's incomparably dark expression, they finally laughed strangely and ran far away. At this moment, there was no one around. There was really no one. This was the core area of the Lu family. Usually, there would be a lot of people coming and going. However, there were not many people this time. These people understood that this was not their time. This was not the time for them to appear. In the end, there were only 3 people left. Only Lu Feng. The three of them, Qingran, Xuan, Yuyo Qingran, Mu Shuyan. At this moment, only Yuyo Qingran and Mu Shuyan were left. These two women occupied an incomparably important position in Lu Feng's life. They didn't answer. They just looked at Lu Feng quietly. They were calm. They were really calm. Compared to the excitement of Su Wenchao and the others, these two women were really calm. As for Lu Feng, when he saw the two of them, he was just as calm, incomparably calm. Just like that, the three of them quietly looked at each other, smiled, cried, and hugged each other. In the next 3 days, Lu Feng quietly accompanied the two of them. This time, Lu Feng did not waste too much time. He only promised the two of them that he would return to the human race and marry them after the 33 levels of heaven started. Now, Lu Feng's strength was really strong enough. He had basically reached the great accomplishment realm. It could be said that he was no longer in any danger. Although God Punisher was tyrannical, after knowing that Lu Feng had brought a terrifying lineup from the second universe, the two of them were no longer nervous. Lu Feng still had to leave, but he wouldn't be gone for too long. This was because he believed that this expedition would be completed in a very short time. 3 days later, Lu Fenglai arrived at the capital administrative planet. Many pinnacle existences of the human race had gathered there. In the past, Lu Feng had not been qualified to enter this place. Although he was a freak, what mattered here was strength. If one's strength was insufficient, then even a young human monarch wouldn't be able to come here. But this time, Lu Feng was able to do so. That was because the current him was truly abnormally powerful. He was capable of overlooking everything. This time, the meeting ended in just a few short hours. Lu Feng did not hide anything. Of course, he did not introduce everything in detail like he did with his family. He only gave a general introduction of the 100 million virtual king and the million divine king's origins. He only talked about the existence of the great calamity before leaving. However, before Lu Feng left, he summoned a few great heretic supremes of the Federation and entered a mysterious place to secretly inquire about something. As for what it was, these people did not know. However, they could see that when Lu Feng left, the faces of the heretic supremes were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Chapter 973. After leaving the capital administrative district, the next place Lu Feng went to was the Gufang Star, a place that had once concealed countless secrets. This time, the giant Futu could no longer stop Lu Feng. On the entire Gufang Star, there was a mysterious artifact known as burial. Lu Feng had asked the three immortal masters and even the emperors about its existence. However, they didn't know about the existence of the burial artifact. However, Lu Feng was very certain about the burial artifact's aura. After all, the immortal aura it contained was something that couldn't be imitated or disguised. Since no one else could give him an answer, Lu Feng could only rely on his own existence to head over and see everything clearly. Powerful, extremely powerful. The divine king of the underworld had been far from a match for Lu Feng at his peak. Now he was only protecting the underworld with his intent, so this was even more so. Lu Feng still remembered that the second time he had come here, he had relied on the power of the human king's bloodline to finally break through the seal. However, this time it was so simple. The moment he saw the underworld steel, he just waved his arm gently. He didn't even enter the 4 great forbidden domains before he dealt with it in an instant. Along the way, the long river of countless elixirs had disappeared without a trace. These had all been collected by Lu Fenglai when he had been here. With another step, Lu Fenglai arrived at the altar of the ancient Fang tribe. He had experienced countless hardships here in the past. It was also here that he had forged his unbreakable willpower. Now that he was here again, Lu Feng didn't continue to waste time recalling these useless things. Thus, he reached the peak with a single step. There were thousands of grade 8 legendary elixirs on the altar. Even in the eyes of the current Lu Feng, these elixirs were very precious. Therefore, Lu Feng immediately made a move and collected all these elixirs. Finally, Lu Feng entered the core palace. Looking at the last stone platform and the pitch-black pills on it, Lu Feng exhaled softly. His eyes were filled with endless strange colors. Lu Feng knew that this was an elixir. After his experience in the second universe, Lu Feng knew the value of this elixir. I didn't expect that. In this era, a true supreme Tao alchemist had already been born. Moreover, he is such a powerful supreme Tao pill master. This pill is indeed not a finished product. It's just a prototype. But this embryonic form belongs to 11th grade. The value of an 11th grade medicinal pill was immeasurable. Lu Feng reached out his hand and shattered the illusory light, retrieving the pill completely. Holding it in his hand, Lu Feng could feel the terrifying energy that could devour everything, and he chuckled. Even though this was only a grade 11 pill, but to be honest, Lu Feng was already a half-step grade 13 utmost being. Therefore, this pill posed no threat to him. Finally, after retrieving the pill, Lu Feng walked out. At this moment, he was standing on the highest altar of the ancient civilization, looking at the terrifying crack in front of him. Lu Feng was silent. What kind of existence is inside? What kind of existence reminded me back then? Why did he remind me? Lu Feng let out a deep breath. He knew that there might be some truly terrifying existence sealed in this burial. Of course, this was only Lu Feng's guess. Moreover, according to Lu Feng's thoughts, the existence sealed in this place wasn't really some demonic existence that could destroy the world. If it was really a ferocious creature, then it wouldn't have warned Lu Feng in the past. However, Lu Feng couldn't be so sure. He had to go in and take a look to find out. Now, I'm a half-step sovereign power. Even in the primordial immortal demon era, I was an absolute pinnacle powerhouse. Apart from him and the 8 sovereigns, there is no other existence that can suppress me. This should be related to the primordial immortal demon era. However, it's absolutely impossible to seal a sovereign here. His existence had already become a mystery. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for burial to seal him. Apart from him, the other 8 sovereigns, according to legend, had fallen in the final battle against the Lord of demonic creatures on the path of transcendence. Therefore, it couldn't possibly be the existence that could suppress Lu Feng. Since it's not a sovereign, what do I have to fear? Since that was the case, what did Lu Feng have to fear? Therefore, Lu Feng walked directly in the ancient altar and arrived in front of the terrifying fissure in a single step. In the past, he had used that mysterious piece of metal, which was a part of the burial, to enter it. This time, Lu Feng didn't need it. He'd used his boundless power to find a weak spot and force his way in. Everything in front of him was still familiar. Of course, it couldn't be said to be familiar. It was just that the last time Lu Feng came here, it left a particularly deep impression in his mind. Therefore, when he came here again this time, it unconsciously appeared in his mind. Looking at the endless dusky world, Lu Feng slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, an endless horrifying aura appeared, instantly causing Lu Feng to enter a kind of supreme peak. This was the absolute peak, the most terrifying realm. Lu Feng stood there quietly. He could see through the origin of all time and feel all the secrets of the world. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was illusory. There was nothing left. At this moment, Lu Feng was truly dumbfounded. He looked at everything in front of him and took a deep breath. What exactly is this thing? The ancient square star was known as the burial. It was a mysterious, ancient artifact. However, despite its mysterious past, it was still just an artifact. However, this burial was so strange. As far as Lu Feng's eyes could see, there were endless pillars that reached the sky. They were all ancient chains, and the existence of these chains was not made of any material. They were all chains condensed from some kind of power. There was no doubt that the amount of power required to condense these chains was really terrifying. Even with his current level and the existence of Shun Yuan's sea of consciousness, it was impossible to achieve this. It was completely impossible. At this moment, Lu Feng took a deep breath. He could vaguely sense the strangeness of the situation. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. He walked forward in the void. In the past, he couldn't fly in this place. However, now that he had such great power, these laws couldn't restrain him anymore. However, the moment Lu Feng took a step forward, the voice he heard in the void rang out again. The current you is still not enough. Lu Feng was stunned. Then, an indescribably complicated expression appeared on his face. He was really shocked, because up until now, Lu Feng still hadn't sensed the direction of the source of the sound. One had to know that this was absolutely inconceivable. It shocked him to the core. If it was before he entered this realm, it would be completely reasonable for him not to be able to sense it. However, it was different now. It was completely different. The current him, after entering the highest level, still couldn't sense anything. He, Lu Feng, was at the peak of the half-step sovereign realm. He was the most terrifying expert who could look down on everything. However, he still couldn't sense the direction of the voice. This could only prove one thing. Which of the 8 great existences of the primordial immortal devil era are you? At this moment, Lu Feng understood. He knew that the one sealed here was definitely one of the 8 great existences, because only the sovereign realm could do this. Only the sovereign realm could make him unable to sense anything at all. Therefore, Lu Feng thought of the only possibility. However, after hearing this, the existence fell silent. An endless silence. After a long time, he finally let out a slow sigh, and it was this sigh that seemed to cause space-time to change. In the next moment, Lu Feng felt that he had arrived in a true space-time sacred realm. Countless divine items bloomed here. Space and time cycled, and there was an indescribable feeling of power flowing around. This was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Compared to the 3 great holy lands, this place was countless times more outstanding. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said slowly, as expected of the sovereign realm, there is such an environment everywhere. You are really too. As he spoke, Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the figure in the distance that was gradually approaching. However, at this moment he was stunned. He didn't say anything else, because Lu Feng really couldn't bring himself to say it. What is going on? The current Lu Feng was very rarely shocked. In fact, it could be said that he was almost no longer shocked. However, when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be really shocked. At that moment, the slowly approaching figure wasn't moving very fast. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Lu Feng realized that there were countless chains behind him. It was because of these chains that his movements were restricted. At this moment, Lu Feng was reminded of the endless chains he had seen before. A trace of understanding appeared in his heart. So, burial is really burial. This mysterious and terrifying great artifact isn't used for defense or killing at all. The most essential use of its existence is actually to seal. Seal. It really was a seal. Burial was a very clear name. It was meant to bury countless existences. When he heard Lu Feng's words, the old being smiled. As he walked gently, the countless chains behind him actually shook slightly. Finally, he walked in front of Lu Feng and waved his arm gently, creating a garden of immortal land. He sat there quietly, but his expression was indescribably strange. He stared at Lu Feng and stared at Lu Feng for a long time. After a long while, he sighed indescribably. I never expected that your progress would be so rapid. Unfortunately, the current you is still not enough. Still not enough. Chapter 974. You should leave this place first. When you enter the supreme ruler realm, when you have enough power to annihilate everything, I will tell you the truth. Lu Feng was silent. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Previously, I thought that there was no place in the entire universe that I could not go. But now, it seems that I overestimated myself. Hearing this, the mysterious being shook his head gently. You're already good enough. I can feel that compared to him, you are really good enough. I hope that you can stay true to your heart. I hope that you can really carry the flag of this era. Lu Feng was slightly confused. He wanted to say something, but the next moment, he disappeared and reappeared in the void outside Gufeng's star. He stood there quietly. Half a day passed very quickly. After half a day, Lu Feng still could not think of anything. He finally gave up on thinking because Lu Feng knew that there were some things that he was not qualified to know. The next moment, Lu Feng's speed increased again. With his current power, traversing the entire Milky Way was just a matter of thought. But when Lu Fenglai arrived at his destination, it still took some time. This was because this was no longer the Milky Way. Looking at the tens of thousands of blood-red planets, Lu Feng exhaled softly. Once upon a time, he had completed a shocking transformation in this place. It was also here that he had seen the phantom of the human king for the first time. Strictly speaking, I am not invincible. Here, when I faced the phantom of the human king, it was my first defeat. Although we were not on the same level at that time, I really failed. This was the Massacre Abyss. The Massacre Abyss was an area controlled by Godslayer. It was impossible for Godslayer and Master Gods to coexist. But for some reason, Godslayer did not descend here to wantonly destroy and conquer. There is only one universe supreme being, a God-slaying being, standing guard here. However, by the time Lu Feng was here, the peerless divine king had already been annihilated. The three holy lands had already sent out countless god kings to the places where Godslayer had once appeared. They had wiped out everything in their path. Therefore, it only took a few days for this place to return to its former bustling state. Lu Feng did not hesitate and directly descended on the Massacre Star. This was the true core of the Massacre Abyss. In this place, Lu Feng had once traveled in a straight line, passing through countless trials and tribulations to reach the final core area. However, it was a pity that his strength was too weak at that time, and he wasn't able to see the final truth. Now, Lu Feng had actually guessed the truth behind the fall of the primordial immortal devil era. However, he still came here because he wanted to confirm something. In front of the entrance of the Massacre Hall, Lu Feng saw several powerful existences quietly guarding the place. Of course, this was only in comparison to other people. They posed no threat to Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's arrival, they all bowed respectfully to Lu Feng. Greetings, new emperor. New emperor. These people addressed Lu Feng as the new emperor, which proved that these people were from the three holy lands. Of course, Lu Feng did not need to address them as such, because these people were real immortal kings, which was the same level as the divine king. In the current universe, there were only a few immortal kings. How could Lu Feng not know them? Looking at these people, Lu Feng nodded slightly. What are you doing here? These immortal kings were all more than 10,000 years old, but in front of Lu Feng and the others, they did not dare to show any disrespect. In the past, these people had all witnessed the power of Lu Feng's outer Dharma Supreme technique. They had all seen how Lu Feng controlled Fudu to sweep across the 99 worlds of the abyss and suppress everything. Naturally, they knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. Therefore, although Lu Feng was countless years younger than them, when they really saw Lu Feng, they were all extremely respectful. What are you all doing here? Hearing Lu Feng's question, one of the immortal kings did not hesitate and immediately explained. New Emperor, when we were conquering this place to kill immortal kings, we felt a terrifying fluctuation in the depths of this place, so we temporarily stayed here and waited for the immortal masters to arrive. Lu Feng knew that they were talking about the real Massacre Abyss. He nodded his head lightly. I know the situation here. You all can leave. There's no need to call the three immortal masters over. These people also knew that there must be many secrets in the original universe. However, since Lu Feng had said so, it was really not appropriate for them to say anything. Nodding slightly, they turned and left. Lu Feng looked at this ancient and majestic palace with an indescribably complicated look in his eyes. The next moment, he walked directly into it 3 days. Lu Feng spent a total of 3 days entering the core area of the Massacre Abyss. When he returned 3 days later, there was a complicated look in his eyes that no one could understand. After that, Lu Feng seemed to have evaporated from the universe and disappeared for a total of 10 days. When he reappeared 10 days later, he was already in the human race. On this day, Lu Feng returned to the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. At this moment, millions of immortal kings and hundreds of millions of peerless virtual king masters were already waiting quietly. The three immortal masters appeared. Looking at Lu Feng, they nodded slightly. "New Emperor, are you going to set off now?" Lu Feng shook his head slightly. "We'll wait for a few days. I've already asked the Human Federation government to send out an announcement and summon all the high-level freaks and geniuses in the original universe. This kind of battle is definitely beneficial for them." Lu Feng, who had watched those shocking battles time and time again, naturally knew that this kind of battle was definitely beneficial for the growth of those freaks and geniuses. The three immortal masters had no objections to Lu Feng's arrangement. They nodded slightly and waited quietly. Just like that, a whole half a month passed. During this time, almost all the pinnacle existences and major races in the entire universe received the news from the Human Federation. In the past, many of them did not get along well with the human race. Some of them were even enemies. However, after the chaos in the universe caused by Godslayer this time, these races had all merged into one body and carried out an unprecedented integration and coordination. It could be said that even the underworld race, which had the worst relationship with the human race, had also joined forces with the human race at the last moment. This was especially so when a number one pinnacle overlord race like the Emperor race had been wiped out. The human race, which was known as the number two pinnacle overlord race and the Divine King's existence, had become the core race of all the major races. Now, the crisis of Godslayer had been eliminated. However, the tragic memories they had brought to the major races were still clearly remembered by everyone. Now that they had heard that the human race had summoned them and that the human race was going to counterattack the headquarters of Godslayer, these people had all appeared. It was not that they had not suspected the intentions of the human race. However, after thinking about it for a while, they knew that this time it was not targeted at them. This was because previously the news had already spread beyond the Milky Way galaxy. Everyone knew that Emperor Lu Feng had not died. He had returned in an even more powerful manner and had become an ultimate existence second only to the former human king Lu Feng. This time, he had even brought along a terrifying lineup of 1,000,000 divine kings, which had shocked the heavens and the earth. If Lu Feng wanted to do something to them, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Therefore, this time, Lu Feng's invitation should be purely for the matter he had mentioned. Soon, all the races had arrived. Among them, Lu Feng saw countless familiar figures. There were monsters, geniuses, companions who had fought with him in the past, and former enemies. Among them, the existence of the underworld race was the most special group of people. Previously, they had spared no effort to eliminate Lu Feng. In addition to this, there were too many grievances between them and Lu Feng. From the Divine King to Heavenly God Jialan to the Killer King Lu Tao, even if they had not attacked Lu Feng, it was enough to make their relationship with Lu Feng very bad. After all, these matters were directly related to the people Lu Feng cared about the most. More than 10 years ago, in the ancient ruins, Lu Feng had even killed the current young underworld king. It could be said that there was an extreme opposition between them and Lu Feng. However, when he saw the underworld king ancestor, Lu Feng only said one sentence. "The young underworld king is a true martialist. I admire him." It was just one sentence, but the peak existences understood Lu Feng's attitude. The grievances between Lu Feng and the underworld race had already been written off. He, Lu Feng, would not target the underworld race in the future. The underworld king ancestor felt very complicated, but he did not say anything in the end. Finally, when the 15th day arrived, all the peak existences of the remaining peak overlords in the entire universe, including the first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and fourth-rate races, had all arrived. Everyone's blood was boiling as they waited for Lu Feng to announce the start of the expedition. At this time, Lu Feng did not hesitate. He asked the three immortal masters to transform the three holy lands into three ultimate battleships. They carried more than 10 billion deities and headed towards the distant chaotic space-time. The 33 levels of heaven were located in the depths of the chaos. It was an extremely remote place. Even if an elite like the Divine King wanted to go there alone, it would be impossible to reach it without several years of continuous travel. However, with the help of the Eternal Battleship, an unparalleled Grade 13 artifact, they could practically travel through space and time. In just a few short days, they had already arrived at the periphery of the endless chaos. Looking at the world before them, everyone was stunned. Even the existences of the three holy lands were full of admiration. This was because in the depths of the endless chaos, there was actually a world that looked like a city. An incomparably ancient and huge continent floated quietly in the chaos. Its existence was really like a peerless, ferocious beast that was slowly awakening and preparing to devour everything. At this moment, this continent gave off a feeling of absolute danger. Lu Feng took a step forward and walked out of the three holy lands. He floated in midair. Behind him were the three immortal masters, Lu Tao, and many other supreme existences of the primal universe, the Divine King, and the other supreme existences of the alternate path. They were all watching quietly, waiting for something. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out slowly, shaking the galaxy and resounding through the era. "I'm here. How long are you all going to wait?" Chapter 975. The moment Lu Feng's voice faded away, tens of thousands of earth-shattering auras suddenly appeared above the primal chaos great land. When they sensed the existence of those auras, the 10 billion living beings of the primal universe, who were quietly watching everything unfold in the three holy lands, all gasped. At that moment, they finally understood how terrifying this God-Slayer power was. Once upon a time, they wanted to rely on their endless accumulation of power and join forces to completely eradicate God-Slayer. However, after God-Slayer had produced 10-time Overlords and 200 divine King Supreme beings, they finally realized how valiant and terrifying God-Slayer was. But now, it seemed that God-Slayer's power was far from just that. Perhaps this was where their true foundation was. Tens of thousands of divine King great beings. In such an era, there were actually tens of thousands of divine King great beings. Countless living beings really didn't know how God-Slayer had managed to do it. To be able to condense tens of thousands of divine King Supreme beings in such an era. If this God-Slayer existed in our space-time universe, then they would definitely be the fourth holy land, or even the strongest holy land. Lu Feng's gaze was complicated as he nodded lightly. If they were in your universe, then after all these years of development, even your three holy lands wouldn't be a match for them. It's possible that in the entire second universe, other than them, there are no other holy lands that exist. Looking at Lu Feng's incomparably complicated gaze, the three immortal masters were slightly taken aback. If someone else had said this, they would have only sneered. However, when these words came out of Lu Feng's mouth, they fell silent. This was because they knew that Lu Feng wouldn't say such unreliable things casually. "New Emperor, do you already know the ins and outs of this God-Slayer?" Lu Feng nodded his head gently and said slowly, "I already know. It's a pity that I would rather not know. I would rather wipe them all out unknowingly and suppress them all." Disappointment. When Lu Feng said those words, they were actually filled with an incomparable sense of disappointment and frustration. For a moment, Lu Feng, Lu Tao, the humans, the Divine King, and the other sovereigns all looked at Lu Feng in confusion. Lu Feng seemed to be aware of their expressions. He gently shook his head and slowly said, "You will know everything. Everything would be revealed soon." Therefore, Lu Feng did not explain or say anything else. Looking into the distance, the more than 10,000 divine King experts had appeared. Finally, the 1 million divine king experts of the three holy lands had all appeared. This time, the Milky Way and the universe were truly shaken. There had never been a battle formation like this, where 1,000,000 divine king fought against 10,000 divine king. Although the outcome was already predetermined, this kind of shock had never been seen before. It was incomparably shocking. A terrifying pavilion in the sky slowly appeared within the god Punisher. The pavilion wasn't very huge, but the aura coming from it made the souls of countless existences tremble. Many immortal kings sucked in a breath of cold air. They could sense that this incomparably simple pavilion actually had the might of a 12th grade treasure. This was a true peak-level 12th grade treasure. In the second universe, the three holy lands were the ones that had truly surpassed grade 13 weapons. However, the existence of the three holy lands had been passed down from ancient times and belonged to the category of terrifying weapons that couldn't be forged in the future. Therefore, grade 12 weapons should be the absolute pinnacle of weapons in the future. However, they had actually seen a pinnacle grade 12 weapon. Furthermore, the feeling coming from this weapon seemed to belong to this era. It was obvious that the god Punisher had actually relied on itself to forge a pinnacle grade 12 weapon. This kind of method was really incomparably shocking. A few figures stood quietly on the pavilion. Everyone knew that these were the true core of the god Punisher. They were the true pinnacle existences. They stood quietly on the pavilion that was constantly advancing. Among them were three great existences. Their figures were shrouded in a kind of endless haze that made it impossible for anyone to see anything. However, other than these three great existences, the other few people could already clearly appear in front of everyone. In fact, even if they were hidden, it wouldn't be of any use. In the eyes of the Divine King, unless one was stronger than him, nothing could hide. Finally, when they arrived in front of the 10,000 Divine King of the god Punisher, everything came to a standstill. Lu Tao stared blankly at the middle-aged man on the high platform. Beside him, Lu Tao was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Tao's voice finally rang out slowly as he looked at the figure. "You? How could it be you? How could you have joined the god Punisher?" Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, a complicated expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He looked at Lu Tao and eventually smiled faintly. "What's so impossible about this? After all, I have always been a god Punisher." Behind him, countless people from the three great holy lands fell silent and sighed. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. They had already recognized that existence and the slightly younger ones next to that existence. What were their identities? Lu Tao smiled bitterly as he looked at the middle-aged man. "I really never imagined that the Green Emperor, one of the 5 sovereigns of the human race's younger generation, would actually be a god Punisher." The middle-aged man, the Divine King of the god Punisher, was actually one of the 5 sovereigns of Lu Tao's younger generation, the Green Emperor. Although in that era, the name of Lu Tao, the god slayer, was really a taboo synonym for the greatest and the most terrifying. However, he had never been able to suppress another existence, the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor and Lu Tao were considered the Gemini of that era. Unfortunately, the Green Emperor was too secretive and low-key. Many people knew about him, but not many had actually seen him. A few decades later, the Green Emperor's reputation disappeared. Many people believed that he had died while exploring some mysterious and dangerous places. However, no one had expected that the next time they saw the Green Emperor would be under such circumstances. Silence. Endless silence. Finally, Lu Feng looked at the slightly younger existence beside the Green Emperor. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Feng had seen this person before. Once upon a time, he really admired this existence. There was even a period of time when he thought of this person as someone he wanted to surpass. Looking at him, Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out. "You are the former #1 genius of the younger generation. You are also a truly invincible genius in the eyes of countless people. Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor. It was actually the Demon Emperor. He was actually the former number one of the Federation's 7 sovereigns, the Demon Emperor. Before Lu Feng's rise, the Demon Emperor was also a legend. The 7 sovereigns of the younger generation were all very dazzling existences. However, the Demon Emperor used his absolute power to suppress them all. He was fully deserving of the title of number 1 genius. Back then, Lu Luo had said that the Demon Emperor should also be a genius of this era. In other words, it was an emperor-level genius. Unfortunately, after Lu Feng's rise, not many people paid attention to the Demon Emperor's existence. The once incomparably mysterious Green Emperor and the now incomparably mysterious Demon Emperor. These 2 geniuses were truly terrifying apex geniuses. However, they were both god-slayers for countless people of the human race. This was indeed a blow. A very heavy blow, silence. Many people from other races were speechless. They all knew the identities of the Green Emperor and the Demon Emperor. As for the human race, the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the 2 eras were both god-slayers. This was something they couldn't easily accept. Why are you a god-slayer? Lu Tao looked at the Green Emperor and sighed deeply. In the end, he still couldn't accept this. Everyone knew that the Green Emperor and Lu Tao were the 2 apex geniuses of the Golden Era. It could be said that the 2 of them were fully deserving of the title of Apex Gemini in the universe during that era. Although they didn't clash much, everyone knew that the 2 of them were fiercely competitive. However, apart from this, no one knew that Lu Tao and the Green Emperor were actually friends. They were people who understood each other. Therefore, apart from being rivals, they were also friends. After hearing Lu Tao's words, the Green Emperor fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he sighed deeply. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at one of the 3 figures hidden in the endless haze beside him, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out slowly. "Father, it's not convenient for him to say. Let me explain on his behalf." Countless people focused their attention on Lu Feng, waiting for Lu Feng's explanation. At this moment, Lu Feng's gaze was also focused on the 3 mysterious figures. His voice rang out clearly at this moment. "The 3 of you must be the 3 great prophets of the God Slayer, right? Actually, there are a total of 3 great prophets in the God Slayer. These 3 great prophets are the true overlords of the God Slayer. They jointly control the God Slayer. Am I right?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, one of the 3 mysterious and noble existences who had been silent finally spoke. "That's right. The 3 of us are the overlords of the God Slayer. Looks like you know a little about the God Slayer, Emperor Lu Feng." Lu Feng smiled faintly. However, there's an indescribable, peculiar glint in his smile. "I know more than a little. At the very least, I know your identities. This is what I know." In an instant, many people could clearly feel the bodies of the 3 powerhouses trembling slightly. They were really trembling. Lu Feng didn't look at the 3 of them. Instead, he looked at the Demon Emperor and the Green Emperor, who were silently standing on top of the pavilion. "The 3 of you are God Slayer to begin with. That's how it should be. However, I still have some doubts that I would like to ask. Green Emperor and Demon Emperor, are the 2 of you father and son?" Chapter 976. Countless beings were stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Feng, unsure of why Lu Feng was asking these questions. The Green Emperor finally smiled after a moment of silence. He nodded his head lightly. "It seems like you've really thought of something. It seems like you've really understood something. Emperor Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. It's a tragedy to be born in the same era as you. Your father and I were born in the same era. Although we were known as the twin stars of the universe, in everyone's hearts, I couldn't compare to your father. In reality, that's exactly what happened. I, the Green Emperor, am a little inferior to the Imperial Exterminator. And now, even my son is inferior to his son. In fact, the difference is even greater and even more ridiculous. This is a tragedy, a tragedy. 2 generations of father and son were suppressed by another pair of father and son at the same time. It was a tragedy that couldn't be helped. 2 generations of people wanted to surpass each other, but all they got was suppression. 2 generations of suppression. This was an even greater tragedy. Countless people were silent. At this moment, they weren't qualified to say anything. Although the Green Emperor and the Demon Emperor were indeed God Slayers, they hadn't done anything out of line to the human race. In the past, or rather, they were still humans. After all, they were the pride of the human race. Lu Feng looked at the Green Emperor and the Demon Emperor and nodded gently. He turned around and looked at Lu Tao. Father, you must be confused as to why they're God Slayers, right? Lu Tao nodded gently. The complicated look in his eyes became even more obvious. He didn't expect the Green Emperor and the Demon Emperor to be father and son. Lu Feng chuckled softly. Finally, he turned and looked back at the terrifying figure in the middle of the mysterious group. Actually, the reason is simple. Because the Green Emperor and the Demon Emperor have the same surname. And this surname is first place. Almost everyone was slightly confused. Then they lowered their heads as if they were thinking about something. However, there wasn't a single human among them. There wasn't a single human among them. They were only shocked, endlessly shocked, dumbstruck, endlessly dumbstruck. In his eyes, there was a kind of madness, a kind of confusion caused by the collapse of faith. Firstly, this surname or any other race might not immediately come to mind, but as a human, it was impossible for them to not think of it. Gradually, some of the foreign race beings seemed to have thought of something. They lifted their heads and looked at the human beings beside them. After frowning slightly, they slowly opened their mouths and asked, "Firstly, I remember that there is such a surname in the human race. This surname seems to be extremely ancient. It seems at this moment, more and more existences seem to have thought of something." They looked up, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. There was even an indescribable feeling of complexity. Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out again. First of all, what a great surname. What a memorable and worshipping surname. It's a pity that when I hear this surname, it's so sad and helpless. Once upon a time, this surname forged the glory of the human race. It's synonymous with the greatest surname in human history. Even during the era when God Punisher was crazily suppressing them, the human race didn't give up. Everything was because they firmly believed that these 2 supreme beings would return to protect them. One of them is the human king Liu Bei, the ancestor of the Liu family, the human king ancestor. As for the other one, it should be the greatest name in the history of the human race. First of all, the Divine King. First of all, the Divine King. At this moment, all the foreign race beings knew. They were all shocked and confused. First of all, the Divine King. How could I not know? He was one of the 4 greatest beings in the entire history of the technological era. He was the greatest being in the past and also in the most recent era. He was the overlord of an era. Long ago, there was the Netherworld Celestial Venerable, the great Demon Emperor, and the first Divine King of modern times. These were the 3 hegemons of this era in the history of the world. His existence had led the human race out of its decline and the brink of extinction. He was the one who helped the human race to become the Overlord race in the future. However, no one could have imagined that the first Divine King's son would be a God Punisher. In a short moment, many people thought of this. They looked at the 3 hazy and illusory beings. Their voices were filled with endless trembling. The first Divine King didn't die. He's actually one of the 3 great prophets of God Punisher. One of the leaders of God Punisher who wanted to destroy the entire universe and rule the universe is actually the first Divine King, the true ancestor of the human race in the past. How is this possible? Horror and shock. This was endless horror and shock. Countless existences were at a loss, already stupefied. At this moment, even Lu Tao was stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't believe it. The great being who was once the human race's faith and whom they would think of in the most dangerous times was actually the culprit behind this time's chaos. Lu Feng looked off into the distance at the 2 silent paragons. His voice once again rang out, and once again it was filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that you were the greatest existences in the past era? That's right, you're the main culprit. Who would have thought that the Divine King wouldn't have a good end? The source of evil wasn't just God Punisher, but you three so-called prophets. Lu Feng's voice was incomparably sharp. At the moment, he was very excited, very excited. Am I right? The great first Divine King, and the other two, the great. The Netherworld Celestial Venerable, the great Demon Emperor. The three great prophets of God Punisher were actually the great overlords of the three great religions. They were the pride of all living beings in this era. They were the greatest overlords of the three great religions. All of this subverted everyone's understanding. Everyone was speechless and unable to think. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the three overlords finally shed the haze around them and appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at their appearances, countless existences fell silent. Although the Divine King's existence couldn't be recorded, they could pass down his appearance through the method of inheritance. Clearly, these three people were the overlords of the three great religions in the minds of many beings. All of this, what exactly is going on? Lu Tao knew that Lu Feng already knew everything. Therefore, he asked in hopes of learning the truth from Lu Feng. At this moment, countless eyes were gathered on Lu Feng. Everyone was looking at Lu Feng, hoping that Lu Feng would answer and explain to them. Lu Feng was silent for a very long time before he finally opened his mouth. Actually, the first Divine King didn't die. Back then, he saw the truth after entering the core area of the Massacre Abyss. He saw the so-called truth of the fall of the primordial immortal demon era. Moreover, the core area of the Massacre Abyss doesn't really record the secret of the end of the primordial immortal demon era. What exists there is only the legend of the 33 levels of heaven. The 33 levels of heaven is the path of transcendence. It is a path that can surpass everything. It is possible to transform in the 33 levels of heaven. Therefore, the overlords of the three great religions, starting from the oldest heavenly venerate Nether, have been preparing for it. They know that even if they have reached the level of an overlord of an era, it is still impossible for them to survive the great calamity of the universe. They can only reach this level if they improve further. Therefore, they thought of the 33 levels of heaven. However, it is not that easy to open the 33 levels of heaven. If they want to open the 33 levels of heaven before the great calamity of the universe, they will need extreme power. Unfortunately, Heavenly Venerate Nether didn't have it back then. Later, when the great Demon Sky Emperor became an overlord of an era, the two of them still couldn't open the 33 levels of heaven. At this point, Lu Feng paused slightly. He looked at the overlords of the three great religions and saw that they were extremely silent. Then, he finally continued. However, they were unwilling to give up. If they waited until the last moment to enter, it would be impossible for them to succeed given their current strength. They would definitely be like the great overlords of the martial path epic in the past. They would completely sink into oblivion. Therefore, they started looking for a solution. Finally, one day, through some unknown means, they finally found a way. And this solution was a sacrifice. Using the blood of experts as a sacrifice, the door that seals the 33 levels of heaven would be completely opened. Therefore, from hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a legend that the Divine King would not have a good ending. However, later on, they realized that this speed was still too slow and it was still difficult to open it. At this time, a heaven-defying monster was finally born. That was the first Divine King. The existence of the overlords of the three great religions has surpassed any era in history. This gave them hope. Fortunately, the first Divine King also came up with the same solution after entering the core area of the Massacre Abyss. Therefore, they attacked at the same time, but the result was still the same. In the end, they could only use the original method of sacrifice. Countless people fell silent. They looked in the direction of the overlords of the three great religions, with indescribable complexity in their eyes. In the past, the overlords of the three great religions were as great as totems worshipped by the various peak overlord races. Even among different races, the result was still the same. However, they now understood that the truth was actually like this. Then, in the past 10,000 years, apart from the first divine king and the ancestral human king, all the other divine kings of the human race have been. Lu Feng sighed softly. He looked at Lu Tao beside him and nodded. That is indeed the case. In the past 10,000 years, apart from the first divine king and the ancestral human king, the fall of the other 13 divine kings of the human race is closely related to the God Slayer. In order to not cause panic in the universe, they did everything in secret. This time, they appeared in the open because they sensed something. They understood that if they did not open the 33 levels of heaven as soon as possible, they were destined to end up like those existences in history. Therefore, they chose not to hide anymore. They chose to appear in the open. This time, the target of the sacrifice is the entire universe. All the living beings that God Punisher has secretly nurtured are at least 10,000 God Kings, right? Chapter 977. At this moment, it was really turbulent and filled with endless panic. The 10,000 divine kings and the God Punisher were all shaken when they heard Lu Feng's words. They actually took a step back simultaneously. Although they tried their best to remain expressionless, anyone could feel the panic in the depths of their hearts. The three overlords finally stopped holding back. They slowly walked forward. However, their slow steps were shockingly terrifying. With a light step, they crossed countless space-time and directly arrived in front of Lu Feng. Their eyes were filled with endless turbulence. Their tyrannical wills were constantly recovering, affecting the order of the world and causing the era to wither. Emperor Lu Feng, it was indeed my mistake that I didn't ask for your so-called corpse back then. If I had been a little stronger back then, I would have been able to forcefully ask for your corpse back when I faced the ancient emperor. Then, perhaps everything would have gone according to our plan. Now, 1,000,000 God Kings have appeared. As for you, you've reached this level in a short 14 years. You've actually reached this level. You are comparable to the level of power that we can only reach after countless eras of cultivation after distorting space-time. Lu Feng, the current you is indeed worthy of being the #1 monstrous genius in the endless space-time. Even your primogenitor, the human king, can't be compared to you in terms of aptitude. Lu Feng was silent. He looked at them with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. In the end, he looked at the only silent overlord, the first divine king. Once upon a time, you were one of the existences that I admired the most in my heart. The admiration I had for the human king primogenitor was only a kind of admiration for the strong. However, for you, the first divine king. As for me, it's a form of worship that comes from the depths of my heart. It's because of your existence that the human race has reached its current state. If it weren't for you, then the human race would have already been exterminated. There wouldn't be a human king in the future, and I wouldn't even exist. Therefore, I respect and admire you from the bottom of my heart. Do you know how much my heart trembled when I found out the truth? My heart is in so much pain. Lu Feng's voice gradually turned gloomy. At the same time, countless beings from the human race did the same. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable glint. The traitor could be any divine king in history. It could be the key existence of any human. However, it definitely couldn't be two people. Now, it should be three people. These three were the progenitor of the human king, Emperor Lu Feng, and the first divine king. The existence of the three of them had become the faith of the human race. If it was them who betrayed the human race, then the impact on the human race would be indescribably huge. Hearing Lu Feng's words, #1 divine king remained silent. Compared to the other two overlords, his time in existence was too short. Therefore, there were some things that he couldn't be so open-minded about. Therefore, there were some things that he couldn't let go of. In his eyes, there was an endless sense of closure. Finally, He slowly raised his head. Lu Feng, right? You're still young. Furthermore, you have the potential to reach the final level. You don't understand how extreme the pain of not being able to break through is for beings like us. There are some things that I know I don't need to explain. This time, I will give you one last chance. Join us, and you can become the fourth Godslayer prophet. As long as you open the final immortal realm of the 33 levels of heaven, you can cultivate as fast as you can. Then, you can enter it and cultivate as soon as possible. When we all become sovereigns, we will transcend the 33 heavens and enter a new epoch of space-time. Lu Feng, this is the last chance I am giving you on account that we are both from a human race, and you are an exceptional genius. Lu Feng looked at the slightly emotional First Divine King and finally shook his head slowly. First Divine King, I am the Emperor of the human race. My greatest dream in this life is to protect the entire human race. Apart from that, there is nothing else. This was Lu Feng's true dream. Protecting the human race and all the people he needed to protect was the foundation of his strength. Moreover, your thinking is too simple. The number one Divine King and the four Supreme Sovereigns, do you really think that they can enter a new era? The first Divine King sighed softly. His eyes were filled with helplessness. In that case, I can only apologize. This time, 1,000,000 Divine King experts and all of you will be sacrificed. I believe there won't be any problems opening the final immortal realm. Many people were stunned when they heard this. They looked at the overlords of the three realms in confusion. Although the overlords of the epoch represented the ultimate realm of the Divine King, there were certain limitations to being invincible. There were 1,000,000 Divine King experts here. 1,000,000 Divine King experts. Even the overlords of the epoch wouldn't be a match for such a lineup. His words at this moment made people somewhat puzzled and confused. However, Lu Feng was silent as he looked at the overlords of the three sects and slowly said, "What do you think? Do you really think you can kill 1,000,000 Divine King experts with your strength alone?" Heavenly Venerate Nether looked at Lu Feng, chuckled, and nodded. "That's right. We think that just the three of us are enough to wipe out all of you. Back then, we were able to ambush Human King Liu Bei. Now, we are even stronger than before. Fighting against those ants is nothing. Emperor Lu Feng, I know you are very powerful. However, you still haven't entered the ultimate realm. You're a peak half-step ruler. That is indeed an invincible realm. Unfortunately, we are also half-step ruler." Once these words were spoken, apart from Lu Feng, everyone else was shaken. Even the three celestial masters were the same. Naturally, they had seen Lu Feng's terrifying battle prowess. Power to fight against 1,000,000 Divine King experts. This wasn't just a dream. It wasn't a legend. Moreover, there were three of them. The combined power of three half-step rulers was definitely not as simple as the sum of their strengths. Therefore, they were truly overwhelmed with shock. No one could have imagined that the true identities of the three hegemons were actually three half-step sovereigns. This was truly shocking, endlessly shocking. In this epoch, only Human King Liu Bei, Ancient Emperor, and you, the new Emperor Lu Feng, can stand against us. A pity that the Human King is dead. Even if Ancient Emperor comes here, he won't be of any use. The two of you won't be able to stand against three half-step rulers. If we didn't have absolute confidence in ourselves, why would we be waiting here for your arrival? The great demonic sky Emperor laughed maniacally. He had set up countless space-time traps. In the entire epoch, almost all the God King powerhouses in the recent hundreds of thousands of years had died miserably, and the reason for this misfortune had been planned by him. A pity that those hundreds of thousands of years of preparation were still not enough. However, things are different now, because so many Divine King had arrived. As long as they were sacrificed, the final destination could be easily opened. Lu Feng looked at Nether Heavenly Venerable and the Great Demonic Sky Emperor, who were laughing maniacally. Looking at the cold First Divine King, he also laughed maniacally. His laughter reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, The cold light in Lu Feng's eyes completely froze the void. The strongest power was about to erupt at its peak. He looked at the three overlords with an incomparably cold expression. Actually, you've made 3 mistakes. Before they could ask anything, Lu Feng continued. First, the human king is not dead. The power of the unparalleled sovereign is not something you can imagine. The human king's greatness is not something you can comprehend. He is still not dead. On this point, besides Lu Feng, no one else in the universe could confirm it. Looking at them, Lu Feng's voice continued. Second, you did not kill me completely back then. This was indeed a mistake. Back then, the great demonic Sky Emperor's avatar had thought that Lu Feng would definitely die in that calamity. But who would have thought that Lu Feng would come back to life and even become as great as them in 14 short years? This was indeed the second mistake. Thirdly, you guys are really stupid. Who told you that the only half-step rulers in the current era were the Emperor and me? There was a mocking smile in the corner of his eyes. When the first divine king and the others said such words and made such a decision, they were no longer the totems worshipped in the original universe. They were devils, evil existences that were the enemies of the universe, just like the monsters. Hence, Lu Feng would no longer give them any face. When Lu Feng's voice landed, everyone was slightly stunned, and everyone was thinking. In the void, in the depths of the endless chaos, a shocking crack appeared. Then, a few extremely shocking lights appeared. Figures. It's the 3 immortal masters' eyes shone with excitement. They had already recognized these people. Countless living beings felt the ultimate majesty of the world. This was the ultimate majesty that covered the entire space-time, making it impossible for them to resist. Even the great perfection realm-time Overlord couldn't resist such an ultimate majesty. His entire body trembled, and he almost knelt down in worship. Heavenly venerable Netherworld, great Devil Emperor, and the first Divine King were stunned as they looked at the 5 figures walking over from afar. This was something they had never expected. This was a scene that was destined to lead to their failure. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ultimate existences had already arrived beside Lu Feng. Their glory appeared at every moment, affecting the chaos era, shocking history, and making the universe bow down to them. What they represented was the true, endless glory of the entire universe. They were the ultimate kings, the kings of taboo. Emperor, Immortal King, Demon King, Divine King, Saint King. Lu Feng looked at the 5 ultimate kings and smiled gently as he spoke slowly. Emperor smiled gently when he heard Lu Feng's words. This time, you owe us a favor. Chapter 978. Lu Feng had already guessed God Punisher's true identity. Moreover, from his conversation with the monarch, he could faintly sense that God Punisher's prophet was most likely not just a limit heaven, but a half-step sovereign like him, a power of power. Later on, Lu Feng inquired about the existence of the various peak races and finally came to a shocking conclusion. The 3 overlords of this era were actually still alive. They had twisted space-time and forcibly lived until now. Moreover, the 3 of them were most likely half-step sovereigns. Lu Feng naturally understood that although he was known as the peak half-step sovereign, he was still lacking in strength when facing 3 half-step sovereigns. After all, he was only a half-step sovereign, not a paramount sovereign. Therefore, at the final moment, after leaving Gufang's star, Lu Feng directly headed to the second universe to look for the 5 ultimate kings. After a few days, he finally gathered all 5 ultimate kings. That was why he dared to bring countless living beings here to fight against the God Slayers. Now, when all the secrets were revealed, the 5 ultimate kings finally walked out from their hiding place in the primal chaos. Looking at the 3 half-step sovereigns before him, Lu Feng smiled. It was an indescribably complicated smile. I do not know where the human king is, but I am certain that my primogenitor, the human king, is still alive. The first time you all failed. As for me, I am still alive and well. The second time, you all failed as well, a complete failure. Now, for the third time, you all believed that you had everything under control. You all believed that you had the entire situation under control. However, the result was still the same. You all are destined to fail, an inevitable failure. Because this time, I, Monarch Lu Feng, am not alone. Even if the human king Liu Bei never appeared, I'm still not alone. I still have comrades by my side. The five ultimate kings slowly took a step forward and arrived beside Lu Feng. Their power of power shook heaven and earth, causing space-time to tremble unceasingly. Without a doubt, they were extremely terrifying existences. They were the apex kings of the endless space-time. Their existence made the first divine king, the great devil emperor, and heavenly venerable netherworld fall into an endless silence. Anyone of the five taboo kings was not weaker than them. Moreover, Lu Feng's original body was at the pinnacle realm above these people. It could be said that Lu Feng was only one step away from the true realm of great success. He was really only one step away from entering the realm of perfection. At that moment, the three half-step sovereigns understood. They had plotted for countless years, but in the end, they still failed. A battle had begun. 1,000,000 immortal kings against 10,000 divine kings. There was no other possibility. Divine kings and immortal kings were at the same level. Moreover, the divine kings in the original universe could not possibly have the most perfect cultivation system. They were no match for immortal kings at the same level. In addition, there was an absolute disparity in numbers. In an instant, they were defeated. In fact, this kind of collision did not attract the attention of many existences. This was because everyone knew that there was no other possibility. The existences of the three holy lands would definitely win this battle. Godslayer would not be able to resist at all. What really stirred up the attention of countless creatures was the collision between the apex kings. The five taboo kings chose the collision between the great devil emperor and heavenly venerable netherworld. They directly tore through the endless space-time and entered an endless ancient battlefield of time. No one needed to pay attention to the result. They all knew that the moment they walked in, the result had already been decided. The great devil emperor, heavenly venerable netherworld, and the first divine king's true aptitude were actually not that of a supreme king. Their true aptitude was that of a taboo king. After countless eras, the number of freaks in the technological era had reached an unprecedented level. The taboo kings, who had never been born in the later generations, had also been born in this era. The three holy overlords. If they were not taboo kings, they would never have been able to possess such unparalleled power. They would never have been able to reach such a level where they could distort space-time and increase their strength. In the end, Lu Feng also disappeared. The one who disappeared with him was the first divine king, the great king of the human race. Many people knew that this was an internal battle of the human race. It was the final battle, and it was also the final battle that Lu Feng had launched for his old beliefs. The battlefield also entered an unknown and mysterious place. No one knew the process of the battle. No one even knew what the situation was. Even the three immortal masters were not qualified to pay attention to this final battle. Lu Feng's departure took an entire year's time. During this time, the five taboo kings had returned. They had entered a whole new level through the battle with the two half-step sovereigns. They were not inferior to Lu Feng's previous realm. They were almost on the verge of a breakthrough. When they were asked about Lu Feng's situation, the five taboo kings only laughed and left. Lu Feng's existence is more terrifying than ours. Although we are unwilling to admit it, we have no choice but to agree. Lu Feng is truly the #1 monstrous genius since ancient times. His strength has already surpassed the limits of this era. Even the primitive immortal devil era, it is absolutely impossible to compare with him. There's no need to worry about him. There's really no need. This was the five taboo kings' understanding of Lu Feng. This was also the first time the 5 great taboo kings admitted that there was an existence above them. Even during the era of the human monarch, when the human monarch Liu Bei was tyrannical and heaven-defying and suppressed everyone, they had never admitted that they were inferior to the human monarch. Everyone chose to wait. They waited in this boundless land of chaos. This time, they waited for an entire year. A year later, Lu Feng returned. He was carrying a mottled corpse with both hands. However, this corpse was emitting a terrifying aura that could shatter eras. If a mere corpse possessed such power, then there was no need to imagine how terrifying the original body was. Everyone knew that this was the first divine king. In the end, he had still fallen. At this moment, no matter what cultivation state they were in, no matter what status they had, all of them knelt down respectfully in the direction of the corpse. Although the first divine king wanted to exterminate the human race in the end, he had still fallen. Everyone knew. They all remembered. They would never forget the first divine king's greatness. They would never forget the first divine king's peerlessness. They would never forget everything that the first divine king had done for the human race. If it hadn't been for him, the human race wouldn't have existed until now. If it hadn't been for him, the human race wouldn't have lasted until now. Primogenitor Divine King, rest in peace. Primogenitor Divine King, rest in peace. The first divine king's corpse was sent back to the human race by Lu Feng. He sent it back to the human race's mother planet, Earth. This was the place where the first divine king had been born. Before his death, the first divine king had said that he hoped to be buried in his homeland after death. This was his final wish and request in this life. On Earth, in the Human Race Federation, Lu Feng stood alone in front of a new grave. This grave didn't have any extravagance. It was just a piece of yellow soil on Earth. Everything was so simple that anyone who saw it would just take a look and leave. However, no one knew that the person buried in this grave was the greatest supreme of the universe in the past. In order to make up for your mistakes, I have scattered all your power throughout the Milky Way Federation to continue protecting the human race. Before the first divine king had died, he had condensed an endless amount of power and given it to Lu Feng in the hopes that he would break through. After all, he had known that a great calamity would befall the human race in the future. However, in the end, Lu Feng hadn't used that power. Instead, he had scattered it all around the Milky Way to silently protect the human race. Primogenitor Divine King, rest in peace. After taking one last look at the yellow soil and the simple grave, Lu Feng turned around and left. In the future, he still had a future to pursue. The number 1 divine king had fallen, but he, Lu Feng, could not fall. That was because there were still billions of humans, countless living beings that he needed to protect. Therefore, he couldn't fall. The expedition was still going on. Lu Feng had to persevere. When he returned to the entrance of the 33 levels of heaven, the 3 immortal masters finally used the power of the Holy Land. They used a special method to open this ancient place that had been sealed for an era. Ever since that expedition, there were no longer any demonic creatures in the 33 levels of heaven. After opening the final destination, Lu Feng told them the locations of all the transportation arrays in the 33 levels of heaven. Then, he left the 33 levels of heaven for good. Actually, number 1 divine king didn't understand and wouldn't understand. The 33 levels of heaven could indeed help existences cultivate, but to half-step sovereigns like them, it was useless. It could be said that after entering the final destination, they couldn't realize their dreams. Without the accumulation of time, if they weren't heaven-defying, if they were taboo monarchs, they still wouldn't be able to break through and become a true ruler. Countless living beings had entered the 33rd heaven, but Lu Feng had left. Many other existences had left together with him. They didn't leave because they didn't want to cultivate in there. It was because they had something more important to do. That was Lu Feng's wedding. Lu Feng promised that after dealing with God Punisher, he would give Yuyo, Qingran, and Shuiyin a proper wedding. Therefore, after settling everything, Lu Feng returned. Under the witness and cheers of millions of living beings, he finally had a wife. This was also the first time he had two wives. In the next 100 years, Lu Feng quietly accompanied his two wives. However, it was a pity that Xu Yin and Yu Qingran couldn't have Lu Feng's children because their cultivation levels were too low. Before they were strong enough, they couldn't have children for the Lu family. This was the regret in Lu Tao and Yin Chenwei's hearts. However, they all knew that with Lu Feng's existence, the two of them wouldn't take long to reach the terrifying realm. Chapter 979. 100 years later, Lu Feng disappeared. Everyone knew that Lu Feng had started to cultivate frantically. For the sake of that future clash, for the sake of the hope of the future, Lu Feng had given up everything and started to cultivate crazily. For 1,000 years, there was no news from Lu Feng. It was as if he had already died. However, everyone knew that Lu Feng couldn't possibly be dead. 10,000 years later, there was still no news from Lu Feng. 100,000 years later, it was still the same. It was as if Lu Feng had completely disappeared. Finally, after 1,000,000 years, Lu Feng returned. Unfortunately, he still hadn't broken through. He had used more than 20 years to go from an ordinary person to a half-step ruler. However, after 1,000,000 years, he still hadn't entered the sovereign realm and become a supreme ruler. This was unimaginably difficult. After 1,000,000 years, Lu Feng returned. Although he hadn't broken through, he had entered an indescribable state. This state seemed to exist between a breakthrough and an unbreakable state. It could be said that he was truly invincible. This time, Lu Fenglai had come because of a promise. During these 1,000,000 years, he had been drifting through the endless space-time, comprehending the true meaning of the sovereign realm. Although he hadn't fought in 1,000,000 years, his strength was indescribable. Lu Feng had returned. At the same time, the 5 ultimate monarchs had also appeared. They had agreed that after reaching the pinnacle, they would engage in a life-and-death battle to help them break through. The location of the battle was still the depths of the endless primal chaos. This time, the battle lasted for an entire day. Many existences didn't know how the battle was going. They could only sense the terrifying collisions in the entire universe. After a day, the 6 ultimate monarchs returned. Lu Feng's aura was still the same as before. In the end, he still hadn't broken through. However, the other ultimate monarchs had succeeded. They had all entered the eternal domain that they were destined to pursue. On this day, the entire universe was in an endless turmoil. Millions of immortal spirits and statues appeared. Countless flourishing paths paved the way. The entire universe seemed to have entered an immortal realm. This was praise. This was praise for the unparalleled Sovereign Lord. The existence of Supreme Ruler was beyond the control of everything. The origin source of the universe could only congratulate such an existence, not bestow favors upon them. After returning, the 5 taboo monarchs didn't leave. They guarded the original universe and cultivated quietly. Many people were endlessly interested in the outcome of this battle. At the last moment, one of the 3 immortal masters, Eternal Immortal Master, personally sought the Emperor, hoping to get the final result. This time, the Eternal Immortal Lord was no longer the Eternal Immortal Lord of the past. After returning from the Yellow Spring Continent, the Eternal Immortal Lord of the Ancient End Era had become the Eternal Immortal Lord again. As Immortal Emperor was the Emperor, Eternal Immortal Emperor, it was easier for him to get the news. The Emperor didn't try to hide anything, but the news he revealed stunned many existences. Immortal Master. Although he didn't enter the final domain, he really didn't fail. Before we entered the Supreme Ruler realm, even the 5 of us combined were no match for Immortal Master. He seemed to have entered an unprecedented domain of divine remains. Although he wasn't a Supreme Ruler, his battle strength was no weaker than a Supreme Ruler's. In fact, it was much, much stronger. At the last moment, the 5 of us entered the Supreme Ruler realm at the same time. Although we had just entered, we were still Supreme Rulers. But when we clashed with Immortal Master, We couldn't do anything to him. If this matter were to spread, it would be the biggest joke in the world. It's a pity that the 5 supreme rulers couldn't suppress or even defeat a half-step ruler. Lu Feng had truly entered a mysterious realm. If one were to count all the half-step sovereigns in history, Lu Feng would definitely be considered invincible and unrivaled. In the following period of time, Lu Feng once again lost track of his whereabouts. After that, another 2 million years passed. During these 2 million years, Lu Feng's friends and family all entered a valiant realm. Their strength rose rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of their lives. Even Feather Qingran and Shroud Shuyan had entered the time Overlord realm. As for the human race, no less than 10,000 peerless divine king had been born. This was an era of monstrous geniuses. It was even more terrifying and extreme than the primordial immortal devil era. Finally, 5 million years after the Godslayer War and the opening of the final immortal realm of the 33 levels of heaven, Lu Feng's will was transmitted from the depths of the distant universe. Separated by endless eras and distance, he had finally transmitted his will. After receiving this will, countless existences were completely shaken. Within the final immortal realm of the 33 levels of heaven and the primal universe, countless existences were shaken. After slumbering for 5 million years, these ancient existences had finally awakened. The entire universe was shaken. On this day, countless existences gathered outside the immortal realm of the 33 levels of heaven, waiting for the arrival of the Emperor. However, they were disappointed, because on this day, Lu Feng did not appear. There was not even the slightest bit of news about him. They continued to wait. A few more days passed, and Lu Feng still did not appear. If it were someone else, these existences might have thought that Lu Feng was unable to keep the appointment. However, when it came to Lu Feng, no one thought so. Because he was Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. In the modern space-time, Lu Feng had become a myth, a legend. Even the overlords of the epic regarded Lu Feng as the end of their faith. In the universe, in the endless space-time, such a great existence had become eternal. Even the 5 supreme rulers had said this before. For a million years ago, they had joined forces and used the power of the 5 supreme rulers. However, they had still not been able to suppress Lu Feng. They had not even been able to defeat him. This was enough to show that the power of Lu Feng 4 million years ago had been comparable to the 5 supreme rulers. Of course, the 5 supreme rulers had only just entered the supreme ruler realm at the time. They had not reached the peak of the supreme ruler realm. However, according to the Emperor, Lu Feng's combat strength had definitely been comparable to 3 or even 4 supreme rulers. Now, after so many years, Lu Feng might still not have broken through, because there was still no such thing as praise in space-time. However, everyone knew that Lu Feng's existence was definitely even more terrifying. Now, he must have entered an even greater and more terrifying domain. Therefore, he would not be in any danger. Finally, on the 4th day, there was an unprecedented praise in the universe. That was the vibration of space-time. It was the worship of the universe. Vaguely, everyone saw countless true, unparalleled Holy Spirits appear. They knelt down in the same direction devoutly. He saw many gods from the age of myths and legends, who were devout and filled with boundless faith. He saw countless mighty spirit beasts from the age of immortals and devils, who roared and howled into the heavens. The entire universe was filled with such terrifying phenomena. It was a shocking scene. Countless existences were so excited that they trembled. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable brilliance. At this moment, countless humans knelt down at the same time and roared towards the sky. Congratulations, Ancestor! You have become the supreme ruler of space-time and eternally unparalleled. Congratulations, Ancestor! You have become the supreme ruler of space-time and eternally unparalleled. 5 million years ago, when Lu Feng returned to the original universe and saved the human race, Lu Feng was no longer Emperor Lu Feng. He was ancestor Lu Feng. Therefore, he was the ancestor of the human race. Countless voices reverberated and praised. The emperor walked slowly and looked in the direction of the shocking waves. His expression was extremely strange. Beside him, the other four supreme rulers also came. Such an aura of praise is really extremely terrifying. It is much, much stronger than we were in the past. What kind of domain has Lu Feng entered? Could it be that he has directly become an existence like that? This was the only possibility that everyone could think of. At this moment, the five of them were silent. Finally, when the endless praise and worship of billions of living beings reached the climax, from the distant space-time, slowly walked over. He walked gently, bringing with him the vision of heaven and earth. In the void, there were blooming golden lotuses that filled the endless starry sky. Behind him, there were thousands of great and rare beasts that roared, and countless gods bowed respectfully. Such a trip was beyond anyone's imagination. Such a trip was the greatest symbol of greatness. Glory and splendor covered the land, paved with time and space, and respected by heaven and earth. Lu Feng had returned with a quiet step. He arrived in front of many beings. At this moment, Lu Feng smiled. His smile was the true essence of space-time and the fusion of endless laws. His gentle smile actually made everyone feel an impulse from the bottom of their hearts, an impulse to worship him. This was Lu Feng, the ancestor of the human race, Lu Feng. He had finally returned with the greatest glory. Finally, when Lu Fenglai arrived, strange expressions appeared on many people's faces. It wasn't because Lu Feng was strange, but because a figure had appeared beside Lu Feng without anyone noticing. It was the existence of that figure that made countless existences feel strange. Of course, for those ordinary existences, they felt strange because they didn't know who else besides the five great supreme rulers could stand shoulder to shoulder with the human ancestor Lu Feng. However, for those apex existences, they felt strange because they knew who it was. The emperor looked at the incomparably young man beside Lu Feng and smiled gently. Finally, he took a step forward and stood in front of him. His voice resounded through the entire sky. "You've also come, human monarch Liu Bei." Countless people were stunned when they heard this. Human monarch Liu Bei. It was actually human monarch Liu Bei. In the universe, there was a legend that before the human ancestor, the number one monstrous genius and expert in the universe wasn't the human ancestor Lu Feng. His name belonged to a legendary existence. That existence was the ancestor of the human ancestor Lu Feng, a great existence known as the human monarch. He used to be, or until just now, the greatest existence in the entire universe. These people had never expected that Liu Bei would appear at such a time. Countless existences of the Liu family looked in Liu Bei's direction and knelt down to worship him, calling out loudly to welcome their ancestor. Ancestor, this was their ancestor. He was fully deserving of the title of ancestor. Back then, the Liu family had been founded by human monarch Liu Bei. Now, at the final moment, he had also appeared. He quietly arrived in front of countless existences. Liu Bei smiled gently. "Emperor, you've also broken through. All of you have broken through." Not bad at all. The five ultimate rulers had actually met Liu Bei before. They had all competed with Liu Bei in their respective eras. Unfortunately, they had all failed. Liu Bei's strength was heaven-defying. He had actually become the right person at the wrong time. Now they had met again. Chapter 980. The Emperor chuckled. "Back then, you and I fought in the domain of the virtual king and the heavenly master. Back then, I was still a little weaker and was defeated by you." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly moved. He instantly understood. He remembered that he had heard from Lu Tao that before the human king became the divine king, he had once fought with a peerless psychic master and won by a hair's breadth. Now, it seemed that the psychic master back then was the emperor. Liu Bei was still chuckling, but he didn't say anything else. At this moment, the 6 people, the countless living beings, and the endless living beings all looked at Lu Feng. They knew that Lu Feng had gathered them here for the final moment. And now they had arrived. Then, the final expedition was about to take place. Lu Feng looked at the many beings and stopped smiling. There was a solemn expression in his eyes that had never been seen before. In the next moment, he slowly rose into the air and entered the sky above the peak of everything. His eyes were filled with endless solemnity. Lu Feng slowly scanned his surroundings. Finally, he cast his gaze in one direction. Everyone knew that it was the direction of the human race. It was the direction of the Human Federation. Lu Feng's voice resounded throughout the universe. Chaos Beast, how long are you going to wait? As soon as his voice fell, the distant space and time trembled. There were no living beings on Gufang's star anymore. 4 million years ago, the human race's ancestor, Lu Feng, had ordered that no living beings were allowed to live on Gufang's star. Although they didn't know why, since it was Lu Feng's order, these people would obey it. Just like that, the planet that had once been one of the top 10 planets in the Federation became one of the forbidden lands of the human race overnight. Now, this forbidden land that had existed for 4 million years was in turmoil. In the surveillance video of the human race, under the gaze of countless living beings, one could clearly see that the mountains, rivers, and ancient city ruins in the periphery of Gufang's star had turned into ashes in an instant. Finally, everyone saw Gufang's star's true appearance. It was an incomparably ferocious and terrifying metallic object. It floated quietly in the universe like a supreme beast that could devour everything. In an instant, the ancient artifact shattered into pieces. An enormous figure towering across the starry sky appeared. It quietly occupied the depths of the endless starry sky, abnormally malevolent and terrifying, truly capable of destroying everything. There were countless chains entangling the giant beast, and they seemed to be able to bind even its soul. But in the next moment, the chains broke. All of them broke. The giant beast finally soared into the sky. It tore through the endless void and headed for the depths of the universe. Everyone finally understood why Lu Feng had set Gufang's star as a forbidden area. It turned out that this was indeed a place filled with endless dangers. What was sealed here was actually one of the 3 overlords of the primal immortal and devil age. The ferocious beast of primal chaos. Lu Feng was at the top of the endless peak. His eyes glowed as he looked in the second direction. Everyone knew that this was the place where the Outland battlefield was located. In the next moment, his voice resounded once more. Great desolate beast, the time is just right. It is time to wake up. The moment his voice disappeared, everyone saw it again. In the depths of the Outland battlefield, in the endless barren land, an era's totem trembled. That is the great desolate totem. That is indeed the great desolate totem. It was a supreme treasure that had reached grade 13 for a short period of time. Gradually, it completely awakened. From within it, an ancient existence was reflected. He looked in Lu Feng's direction with a knowing smile. I am awake. I know. I am the supreme primogenitor of the desolate era. But I am also the reincarnation of the great desolate beast. I am awake. The reincarnation of the great desolate beast was the primogenitor of the desolate era. He was also the great existence that had used the countless existences of the desolate era to condense the great desolate totem. Now, using the endless barren aura, he had created a brand new great desolate totem. And this was the true body of the great desolate beast. The great desolate totem changed, transforming into an endless terrifying giant beast. The entire Outland battlefield was shrouded in the barren aura. It soared into the sky, shattering the endless space-time crystal walls, shattering all the eternal protection. Just like that, the great desolate beast descended, completely appearing in the universe, heading towards the immortal land's awakening. Everyone was shocked, truly shocked. So in this universe, there was actually such a terrifying existence hidden. These were the 2 strongest Xian Tian existences. They belonged to the category of unparalleled terror. They were the supreme rulers. Lu Feng's eyes moved again, sweeping across the endless depths of the universe. Everyone did not know what was there. But in the next moment, Lu Feng's voice resounded clearly for the third time. After being silent for endless years, you have turned into a forbidden land, experiencing so much. Now, do you still not want to wake up? Everyone saw it again. In the depths of the boundless universe, a terrifying forbidden area collapsed in a land of absolute danger that was rarely visited by humans. Vaguely, everyone saw a terrifying beast that had roared since ancient times, awakening once again. After countless eras and billions of years, today, my Beast King has finally awakened. The ultimate Beast King. The ultimate Beast King. Legend had it that at the beginning of the chaos, there were three most powerful pre-celestial life forms, and these three most powerful life forms were the three invincible Beast Kings. Many existences thought that these terrifying Beast Kings had died during the immortal devil era. They had perished during the terrifying expeditions of the immortal race. However, no one expected that the Beast Kings were still alive. They had existed since ancient times and had survived until now through various means. At this final moment, all of them had awakened and appeared between heaven and earth. All of them had gathered. For the fourth time, Lu Feng's eyes moved. He was summoning the greatest beings from the endless eras. He was summoning them back, summoning them to gather for the final battle. The heaven-defying fighting souls have awakened, and they are waiting quietly. Don't tell me you still don't want to come back. 3 holy clans, it's time to wake up. 3 holy clans. Countless people were confused and shocked. In their knowledge, there was only one holy clan, the Jiahua bloodline. However, now it seemed that there were 3 holy clans. As Lu Feng's 4th summon landed, space and time cracked. From this endless space and time, tens of millions of ancient existences walked out. These tens of millions of existences shocked the entire era. They were all existences at the level of the Divine King. Tens of millions of immortal kings. This was much more powerful than the current lineup. Countless people's souls trembled. They had never thought that the 3 holy clans would have such a great and shocking trump card. The ancient ancestor of the Jiahua bloodline walked out slowly and arrived at the endless space. As for the other 2 holy clans, the beings from the original universe finally recognized them. To their horror, they discovered that this was actually the Dishi bloodline that had disappeared for 5 million years among the Emperor clans. The Divine King, Emperor Shur, was even more terrifying. He had already reached the level of the ultimate sky of the 33 levels. At this moment, he also walked out and arrived in front of countless living beings. The last one caused a commotion among countless humans because they really knew this supreme being. This supreme being used to belong to the Federation government and was the absolute upper echelon of the Federation government. For a million years ago, in the year that Lu Feng disappeared, they also disappeared. They were so mysterious that no one could find a trace of them. Only now did these people know that they had never left and had never been annihilated. They had just hidden themselves. And they were one of the 3 holy clans. The great bloodline of the Divine King and the Divine Emperor of the Supreme Sky was one of the supreme families of the human race in the past. They had the most mysterious inheritance. So they were one of the holy clans. The Supreme Sky Emperor walked out and stood quietly beside the other 2 supreme beings. At this moment, the space fluctuated. The 3 great existences of the ultimate sky of the 33 levels were shocked to the extreme. Looking at them, the light in Lu Feng's eyes became even brighter. Now it's time. Summon your primogenitors. Lu Feng need their battle strength. I want to go on the final expedition. The 3 primogenitors chuckled and bowed respectfully towards Lu Feng. Then they turned around and began to burn everything. In the next moment, the 10 million immortal kings of the 3 holy lands, the Divine King, moved at the same time. Their eyes were filled with dazzling light. Countless blood and souls appeared in their bodies at the same time. In an instant, a portion of the blood and souls condensed in the void, forming three mighty figures. When all the blood and energy condensed, the three figures finally became three solid entities. At this moment, the universe shook again. Countless immortal phenomena and space-time praise appeared again, disturbing the eternity of the era. This was the aura of the era that would only appear when a supreme sovereign was born. Three supreme sovereigns. These were actually three supreme sovereigns who were born in defiance of the heavens. Looking at the three people, Lu Feng actually bowed respectfully under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people. Given his current status as the publicly acknowledged primogenitor of the human race, the ultimate guardian of billions of lives, and the true number one existence of this eternal expedition, he actually bowed. I, Lu Feng, greet the three primogenitors of the heavenly emperor, earthly emperor, and human emperor. Primogenitors, the heavenly emperor, earthly emperor, and human emperor's primogenitor. At this moment, with a solemn expression, human King Liu Bei at the side also knelt down. When countless existences saw this, they seemed to have expected something. No longer hesitating, they all knelt at the same time. The three sovereigns and five emperors. These were the supreme existences of the human Tao epic. According to legend, they had all walked their own paths and reached the level of supreme sovereigns. However, because they could not tolerate the universe's space-time, they were ultimately obliterated by endless tribulations. However, they had forcibly passed down the fire seed of the human race, allowing the human race to continue to appear in every epoch after that. Therefore, the three sovereigns and five emperors were truly the greatest primogenitors of the human race. Gradually, some people finally realized something, and their eyes were filled with shock. The three great sacred tribes, according to legend, their legacies have been passed down through epochs without being severed. I used to think that was just a rumor, but now it seems that they are the descendants of the three sovereigns. In fact, they're the protectors of the three sovereigns. It is only natural that they were able to pass down their legacies through the great calamity of the universe. Di Shi's lineage, Di Shi Tian, this is the heavenly emperor's legacy. Jiahua earthly, Di Zun's glory and splendor. This is the earthly emperor's legacy. Tai Huang's lineage. Actually, this should be called Tai Huang, and Tai Huang is the human emperor. Countless people were startled awake, finally realizing the truth of the past. They were shaken, endlessly shaken. With a gentle wave of his hand, the human emperor raised his hand slightly, and Lu Feng and the other existences were lifted to their feet. These three people's eyes were blurry, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. In the next moment, their voices slowly rang out. After experiencing the vicissitudes of heaven and earth, the era has changed. We have finally returned. In this era, we will reach the end of the expedition and complete what we failed to do in the primordial immortal devil era. My comrades, are you still not returning? The voices disappeared, and the void once again shook endlessly. In 6 different locations in the universe, 6 shocking ripples appeared. Everyone really saw the 6 great space-time shaking, and 6 ancient locations collapsing. 6 colossal objects appeared, shocking the world, heaven-defying, descending. 6 great ancient ruins. Many existences recognized their existence. Since the distant era, about 5 million years ago, when the human race's progenitor, Lu Feng, returned, the 6 great ancient ruins were never opened again and were forever sealed. Many people thought that they had been annihilated by the space-time currents, but who would have thought that they still existed and were still as powerful as ever? Returned, they had truly returned, vaguely. The crowd saw 5 phantoms walking out of 5 equally huge ruins. The moment they sensed the indescribable power that shook the heavens and earth, the humans once again bowed respectfully and performed the greatest greeting. Greetings, 5 emperors progenitors, 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors. These were the progenitors of the human race. The 6 great ancient ruins belong to the inheritances of the human and Buddhist epics, respectively. Therefore, the supreme rulers that could walk out from them were definitely the 5 emperors, that mysterious existence, Amitabha. A loud and clear voice resounded through the void, and an incomparably plain figure walked out from the Buddha's ruins. In an instant, the 6 supreme rulers finally arrived at the center of the universe. Looking at the plain and simple Shakyamuni Buddha, human King Lu smiled sadly. He looked at him and bowed respectfully. Master, you have awakened. His words shocked the entire space-time. No one would have thought that the heaven-defying human king, Liu Bei, was actually the Shakyamuni Buddha's disciple. Looking at the many existences, the human king chuckled. In the past, I was the ultimate genius condensed by the Buddhist epic, but in that era, I was destined to fail. Therefore, my master, the Shakyamuni Buddha, used a supreme divine ability to send me into the Buddhist river and sealed me for eternity. It wasn't until this era that my soul finally returned to its place as a human, and I completely recovered. Everyone nodded and no longer spoke. In the blink of an eye, the 3 world-shaking power forces arrived. Everyone knew that they were the 3 heaven-defying beast kings who had crossed through time and space to return. They descended and appeared at the final gathering place of this world. Looking at Lu Feng, the 3 beast kings nodded lightly. Their terrifying beast heads were terrifying, and their supreme majesty made people submit to them. Their eyes swept across and finally landed on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The ancient beasts' voices rang out. 8 great sacred masters, you have also returned. In the past, we were opponents, but this time we are comrades. This time, let us prove the glory of our strongest era. 8 great sacred masters. Many people looked at the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in confusion. Lu Feng chuckled, and there was a strange look in his eyes that no one could understand. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the reincarnations of the primordial spirits. They are the reincarnations of the 8 most powerful sacred masters of the primordial era. Countless existences came to a realization. No wonder the era of human Tao was so heaven-defying. It had given birth to 8 supreme rulers. It turned out that they were all reincarnations as well. At this moment, Lu Feng had returned to his former majestic state. He swept his gaze across the many existences, and there was endless turmoil in his eyes. In this era, we have the ultimate king of the 5 great sacred masters' legacies as a supreme ruler. We have a human king, progenitor Liu Bei, who shocked the world. We have the 3 beast kings who have lived through time and space. We have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the 8 great sacred masters who have been reborn to defy the heavens. We have the Shakyamuni Buddha, who has shocked the past and present. The 19 supreme rulers. Since the ancient times, we have gathered the ultimate battle strength. We will not fail this time. We absolutely will not fail. At this moment, they were conflicted. Apart from the primordial immortal Lord, all the supreme rulers of the ancient times had been involved. Such a lineup was truly the greatest lineup that no living being could contend against. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors nodded gently. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of turmoil emerged from the 8 great existences. Their voices rang out softly, but also heavily, echoing in the endless space-time. This was the voice that resounded after they had used their supreme abilities. Heaven-defying battle souls, return, the era has begun. Destiny has changed. Heaven and earth have shaken. Truth has awakened. It is time for all of you to return. It is time for all of you to return. It is time for all of you to prove your past glory to heaven and earth and the universe. Prove your eternal existence. Shattering. Following the shattering of a generation of space-time, thousands, Millions, billions of spacetimes were all shattering. Vaguely, everyone could hear the heaven-defying roars, the awakening of the unyielding battle souls. They had walked out of the endless spacetime. They had really walked out of it. Those were the awakened battle souls, the unyielding physical bodies. They slowly walked out of the endless spacetime. Their ferocious expressions shook the sun, moon, and stars. At the last moment, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors moved. Their hands trembled slightly, and from the endless spacetime, 8 great halls that were filled with eternal light emerged. Seeing them, Lu Feng felt extremely strange. He had once entered one of these 8 great halls. Lu Feng knew what exactly was inside. Sure enough, in the next moment, these 8 great halls exploded with a loud bang. Endless shrines flew out. Just like that, under the gaze of countless living beings, they shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, Lu Feng saw countless mysterious existences flying out from the shattered shrines and into the surging battle bodies that appeared in the void. He was completely safe now. Those heaven-defying battle souls had returned. Those unyielding battle souls had finally returned completely. The void was constantly being torn apart. One after another, supreme immortals walked out of the space-time and came to the primal universe. At the last moment, when all of them returned, more than 1 billion immortal kings had returned. Such a lineup stunned all the living beings. Chapter 981. The eyes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were filled with sorrow. The endless cruelty of time and space has caused too many heaven-defying heroic spirits to be annihilated in time and space. They can't find their way back. For the final battle, they chose to go through endless suffering, but in the end, they didn't manage to wait until the final moment. This time, let us complete that heaven-defying feat on their behalf. Let us protect them together. As the voice fell, the countless heaven-defying heroic spirits who had walked out of time and space finally came to life. Their eyes were filled with terrifying arrogance. Even if it's just for a moment, we will prove the glory of our existence. Even if it's just a fleeting moment of youth, we have to sweep away all the obstacles in our way. How can we allow our glory to be tarnished? Our dreams will come true. Fight, 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 fight. Their blood was boiling. All the heroic spirits were unafraid of death and went crazy. Countless heaven-defying warriors from the primal universe also let out the same battle cry. They were ready for the final battle. Lu Feng looked at the final immortal realm. After a moment of silence, he finally reached out his arm gently. There was an indescribable color in his eyes. It was a kind of helplessness, a kind of self-mockery, and even a kind of sadness, apology, and bitterness. But in the end, these expressions disappeared and became the only color. That was determination. Unparalleled determination. His voice at this moment truly resounded through billions of time and space heavens. The final expedition begins. The final expedition has begun. 19 supreme rulers and an army of 1 billion immortal kings. Such a lineup surpassed the final lineup of the immortal race during the first expedition of the immortal and devil era. Without a doubt, this was the most terrifying expedition since ancient times, and also the most heaven-defying one. Final immortal realm. 33 levels of heaven. All the previous obstacles had disappeared completely. In the past, these existences had been completely annihilated by the great immortal race after countless years of effort. Therefore, this time, they were completely unimpeded and directly entered the final territory. Finally, with the invincible battleships of the 3 holy lands as the benchmark, the final expedition army had finally arrived after tens of thousands of years of traveling. They had finally arrived at the final holy land. Looking at the door that flickered with boundless light, countless existences fell silent and waited. They all looked at the 19 supreme sovereigns, and in the end, all of their attention was focused on Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. At this moment, even many existences could tell what was going on. They didn't understand why Lu Feng would show such colors at such a moment. The 8 great sacred masters looked at Lu Feng. Their eyes were also filled with an indescribable strange color. However, they did not say anything. They chose to turn around and look at the final gate. At this moment, millions upon millions of living beings were watching. Lu Feng was silent for a long time. Finally, he shook off all other colors. Lu Feng looked at the only door. The time has come. It's time to start the final battle. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng and the 18 sovereigns took a step forward and arrived in front of the final door that connected the heavens and the earth. Endless turbulence. In the past, to open the final gate, countless living beings had to work together to do so. However, for them and the 19 supreme sovereigns, there was no danger at all. It was really not difficult for them to do so. Looking at the terrifying giant gate in front of them, the 19 supreme sovereigns moved gently. They were not in a hurry to attack. They were all waiting. At that moment, the human emperor of the 3 sovereigns spoke. This is the place where the final seal is located. It's the final place that countless living beings in billions of spacetimes have been pursuing. When we first entered this place, apart from, we didn't see any other living beings. Countless demonic creatures have disappeared. Only 4 great existences remain. Lu Feng nodded gently. He looked at the gate and said slowly, "Inside is a boundless and empty world. The only thing that truly exists is the path in the depths of the endless starry sky. There's only one path that leads to the unknown and perplexed. Legend has it that it belongs to a new era, a path that transcends everything." The human emperor looked at Lu Feng with an incomprehensible look in his eyes. At this moment, all the living beings were looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was only looking at the endless, illusory, majestic, ancient door in front of him from beginning to end. His voice continued to ring out slowly. "This is the greatest existence, and also one of the 4 great existences. Other than this ancient path, the other existence is an even more ancient longsword that is filled with an indescribable power on the path. Longsword, there is actually an ancient longsword in this final place." "What is that longsword?" Someone murmured. Someone murmured. After Lu Feng heard it, he shook his head gently. "That's a longsword. It exists quietly, as if it is guarding the entire path of transcendence. It doesn't have any power, but it exists quietly. Nothing can destroy it. However, if it exists, then the entire path of transcendence is a world that can never be traversed. Longsword, an endlessly mysterious longsword. How many mysterious and unknown things were there in this place? The sword is the second most important thing. The third most important thing is the stupa. Fuda's existence was already known to everyone. It had been passed down for 5 million years as Lu Feng became the progenitor of the human race and the greatest existence in this endless space-time. Although these people didn't know what Fudu was, they knew that Fuda's existence contained enormous power. It seemed to have a mysterious origin. In the end, it chose the progenitor of the human race, Lu Feng. Now that they heard Lu Feng say this, they realized that Fudu's origin was actually here. It was actually inside the final place. I believe you all know about the 4th existence. All of you should understand now, right? Many people were taken aback, but they seemed to have thought of something in the next moment. Their expressions were filled with endless turbulence. Turbulence, it really was endless turbulence. This was because these people had already understood. They had come here for the sake of conquering, for the sake of completely eliminating all future troubles before the true calamity befell them. And this future trouble was the Lord of Devil Creatures. Unknowingly, Lu Feng's head had already sunk slightly. His voice was low and deep, but there was a solemn air to it. The 4th existence is the existence in your imagination, right? It's that the Lord of Devil Creatures. At this moment, Lu Feng slowly raised his head. He looked at the final door in front of him with a complicated expression. His voice rang out again. Behind the final door at the end of the true 33 layers of heaven is an eternally imprisoned space-time. Once the door closes, unless one is a heaven-defying existence, one will be imprisoned forever and become a sealed existence. Back then, the Lord of demonic creatures was restrained by the existence of Buddha and this space-time. Everyone was horrified and thoroughly shocked. This was the truth, the existence of the true existence. Now, they finally knew. Just like how they opened the door to the 33 layers of heaven, the immortal race's conquest opened the abyss that sealed the final demon step by step. After countless monsters were wiped out, they finally came here and opened the sealed space-time that contained the Lord of devil creatures. And the result, you all should have already guessed, he chuckled softly. It seemed to be mockery, helplessness, and sorrow. The Lord of the demonic creatures has awoken. His level of power is unparalleled. Nothing can stand against him. He has summoned countless demonic creatures, and in this space-time, he has launched an earth-shattering collision with the armies of the immortals. This battle has lasted for countless eons. Too many immortal kings of the immortal race have fallen, and yet, the existence of the devil is still as terrifying as ever. At the very last moment, it seemed as though he was the one who unleashed a heaven-shaking might, causing the space-time to shift, sealing this place once more. Even the endless amount of devils were completely sealed away. Every time an era nears its end, the seal here will be at its weakest. The monsters will awaken once again. At this time, the universe's origin will unleash an earth-shattering disaster and annihilate all the monsters. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, countless existences were enlightened. They were completely enlightened. The great calamity of the universe was capable of destroying all living things. Unless one was a sovereign, even half-step sovereigns would be completely annihilated in this great calamity. This was also the reason why the first divine king, the great demonic sky emperor, and the netherworld heavenly venerate, these three half-step sovereigns had frantically opened the 33 levels of heaven in order to enter the sovereign realm. As for devils, the strongest of them were half-step sovereigns. From the beginning to the end, from ancient times until now, not a single monster had ever reached the sovereign realm. Therefore, the great calamity of the universe was said to be directed at the countless living things in the universe. It was more accurate to say that it was directed at the existence of the monsters in the final destination. This was the truth of the great calamity of the universe. It was a truth that no one knew, a truth that no one could know. At this moment, everyone was shocked by this truth. However, no one could see the complicated expression on Lu Feng's face or the strange expressions of the 8 sovereigns. Finally, Lu Feng sighed deeply. He raised his head again and looked at the final door as if he was thinking about something. Gradually, everyone's voices disappeared. They all looked at Lu Feng quietly. The 3 beast kings, the 5 taboo kings, the 8 sovereigns, the human king, and the Shakyamuni Buddha. These 18 sovereigns were quietly looking at Lu Feng. They were waiting for Lu Feng's final decision. Finally, Lu Feng's voice slowly sounded. Once the final door is opened, the battle that was unfinished in the past will take place. Are you all ready? Are you all ready to die? Are you all ready to sacrifice everything for the final battle? Everyone was silent. After a moment, their eyes were filled with boundless turbulence. Their eyes were filled with boundless radiance. All of them, these 1 billion immortal kings, actually all abruptly took a step forward, although they didn't say anything. Although they didn't say anything, their actions and the look in their eyes said it all. They would fight. They would fight. They would fight. They would never shrink back. Lu Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he laughed out loud. After waiting for countless eras, today has finally come. No matter what happened in the past, it's all in the past. What we want to see is the present and the future. I, Lu Feng, hereby swear that in this era of the universe, I, Lu Feng, will protect it. Even if I have to give up everything, I will still protect it forever. Lu Feng looked at the terrifying heavenly door. Endless power of power surged and shattered everything in an instant. At this moment, his power of power had reached an unparalleled level, encompassing all the ultimate beliefs from ancient times to the present. Everyone finally knew how powerful Lu Feng was now. This was a level that could not be overcome. The 18 Supreme Sovereigns were stirred at the same time. As Supreme Sovereigns, they could naturally understand Lu Feng's current level. Lu Feng, under the power of power, the current Lu Feng is comparable to 3 or even 4 Supreme Sovereigns at our level. The Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns, sighed. His eyes were filled with endless turmoil and indescribable complexity. If he chooses the ultimate sublimation, if he still has some reservations, then this is equivalent to him. The 3 sovereigns were silent. The 5 sovereigns were silent. They were quietly thinking about something as they looked ahead. The power of power had risen to what they thought was the limit of its peak. Finally, Lu Feng was stirred. He looked at the ancient door and slowly reached out his arm. Just like that, under the gazes of billions of people, he gently touched it. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he opened the door with both hands. In the past, this final door required the combined efforts of countless living beings in an era to open it. But now, Lu Feng alone did it, and he did it with ease. He relied on himself to open the door to a level that required the accumulation of an era's worth of existences. Finally, under the gazes of countless living beings, the final door opened. In this life, we have nothing to fear from battle. I am willing to protect the glory of my life with everything I have. Allow me to sublimate. In this life, I have no regrets. Countless existences went crazy. This was because the moment the door opened, the final battle would begin. In the past, during the conquest of the final destination, the Lord of demonic creatures was released, and then countless demonic creatures were summoned. These demonic beings were all existences above the godly monarch realm. In their final moments, they were also completely trapped in the endless final destination by the wind. Now, the moment the final door opened, they were also revived and awakened. The 3 sovereigns and 5 sovereigns entered, their eyes filled with turmoil. This was the place where they had fought, the place that carried their most glorious memories. Now, they had returned once again. They had come here once again. Chapter 982. His voice resounded throughout the entire final destination. Ancient Sanskrit chants resounded as eternal praises were transmitted. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were shocked. They had disturbed the sleeping supreme being. Come back, the soul has died. There is nothing left to entrust my life to. The road is long. Life is full of ups and downs. My heart is dead. There's no hope. The past has dimmed. There will never be a great world. The sky will fall. The earth below is turbid. The world is clean and polluted. The earth has sunk. Come back. There is a devil in the underworld. It cannot be killed. 100 billion decayed. The prosperity has sunk. The fierce devil can kill a supreme being, messing up my era, destroying my world. Come back. The world is in chaos. I can't see the glory of my homeland. My spirit has collapsed. My soul has collapsed. My body has decayed. Looking at the world, I can't see any traces of life. The sky has lost its Tao. The earth has lost its reason. Come back. I'm afraid there will be many disasters in this life. The world is unpredictable. It is full of difficulties and dangers. Along the way, blood has splattered everywhere. My flesh has decayed. Desolate, sorrowful, and sorrowful. Come back. There is no mirror above the hall. What regret the previous life's defense? The pain is actually the hopeless task in this life. The hall towered over the sky. The cornerstone shook the earth. The world's beauties drank the immortal treasures of the universe. But my heart was turbid and dark. Come back. The previous life was chaotic. This life is turbulent. There is no need for peace. My blood is dried up. My tears have dried up. When has your soul faded? When has my life fallen? Don't forget the previous life, the battle in this life. Come back, come back. The heavens are clear. The earth is dark. Rise up, ninth layer Sciention. When I land, I will be in the underworld. This life is already here. Don't forget the next life. The existence of the world, I will guard it. The existence of the living, I will protect it. I already exist. I will naturally return. Come back, the soul that defies the heavens. Come back, the indestructible will. Come back, the body that regrets the world. The king that defies the world, come back. When his voice landed, the world and the final destination changed drastically. Time and space turned chaotic. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see the era changing. They saw the past, the martial epic's countless lives fighting. After a while, everyone came to a realization. They saw the same shocking scene again. That was the scene of countless life forms in the era before the martial epic, fighting heaven-defying battles for eternity. One after another, countless images crisscrossed and changed constantly, affecting the entire world, time, and the traces of space-time. After everyone fell silent, there was an endless clamor. They were shocked, they were crazy. Now, it was already the final moment. They were no longer waiting. They could no longer wait for anything. The madness and tyranny that had existed for countless years had all appeared today. Countless images intersected with each other as countless eras flashed by. The ancient existences returned one after another, and countless heaven-defying fighting spirits were awakened. I, the martial ancestor of the heavenly Tao, return. I, great Emperor Heaven Pillar, have returned. I, the savage heavenly Emperor, have returned. One by one, countless heaven-defying fighting spirits were completely awakened. They had waited for countless years, and they had seen the true truth of the universe's origin. They had given everything to come here, but they had no regrets, because they had seen the truth. They had seen the existence of the truth that they needed to protect. Therefore, in this final moment and era, they had returned. They had defied the heavens and returned. No matter how long or short it was, they would fight for a lifetime and draw the most perfect symbol for the past without regrets. Souls have returned, heaven-defying. They would never regret this battle in this lifetime. In front of them was the endless starry sky world. It was different from the final destination in the past. At this moment, there were more than just those four existences. Instead, there were tens of millions, thousands, billions, endless. There were too many experts here, and the demonic creatures here were endless. The entire space-time, this endless space-time, was filled with them. At this moment, when the call to return appeared, all living beings woke up. An unyielding will spread, and the eternal souls trembled. They opened their eyes. We are the pride of the immortals and demons. We have defied the heavens and never failed. In this lifetime, even if our souls are destroyed, we will not be defeated. We will not fail. Glory will never wither, and our will live forever. What is the pity of living forever? I am willing to use my blood to pave the way for all living beings to move forward. They had awakened. The immortal kings of the primitive immortal demon era had all awakened. At this moment, all living beings saw the boundless heroic spirits returning in defiance of the heavens. 1, 2, 3, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 10 billion. Vaguely, the number of awakened heaven-defying existences had already reached 10 billion. However, this wasn't the end. This was because there were still more heaven-defying souls awakening. Finally, when 20 billion auras were born, there were no more awakenings in this endless void. The heaven-defying souls have been waiting for endless eras. They have given up the right to reincarnate. They have given up the value of their existence in order to wait for the final moment to arrive. Although they can't last forever, their wills will be passed down through the ages. After being reborn, they didn't really want to live forever. They could only fight in this space-time in a different way because they were dead existences. Will we be afraid? Will we be afraid? The heaven-defying souls have awakened, and the era's war spirits have returned. As the main theme of this era, we should retreat. Can we still be afraid of anything? Lu Feng's voice roared. Countless warriors of this era roared in defiance of the heavens. We are not afraid, not afraid. The battle had begun. This was the most glorious battle since the beginning of time. 1 billion supreme immortal kings of this era, 10 billion heaven-defying heroic spirits of countless eras, and 20 billion resurrected souls of immortals and demons. More than 30 billion godly monarchs and immortal monarchs began the ultimate battle against the endless horde of devils. The 19 supreme sovereigns were quietly floating in the endless void. Their souls were shaking, but they didn't make a move. Apart from them, all the other peak experts, including the half-step sovereigns, also walked into the battle. More than 30 billion immortal kings were indeed the fusion of almost all the immortal kings since ancient times. However, the number of demonic creatures was also the most terrifying since ancient times. The 19 supreme sovereigns didn't make a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it wasn't that they disdained, but that they were waiting for their true opponents to arrive. The Lord of demonic creatures was indeed unable to create supreme, sovereign-level demonic creatures, but it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any supreme, sovereign-level demonic creatures. As if to prove this idea, in the distant space-time, in front of the endless final path, 30 streams of sparkling blood suddenly appeared in the illusory body of the supreme demon of demons that had been imprisoned for eternity. The blood contained a truly supreme aura of decay. Even the surrounding demonic creatures couldn't withstand their birth. They were annihilated and completely disappeared. In an instant, the 30 streams of sparkling blood stirred and easily obliterated hundreds of millions of divine, immortal kings. At this moment, the 19 supreme sovereigns laughed maniacally. Once upon a time, the 8 of us faced the 13 blood demons and fought bitterly for countless eras before we finally suppressed them. Now, it seems like the Lord of demonic creatures' recovery has entered the final stage. He can actually recover 30 drops of demon true blood. This proves that he's really going to fully recover. But just like this, he wants to stop our heaven-defying conquest. What a joke! What a joke! What a joke! In this life, even if the Lord of demonic creatures fully recovers, we'll still suppress him. We'll make sure that you'll never be suppressed. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors laughed. The 3 beast kings went crazy, and the 5 taboo monarchs were shaken. Liu Bei and Shakyamuni Buddha were indifferent, but they were also crazy. Vaguely, they had really reached a level where they couldn't control themselves. They were already completely indescribable. The world of mortals was over. Wait for this life. Fight again, fight again. However, just as they were about to be shaken, an arm appeared quietly in front of them. The 18 supreme sovereigns were stunned and looked at Lu Feng with endless confusion. At this moment, Lu Feng's maniacal laughter resounded through heaven and earth. This battle I'll fight. All of you, go ahead and erase the existence of those demonic creatures. I can feel that as the Lord of demonic creatures gradually recovers, the existence of these demonic creatures is also becoming more and more terrifying. Sure enough, the 18 supreme sovereigns also felt that as the 30 drops of demon true blood appeared, the surrounding demonic creatures' power gradually became more and more terrifying. Their power of power continued to defy the heavens and become more and more powerful. However, when they looked at Lu Feng, their eyes were filled with an indescribable color. Lu Feng, are you really going to do this? 30 drops of demon true blood are equivalent to 30 demonic creatures at the level of supreme sovereigns. Back then, we, the 8 great Saint Masters, had to engage in a chaotic battle for countless years before we finally managed to kill all 12 of them. Will you be able to fight 30 of them alone? Although Lu Feng had already displayed an incomparably heaven-defying strength that was comparable to 4, 5, or even 6 or 7 supreme sovereigns, was it really possible for one person to fight 30 demonic creatures alone? Lu Feng was still smiling calmly and crazily. He didn't say anything else because he had already done it. Vaguely, Lu Feng took a light step forward and crossed the entire battlefield. His combat strength domain had been opened and countless domains had been released. The current him was already at an invincible level. All living beings looked up to him. They really looked up to him. The moment Lu Feng appeared, even if he was hidden, his existence was still the center of heaven and earth. He was the ultimate existence that all living beings had to look up to. Finally, Lu Feng landed. The 30 supreme sovereigns roared. Even their voices were filled with the smell of decay. However, Lu Feng didn't seem to feel this decay at all. All he did was throw a punch that shook heaven and earth. With one punch, the reincarnation of eras and the passage of time were completely annihilated into nothingness. The 18 supreme sovereigns fell silent when they saw this invincible punch. Then they laughed maniacally. The current Lu Feng is already enough. He has definitely reached that level of existence. He has definitely become as terrifying as him. Even if Lu Feng doesn't enter the 14th level, he won't be far off. We can fight without worry. Chapter 983. Many supreme rulers nodded in agreement. Then they began to go crazy. A sovereign represented the ultimate battle prowess of a sovereign. It was different from the ultimate battle prowess of other living beings. The difference between the Divine King and the Sovereign Lord was actually an entire level. However, this level had troubled almost all monstrous geniuses since ancient times. Currently, the Divine King had more than 30 billion experts, but there were only 19 sovereigns. This was reality. This was the real situation. A supreme ruler was an eternal existence that not even the trillions of living beings could oppose. When they waved their fists, when they used their power, the era was already shattered. A supreme ruler was a terrifying existence that no living being could resist. At their level, the so-called suppression of demonic creatures had already become a joke. No matter how terrifying these demonic creatures were, no matter how unparalleled the decaying aura, they couldn't affect the supreme ruler in the slightest. Therefore, their battle prowess had been fully displayed at this moment. The 3 sovereigns ruled the world, and the 5 emperors ruled the world. We transformed into the ancestors of the human race and founded the human Tao epic. This time, let's use the supreme art of the human Tao to suppress everything. The 8 sacred lords had once transformed into the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human Tao era. They had reached the sovereign realm through the methods of the human Tao era. Now, they were going to use their boundless human Tao power to exterminate all demons. Awe-inspiring, everlasting. 3 sovereigns rule the world. 5 emperors rule the world. This was the greatest and peerless slaughter of the human Tao epic. It relied on the principles of man, relied on the boundless and eternal righteousness of the world to suppress all and all evil, to annihilate all and all denial. The origin of the universe does not allow the human Tao epic to exist. Let us use the power of the human Tao to prove that the human Tao epic is also one of the great origin of the universe. Righteous energy had existed since time immemorial. The 3 sovereigns ruled the world, and the 5 emperors ruled the world. This was the greatest righteous energy in the world. It was here, the unbeatable sacred art, the eternal slaughter of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the 8 sacred lords merged together. The righteous energy appeared in the space-time. The powerful power of the human Tao was many times more terrifying than the destruction caused by the 30 drops of demonic true blood. More than 500 million demonic creatures on the same level as the Divine King were wiped out. 3 sovereigns rule the world, 5 emperors rule the world, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the past, you were able to suppress us sentient life forms by quite a bit. Now, you've already displayed the greatest power of humanity. Naturally, we won't be any weaker. As the 3 hegemons of the sentient realm, we will show you the unparalleled power of hegemons. Devour the heavens and earth. The primal chaos ferocious beast, the peerless overlord who was trapped in the Gufang star for countless years, roared in the void. He transformed into chaos and devoured millions of demonic creatures. His terrifying strength was fully displayed at this moment. Although the 3 of them weren't a match for the 8 great Saint Masters when they joined forces, in terms of individual strength, other than him who had sealed his existence, and the first primordial celestial master who had become a supreme ruler, when had he ever been defeated? Devouring the heavens and earth was his innate secret technique. It was the ultimate secret technique of the primal chaos beast king. Only the strongest beast king could use it. After using it, an era collapsed, the desolate era. The endless world turned into the desolate era. Countless living beings were wiped out. Monstrous demonic creatures were wiped out. It was a desolate era for eternity. The innate secret technique of the desolate era could wipe out millions of demonic creatures. The final death, the final death. What was the final death? The final Beast King was extremely mysterious. No one knew where he came from. He was able to turn into an eternal forbidden land and become the most dangerous existence in the universe. He was the true #1 overlord among the sentient life forms. The final death was the ultimate power to wipe out everything. Vaguely, everything was being wiped out. When the final death was born, the countless demonic creatures completely disappeared. More than 200 million divine king-level demonic creatures disappeared just like that. This was the true eternal battlefield. Once upon a time, divine kings were the most invincible sovereigns. But now, only divine kings and sovereigns were qualified to participate in this final expedition. Now, the 3 beast kings and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had wiped out more than 700 million demonic creatures. This was undoubtedly the symbol of an era. The number of demonic creatures had reached an astonishing 50 billion, while the expedition army only had 30 billion. In a one-on-one situation, the demonic creatures were stronger than the immortal king and divine king. Therefore, if those peak-level experts didn't rely on their own peerless power to turn the tide of the battle, they would definitely be wiped out in the end. This time, Lu Feng took action and fought against the 30 supreme demonic creatures. As for the 18 supreme rulers, they could kill freely and display their peerless power. The 5 ultimate rulers looked at each other and smiled. They were probably the weakest among the 19 supreme rulers. We don't have the unparalleled power of the primordial immortal demons, nor do we have the eternal existence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But what we have is the blessing of an era. We travel through all eras and epochs, born from the baptism of endless fortune. Our existence is also the greatest existence in the universe. Let the entire era tremble because of the appearance of the 5 ultimate kings. Imperial celestial court, eternal demonic release, immortal spirit great Tao, divine descending jewel, supreme divine descent. The 5 lawless supreme arts were the ultimate sublimation of supreme arts. This was the ultimate supreme power of supreme arts. It shook everything and annihilated infinity. Finally, at this moment, it was completely sublimated and bloomed. 5 powers that pierced through time and space and killed their way into the depths of the battlefield. Faintly, countless fortunes bloomed, killing and annihilating all demonic creatures. More than 200 million demonic creatures finally disappeared again. This was the unparalleled ferocious might of a supreme ruler. It was horrifying and impossible to resist. Shakyamuni Buddha chuckled, still maintaining the true essence of his Buddha nature. His chuckle seemed to be benevolent, but this benevolence was for the sake of the countless living beings. And his benevolence towards the countless living beings was his murderous nature towards the endless demonic creatures. My Buddha's benevolence covers heaven and earth. The true essence of his Buddha nature bloomed at this moment. The true, kind, and beautiful Buddha was a supreme, murderous nature to the demonic creatures. Speaking of which, Shakyamuni Buddha was the number one existence apart from the primordial immortal Lord who relied on his own power to obtain the strength of a supreme ruler. He was the true, greatest existence after the immortal devil era. Therefore, when he bloomed his ultimate power, it was an indescribable terror. At this moment, the space covered by his Buddha nature actually swept away everything, sinking everything. Another 100 million demonic creatures were annihilated in this kind of annihilation, completely vanishing into nothingness. Looking at his master's shocking methods, Human King did not remain calm. Once upon a time, he was the number one legend in the universe, a legend even greater than Lu Feng. Previously, he was already an unparalleled terror that defied the heavens, known as the number one king in the endless space. Those who truly understood his terror were only opponents of the same level. For you, I have been lonely for countless years, ignoring the calamities of living beings. In this era, I will not forget anything. I am going to kill for real. Even if I die because of this, I will not care. Because, in another world, there is you. There was an indescribable gentleness in his eyes, but around him, there was a shocking, murderous intent. I hate the heavens for granting me the imperial decree to live in the same world as the king. Human King Liu Bei. King's Descent. King's Descent, the supreme law code, known as the head of the three great laws since ancient times, the supreme law code of the Human King Codex. It was once recognized as the number one supreme law in the original universe. At this moment, when it was executed by Human King, it was no longer a supreme law. It had become a true, lawless supreme law. At this moment, when Human King executed King's Descent, countless existences were watching. The three sovereigns, 5 emperors, 5 great taboo kings, 3 great peerless beast kings, Shakyamuni Buddha, and countless living beings. Even Lu Feng, who was fighting with the 30 supreme demons in a distant land, also turned around to look. Human King was the true heaven-defying existence. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had said before. The Liu Bei of the past was the one they recognized in their hearts, the one who could become another him. No one knew how powerful Liu Bei was. In fact, other than Lu Feng, no one else would know. Back then, when the 3 great half-step rulers used such a powerful power, the one who was annihilated in the end was actually not Human King. That was only Human King's martial Tao incarnation. That was only heaven and earth's holy sovereign. He was merely a martial path incarnation. Back then, the human monarch hadn't even reached the supreme ruler realm. However, by relying on these, he was able to rely on his martial path incarnation to fight against 3 half-step sovereigns. Human King Liu Bei. This was Human King Liu Bei's world-shaking terror. Now, he had used the ultimate move of the Supreme Codex. He had condensed the Human King Codex. This already represented the extent of his terror. He had reached the limit. In an instant, wave after wave of demonic creatures disappeared. They didn't even have time to react. Just like that, they were completely annihilated without a trace. Seeing Human King's world-shaking annihilation, the 17 supreme rulers fell silent. Then, their eyes were filled with an eternal radiance. As expected of the person we chose. As expected of the person with the greatest aptitude since ancient times. Liu Bei, Human King Liu Bei, you are truly world-shaking. The number of demonic creatures annihilated by this move exceeded 500 million. More than 500 million. This was really a frightening number. It was even more powerful than the 500 million killed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In other words, the unparalleled annihilation caused by the human king alone was enough to surpass the sum of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 8 supreme rulers. This was the human king. In the past, he was known as the #1 monster since ancient times. He was the #1 taboo king since ancient times. The human king's invincible power. What other living creatures could resist him? What other demonic creatures could stop him? It was only the first time it bloomed. It was only one massacre, but more than one. 7 billion demonic creatures were completely annihilated. This was the domineering power of invincibility, which shocked all living creatures. Even the endless demonic creatures seemed to have been frightened by a kind of terror from the depths of their souls. However, for the demonic creatures, what came after endless terror was even crazier. They were even crazier and more terrifying. For a time, immortal kings, divine kings, and heaven-defying battle souls fell continuously. However, as people who had defied the heavens and fought for the sake of living creatures, would they be afraid? No, never. Their existences never knew what fear was. Therefore, they were also crazy. It was an endless tragedy. Divine kings were like ants, dying one after another. The 18 supreme rulers finally stopped hesitating. They had already seen Lu Feng and knew that Lu Feng had really done it. He had relied on his own power to completely resist the supreme demons condensed from 30 demon true blood in the distance. This era is destined to be the era of our success. We will not be defeated. We will not be defeated. Human King Liu Bei's voice resounded. In the battle just now, he had relied on his valiant strength to display his peerless terror. He had already proven to all living creatures in the world that human King Liu Bei was truly unparalleled and terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, he was the totem symbol of all living creatures as Lu Feng fought in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the 18 sovereign lords were shaken once again, unleashing deadly attacks that shocked the world once again. Finally, the demonic creatures were no longer as strong as before. They had finally ushered in the true moment of destruction. Lu Feng's blood was boiling to the extreme. He was invincible. He couldn't find a single opponent in the cosmos. In the end, he'd reached the pinnacle. Although he hadn't become a supreme ruler, he already possessed the invincible power to obliterate any sovereign. However, Lu Feng knew that it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. If he didn't become a sovereign, he wouldn't have the power to truly suppress all. Therefore, Lu Feng had chosen to enter countless danger zones. There, he'd seen the final beast monarch and suppressed it. Therefore, he'd chosen to enter history and stand against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He'd single-handedly suppressed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human Tao era. In the end, he'd followed the trajectory of space-time and arrived at the absolute center of the universe, the legendary eternal sacred realm. He'd finally seen the human king's true form for the first time. The two didn't speak much when they met, because the human king knew everything about Lu Feng. As for the human king, Lu Feng's soul was clear. The two of them were no longer just descendants of the same bloodline. They were rivals, the final battle of the strongest in the current universe. Human King Liu Bei had already been an invincible character 5 million years ago, given his astounding aptitude and 5 million years of silence. He'd long entered the realm of seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth. That battle had been the most arduous battle in Lu Feng's history, but also the most valiant. When the two of them had fought, they'd at least possessed the strength of 10 sovereigns who'd just entered the sovereign realm, or the 5 taboo kings. Therefore, when the two of them truly fought, it was equivalent to a world-shaking slaughter between 20 sovereigns. In the end, Lu Feng had done it. He'd truly fulfilled the oath he'd made in the past. He'd truly surpassed human King Liu Bei and become the first sovereign of all time. Supreme Sovereign Lu Feng existed in defiance of the heavens. After becoming a supreme sovereign, Lu Feng had never made a move, as he'd already gathered all the living beings he'd gathered. In the tens of thousands of years since then, Lu Feng hadn't had a chance to make a move. He also didn't know how heaven-defying he'd become after becoming a supreme sovereign. Now Lu Feng knew. He finally understood how heaven-defying he was. This was unexplainable. As he looked at the 30 supreme demons in front of him, Lu Feng's fists and feet were like the pinnacle of grade, 13 weapons that could easily crush anything. With one punch, the demon body would explode. With one kick, the torso would be crushed. These 30 supreme sovereigns were condensed from the essence of the Lord of the demonic creatures. They represented the terrifying consciousness clone of the Lord of the demonic creatures. Therefore, their existences were difficult to kill. Lu Feng had already shattered their bodies countless times. But each time, he defied the heavens and reformed them again and again, allowing them to return without suffering any losses. Finally, when Lu Feng unleashed another frightening attack, the human monarch on the other side had already completed his king's descent. Lu Feng chuckled and laughed wildly. His bloodline was on the verge of bursting out of his body and burning his soul. I already understand the existence of my combat strength. Therefore, it was time. It was really time. Lu Feng's turbulence had also begun. His eyes glowed with a startling light. Lu Feng's soul trembled and his physical body went crazy. Finally, he used the ultimate limit of his supreme power. Galaxy Supreme, Galaxy Supreme, Galaxy Supreme. This had once been Lu Feng's hope. It had been his ultimate pursuit. In the boundless galaxy, in endless eras, only progenitor Lu Feng had the ultimate qualification to reign supreme over everything. This was the true essence of the galaxy's supreme power. In the void, in the endless space-time, a startling vision appeared. Everyone was unconsciously attracted by Lu Feng's world-shaking power. They all looked in Lu Feng's direction unconsciously. Even the 18 supreme sovereigns, who were unleashing their world-shaking annihilation, were doing the same. This was because they sensed an inexplicable power coming from a distant place. The existence of this power made them feel an impulse to submit. The three beast kings were aghast. In the past, he had also wanted to make them submit. However, even though he was frightening and terrifying, he still hadn't had this kind of invincible majesty. Lu Feng has really surpassed him. Lu Feng, at least the current Lu Feng, had that kind of supreme majesty aura. It was the ultimate existence that had surpassed him. He was the most invincible existence. At this moment, he had really surpassed him. Galaxy, supreme, annihilated everything. It was as if millions of Lu Feng's incarnations had executed a world-shaking technique to suppress everything in front of them. Everything was completely suppressed. Everything was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, everything was annihilated. Everything was annihilated. Everyone was dumbfounded. Apart from the human kings, the other 17 supreme sovereigns were all dumbfounded. Even the human king primogenitor was aghast at this moment. He knew that Lu Feng was stronger than him. Before Lu Feng became a sovereign, he had already entered an unimaginable realm. He was no weaker than Liu Bei, and he wasn't the slightest bit weaker. However, that was only Lu Feng's cultivation level before he became a sovereign. Now Lu Feng was a supreme sovereign. Liu Bei naturally understood that there was a huge gap between a supreme sovereign and a supreme sovereign. However, he couldn't imagine how Lu Feng could be so terrifying after becoming a supreme sovereign. A single strike, a mere ultimate strike, had actually annihilated 30 supreme fiends and 30 supreme sovereigns. This was the current Lu Feng. This was the ancestor of all living things, Lu Feng. At this moment, everything was finally done. Lu Feng stood quietly at the peak of the supreme sovereign. The madness in his eyes had yet to disappear. Lu Feng turned around and looked at the countless devils that filled the sky. These countless existences, these terrifying devils, actually retreated. They really retreated. When they saw Lu Feng, It was as if they saw the most terrifying existence in time. They actually frantically distanced themselves from Lu Feng. However, was this the end of it? No, no, no. How could he, Lu Feng, allow everything to end so simply? Separated by endless time and space, Lu Feng looked at the devil's body in front of the path, which was shrouded in haze. Then he smiled. Lord of Devils, I know that you've awakened. Let the final battle between you and me begin. Let us complete the final battle of the ages. Let us complete the final clash. The moment Lu Feng's voice fell, the Devil Lord, who was shrouded in haze in the depths of endless time and space, was shaken. In an instant, the most terrifying pulling force was born between heaven and earth. It seemed to be able to devour everything. It actually pulled many existences far away to the very center of everything. And this very center was where the Devil Lord was located. Seeing this, Lu Feng's mocking smile became even more obvious. In the next moment, the heavenly reaching Fudu finally appeared behind him. The 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed to have become one with it. The pinnacle of power was activated, and in an instant, the eternal Fudu that could connect the 9 nether realms released a world-shaking power. Futu, Devil Vanquishing. Futu, Devil Destroyer. One of Futu's ultimate powers. As Lu Feng softly uttered these words, the huge power finally began to spread in all directions. In an instant, everything was annihilated. 1 devil disappeared. 2 devils disappeared. 3 devils disappeared. Tens of millions of devils disappeared. Hundreds of millions of devils disappeared. 10 billion devils disappeared. In an instant, Lu Feng had activated Futu's power to its limit. What flowed out of his body was a terrifying power that could shake reincarnation. This was the most powerful existence in endless time and space. Now that the final moment has arrived, there is no need to wait any longer. Therefore, my Shun Yuan spiritual sea, shatter, shatter. In order to provide this endless power for the devil vanquishing, Lu Feng completely shattered his own Shun Yuan's spiritual sea. At this moment, a huge amount of blood flowed out of Lu Feng's mouth. Many existences were shocked and horrified. In the past, Lu Feng was known as the Taboo Monarch. His supreme ability that shocked the entire universe was his two souls. And this second soul relied on Shun Yuan's spiritual sea. But now, he had shattered his own Shun Yuan's spiritual sea. Chapter 984. The collapse of Shun Yuan's spiritual sea brought with it an endless amount of power. This was the peak power that could only be unleashed by 20 or even 30 supreme sovereigns. This level of power was too terrifying. At this moment, Futu's demon vanquishing power had been annihilated countless times. In an instant, the world seemed to have calmed down completely. All time, space, and fate were completely stagnant. Futu's demon vanquishing power wiped out all the demonic creatures in the universe. This was Futu's demon vanquishing power's true invincible power. In the distance, within the endless mystery, its shocking roar could be heard. Lu Feng looked into the distance with a mocking expression. Do you think I'll let you devour these billions of demonic creatures and directly enter your peak state? How can the mistake that happened in the past happen again in this life? Create billions of demonic creatures. Let them continuously decay the endless time and space, and convert them into the power of decay and the true essence of decay. In the end, these demonic creatures filled with endless decay would grow again and fully mature. And this time, it would be time for him to devour billions of demonic creatures and fuse them into one to create your invincible power. Annihilate time and space. Shake the endless cycle of reincarnation. This is your final method of resurrection. Lu Feng had completely understood. He had completely understood. He knew that this was how the Lord of demonic creatures would be resurrected. Since he already knew, how could he allow him to go to the extreme that no one could understand? The Lord of demonic creatures let out a shocking roar. Vaguely, everyone could finally see him move. The endless unknown and hazy shook completely at this moment. All the eternal ties were torn apart at this moment. He had awakened, the universe shook. Time and space became dust. The scene of the end of the world appeared and spread rapidly. It almost disturbed the endless eras of the universe. At this moment, the three holy lands shone with a shocking light. They cast an immortal protection. At the final moment, they merged into one and completely merged into one. The final battleship. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with an incomparably strange light. He finally recognized the existence of this battleship and what it was. It turns out that the ultimate supreme battleship that was refined during the immortal devil era wasn't destroyed, but instead became one of the three holy lands. The 18 sovereigns attacked at the same time, and as soon as the enormous demonic power awoke, they sucked countless living beings into the final battleship. The terrifying size of the final battleship was dozens of times larger than the Milky Way. It was dozens of times larger than the Human Federation's territory. But at this moment, it was like a small boat in the middle of the boundless flood of mana. It was continuously swaying and swaying due to the deterrence of the boundless mana. The 19 sovereigns stood there quietly, their eyes blazing with madness. They had been waiting for this moment for far, far too long. Today, they could finally unleash it all. In the distance, the terrifying, decaying figure that seemed to be able to easily crush an epoch began to tremble. Finally, all the dust and smoke dissipated. He, the Lord of demonic creatures, the most terrifying existence known to all since ancient times, the most extreme existence, the most supreme, eternal Overlord had awakened. His terrifying height of over 100 million feet couldn't be described with words, because what could be seen on his face were trillions of changes. There was no specific form at all. It was the same for his terrifying body. At the very least, he didn't even have an arm. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if there were countless arms that extended into the universe. He began to decay in any epoch, billions of epochs. His existence had already surpassed anyone's imagination. Standing there quietly was a natural moat, the ultimate punishment of everything. In Lu Feng's eyes, there was a crazed look that had never appeared before. He smiled, an endless and extreme smile. I've been waiting for you for countless years. This era has finally arrived. I've waited for so long for this moment to come. Lord of demonic creatures, if it weren't for your existence, all this wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't have been so many innocent deaths and sacrifices. There wouldn't have been so many schemes and tricks. It's your existence that has created all of this. It's your existence that has caused this eternal chaos to appear in this space-time. This battle isn't just for the countless living beings. It's also for myself. No one could understand Lu Feng's craziness, and no one could believe it. That was because Lu Feng seemed to have gone insane. Perhaps, in order to ignite all of his willpower, Lu Feng had gone to the extreme of insanity. His madness trembled. He was out of control and out of control. Without caring about the many existences behind him, Lu Feng directly ascended. After shattering Shun Yuan's sea of consciousness, Lu Feng obtained supreme power. His current level of power had reached a level that completely surpassed any limit. At this moment, Lu Feng gave off the feeling that he was the existence of the entire universe. An existence of a universe. An existence of an entire universe. At this moment, Lu Feng was truly beginning to manifest his invincible strength. After billions of life and death experiences and countless tribulations, my will is immortal. My soul is eternal. After tens of thousands of eras and condensing tens of billions of cycles, I have returned in this era. Let's completely ascend. This was really the final moment. This was really the final moment. The 18 sovereigns exchanged glances. Although many of them didn't understand why Lu Feng was so crazy, since Lu Feng had made such a choice. In that case, they wouldn't hold anything back. No matter what, all living beings are innocent. No matter what, the Lord of demonic creatures must die. Even though we know that there are many things we can't do, this time, we have no choice. This time, we've given everything we have. Let's bet. Their eyes were filled with the radiance of immortality and no regrets. At this moment, all the considerations, all the doubts, and all the thoughts that he had in the past had completely disappeared at this moment. They were completely annihilated. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had finally decided to let go of everything. We are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who founded the human Tao epoch and shaped the human race. This terrifying race is the closest to, or even surpasses, the immortals and demons. We are also the 8 sacred lords of the immortal and demon realms. Our glory and radiance will illuminate the endless space and time. Our faith will never wither. Ascend. In the past, we were the backbone of space and time. Now, we will also support the collapsing edifice of heaven and earth. Ascend. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 8 sacred lords of the immortal and demon realms, were ascending, shattering space and time. The sovereigns were existences that surpassed the limits of their epochs. They were mighty existences that couldn't be limited by their epochs. They could travel through endless space and time and exist for all eternity. Once they ascended, the power they could summon would shake countless dimensions. At this moment, everyone could vaguely sense the shattering of an era. They could see an endless amount of power gushing into their bodies. It's the human Tao epoch. So the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have always controlled the era origins of the human Tao epoch. In the final moment, they've shattered the existence of the era's origins and turned them into their own eternal power. They've thoroughly ascended to a higher level and obliterated everything to forge their greatest moment. Ascending to the limit only meant that their cultivation had reached an indescribable level. It didn't mean that they also possessed heaven-defying power. Lu Feng could defy the heavens because he'd shattered Shun Yuan's sea of consciousness. That was an enormous power comparable to a universe. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't have that kind of accumulation, but they had the era origins. Therefore, they'd shattered the portion of power that belonged to them. They'd borrowed all the power of that era to finally enter the ultimate realm. Now, there were like 8 mobile era origins. They could easily obliterate the universe, stars, and time. The other sovereigns finally went berserk when they saw this. The Buddha's civilization is my civilization. My body is the Buddha's body, the Buddha's life, the Buddha's origin. He chanted eternal Sanskrit, and in the next moment, the Shakyamuni Buddha tore apart the ancient era. As sovereigns, they could travel through time and space and exist for eternity. Therefore, he tore apart the era of Buddhism and Tao. Call upon my countless Buddhist believers. I need your prayers to forge the immortal Buddha, Overlord. The immortal Buddha, Overlord, was the ultimate essence of Buddhism that the Shakyamuni Buddha had condensed. It was the ultimate power that he'd condensed but never used. Now, in this final moment, he wouldn't hold anything back and unleashed it all. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the ultimate ascension of the Shakyamuni Buddha, had created an eternal history and an unparalleled terror. Now, the 5 ultimate sovereigns were also stirred up. They were the geniuses of luck. Although they didn't have the support of the era origins and the power of faith, they could still use the great luck that had accumulated over countless eras. They were the weakest among the 19 sovereigns. However, in their ultimate ascension, they'd also entered an unsolvable state. The power that had annihilated eras had appeared once again. It had completely appeared. The 3 invincible sovereigns transformed into their true forms. They traversed endless time and space and traveled through the eternal eras. They were truly invincible. They were invincible sovereigns. They were the most primitive innate spirits born in the primordial chaos of time and space. Therefore, their power was the power of the primordial chaos. Primordial chaos. Primordial chaos. Finally, the primordial power born in the 3 great primordial chaos had all appeared. The 3 sovereigns had ascended. They had always been the only existences. They had always been incomparably lonely existences. They didn't know what protection was, nor did they understand what friendship was. However, they knew that they had to fight. They were born to fight. At this moment, they had made up their minds. Then they would ascend. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would still have to fight the final battle. Looking at the endless ascension of the many existences, the human king smiled. His indifferent smile was as calm as ever. Apart from Lu Feng, he could be said to be the most powerful existence among the endless great existences. Even if the 5 ultimate sovereigns had ascended and refined their eternal luck, they still wouldn't be his match. As such, when he chose to sublimate as well, to what extent would his strength reach? Nobody knew, nobody could understand. Finally, the human king explained to the many existences, "Since we've all chosen to ascend, then I shall ascend as well." Such simple words, such indifferent words. This was the human king Liu Bei. I hate the heavens for allowing me to live in the same era as the king. My glory, do you all understand? He stretched out his arm and gently grasped the void. At this moment, countless existences saw it. They saw a supreme holy land appear in the endless void. That's the sacred ground at the center of the universe. Ancestor Lu Feng once said that the great human king Liu Bei had quietly existed in the forbidden place at the center of the universe for countless years. Could it be that the source of his ascension power is... As if to confirm the speculations of many, Liu Bei extended his arm, seemingly traversing boundless space and time to touch the eternal sacred land. In the next moment, he gently grasped it and gently crushed it. In the endless time and space, the first greatest era is the primitive immortal devil era. Apart from that, the human Tao era and the Buddhist era were equally terrifying existences. However, these eras were far inferior to this era. And this era is the era of technological civilization where all of these finally converged. What human king Liu Bei controls is the era's origin of this era, gently crushing the original power of the era of technological civilization. The greatest power, blessing, the persistence of the 19 supreme sovereigns entered an unprecedented realm. Back then, when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors faced the 12 drops of devil true blood, they also chose to fight a protracted battle instead of using this ultimate power. However, at this moment, when the Lord of Devil Creatures was truly revived, they no longer had any other choice. Turbulence. There was eternal turbulence all over the sky and earth. Countless immortal kings stood quietly on the eternal battleship, waiting for the final call. They were frantic for the arrival of the final moment. They also mobilized their greatest and most powerful power. Across the distant void, they transmitted an earth-shattering power toward the terrifying lord of demonic creatures. This was the final moment of the endless time and space. If they succeeded, then everything would continue and a brand new era would continue, entering a brand new era of merging living beings. If they failed, then everything would cease to exist. The universe would no longer be the universe, and living beings would no longer exist. Everything would cease to exist and disappear completely. Therefore, they couldn't fail. How could they fail? Countless forces were frantically turbulent, but Liu Feng couldn't see all of this. This time, he carried the faith of countless living beings. He became the guardian of their will, and he carried their hope of proving themselves. I am the Emperor, the true supreme sovereign of the universe. I control time and chaos. Everything in the universe will be under my ultimate control. Limit sublimate. Behind Liu Feng, the terrifying incarnation of the great emperor appeared. That was the vision of the great emperor of the universe, the greatest great emperor. The moment it appeared, Liu Feng disappeared. In the past, the vision of the great emperor of the universe was only thousands of feet in size. However, at this moment, when Liu Feng activated it in the supreme sovereign realm and in the state of ultimate sublimation, he really entered an unprecedented level. The fusion of his vision reached a terrifying height of more than 100 million. The great emperor of the universe, Liu Feng, reached a height of more than 100 million. He was going to fight the lord of demonic creatures to the death. The 2 terrifying existences in the universe, who were the emptiest in the universe since ancient times, let out earth-shattering roars across space and time. The next moment, Liu Feng's incarnation of the great emperor of the universe went completely crazy. In just an instant, it crossed the barriers of space and time and arrived at the side of the lord of demonic creatures. At the same time, human king Liu Bei summoned the holy sovereign of heaven and earth and transformed into a supreme battle body of 80 million feet. Among the other existences, only Shakyamuni Buddha's golden body of the Lord Buddha reached 20 million feet, while the others were only 10 million feet. This was the gap in strength. On the real battlefield, only Liu Feng was the main force, the real core existence of the collision. He punched out, and the first collision occurred. This was the ultimate power that could really annihilate a universe. Just the aftermath alone was enough to shatter the ultimate heaven of the 33 heavens and completely disappear into nothingness. Unless one was a half-step sovereign, no existence could survive such an aftermath. The punch went straight into the supreme, decaying essence. This decaying essence could even decay power, but it was nothing to Liu Fenglai. This was because Liu Feng had already condensed the ultimate realm of the great demonic true body, the supreme great demonic body. This was the ultimate realm that could resist any demonic creature. Liu Feng already understood that the supreme great demonic body was the ultimate battle body born to annihilate the lord of demonic creatures. At this moment of collision, dusk fell, time disappeared, and eternal silence reigned. The ultimate power of countless immortal kings and divine king experts arrived, constantly hitting the body of the lord of demonic creatures and causing his body to collapse. However, the power of decay was too terrifying. Although the Buddha's devil vanquishing had annihilated countless devilish creatures, the true essence of decay was still present among the countless devilish creatures. Their existence allowed the power of the Lord of demonic creatures to continue to recover. In the beginning, Lu Feng was still able to shake the Lord of demonic creatures by himself. But now, he was no longer able to face the Lord of demonic creatures. Every time they collided, the Lord of demonic creatures' colossal body would become a little more transparent. The human king, who had transformed into the holy venerate of heaven and earth, constantly unleashed the ultimate power of dark annihilation. Unfortunately, although he was only 20 million feet short of the Lord of demonic creatures and Lu Feng's 100 million feet, this 20 million feet was an essential difference. Therefore, in this final collision, the human king, who had transformed into the holy venerate of heaven and earth, sadly discovered that he could not be of much help. He, who had once shocked the world and was the greatest among countless creatures, was now like an ant, unable to do anything. The other 17 supreme sovereigns were even less able to help. The only thing they could do was the slightest involvement. If they had not chosen the ultimate sublimation, they would not even be qualified to face it. They would not even be qualified to exist in the aftermath. Sorrow, sorrow, great sorrow. However, they couldn't feel any sorrow because they had to fight. Because right now, they carried the final hope of countless living beings. Finally, the battle collapsed. Finally, the battle began to crumble. Lu Feng was strong, but in the face of the invincible horror, he could not resist. The current Lord of demonic creatures had recovered to the extent of eternity, and no one could resist him anymore. With the final blow, Lu Feng's incarnation as the great emperor of the universe summoned the era of the emperors. That was the final era of the emperors. This era of the emperors was no longer the previous era of the emperors. To be precise, this was the era of the emperors. The monarch's descent summoned the power of an epic, 2 epics, and countless epics. When he was incarnated as the great emperor of the universe, he was the only ruler of countless epics. He was the ruler of countless eternal epics. Therefore, he could summon all the power of countless epics. The power of countless epics turned into eternity, all becoming the power of his annihilation. Such power was definitely the limit of the peerless realm. This was the most shocking power that Lu Feng could unleash when he executed the supreme sovereign technique. It was vast and mighty, filled with unparalleled majesty. Even the divine king, who was billions of years old, could not contend against it and was turned into ashes in an instant. However, such invincible power, which could almost completely annihilate an epic, did not cause any serious damage to the Lord of demonic creatures in the end. This only knocked him down fiercely. However, in the next moment, he stood up again. Power was not weaker than before. Such a strike was already the ultimate strike. It was the ultimate strike that had exhausted all of his strength. However, the result was so tragic. Many living beings were already in despair. Lu Feng had already fallen silent. He had already given everything he had. He had given everything he had, everything he had, everything he had. Unfortunately, the Lord of demonic creatures was too frightening and too powerful. In the next moment, Lu Feng started to laugh maniacally. In the end, only I can bear my mistakes. Even if I give up everything, it will still be the same. I will still bear it alone. Lu Feng's blood boiled again. At this moment, the sound of everything shattering could be heard in the depths of his soul. This was the precursor to Lu Feng's soul, trembling and ascending. His madness continued. Lu Feng had completely forgotten about everything. Not a shred of reason could be seen in his eyes. Every attack he made was the ultimate collision, the ultimate sacrifice he had to make. Vaguely, Lu Feng seemed to have ascended again. The eternal domain. Lu Feng has already taken half a step into the true eternal domain. The 18 supreme sovereigns were horrified, shocked, and seething. However, when the Lord of Demonic Creatures' frightening attack appeared, this excitement disappeared instantly and turned into nothingness, oblivion. This was an apocalyptic attack that would cause the world to fall into oblivion forever. This was a decaying attack that would obliterate the hope of all living beings. Lu Feng was sent flying backward, causing the endless void of the final destination to shatter into countless pieces and destroy the power of the magical laws. This time, Lu Feng's gigantic body crumbled apart. His mouth was filled with an endless red color. When Lu Feng condensed the supreme great demonic body, he had already returned to his original state. His blood had already become the red blood of the human race. This blood was the blood of a half-step eternal realm expert. It flowed quietly as if it was a supreme divine object. The aura exuding from it was even more terrifying than that of a grade 13 artifact. Unfortunately, although this was terrifying, Lu Feng was still defeated in the end. In the end, he was still unable to contend against the terrifying Lord of Demonic Creatures. Billions of living beings were silent and in despair. There were no words that could explain this. They were already completely silent and did not know what to say. At this moment, everyone was ready to die. They had forgotten everything. When they saw a great existence like Lu Feng fall, they were really speechless. Silence. Complete silence. No words. In the end, they were all speechless. Tears only appeared for a moment before disappearing completely and evaporating forever. They would not cry, because they were the last hope of countless living beings. They could die, they could perish, or they could fail. However, how could they choose to give up, to cry, and to be weak? Therefore, they had already made their decision. In this life, we have already given everything. Although this is the final outcome, we still have no regrets. We have done everything we can. We have gathered everything we have and done everything we can. We have failed, but we will not regret it. We really have no regrets. At this moment, the billions of divine king powerhouses began to sublimate. When one's strength reached a certain level, numbers could no longer change anything. This was also why no matter how many divine king powerhouses there were, they would not be able to contend against the supreme ruler. Naturally, even if the countless divine king powerhouses were to burn all of them, when they faced the Lord of Demonic Creatures, it was probably the same. Although it was useless, they did not want to give up. What Lu Feng had given them was not only endless confidence, but also the courage to press forward and never admit defeat. Therefore, they would rather sublimate and use their own lives to complete the final blow than to sink into depravity and be completely annihilated. The 18 supreme rulers looked at each other and nodded gently. Their eyes showed that they were unafraid of death. Although defeated, it is honorable. Although defeated, it is honorable. Although defeated, it is honorable. Finally, the endless flames appeared. At this moment, it was so brilliant and glorious. Many people looked at the existences around them and felt as though they had returned to the past and were witnessing the scenes of the past. Now, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want to wait for him to completely obliterate and decay everything. Wait for him to completely enter the ultimate domain before you make your move. At that instant, the appearance of a voice startled the entire place, causing the countless burning existences to be startled awake. They all looked in the direction where the voice had come from, and their expressions were filled with an endless amount of strangeness. The owner of the voice was the end of their faith. It was Lu Feng. Lu Feng did not notice the gazes of the crowd. All he saw was the direction of the endless path in the distance. The Lord of the Demonic Creatures seemed to have heard Lu Feng's frantic cries. He finally looked at Lu Feng again and roared endlessly in the void. In an instant, the Lord of the Demonic Creatures was already charging towards Lu Feng. Now that Lu Feng had lost his invincible power and suffered endless injuries, he was already on the verge of death. Moreover, even if he was at his peak, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the endless killing blow of the Lord of demonic creatures. Despair appeared in everyone's eyes. They could vaguely see Lu Feng's annihilation. In the final moment, the magnificent sword strike was indescribable. It was the ultimate sword strike that transcended all words. It was the unparalleled and eternal sword strike. In an instant, countless existences were dumbfounded. However, while they were dumbfounded, Lu Feng was not. Lu Feng was not dumbfounded at all. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with indescribable colors. The final moment has arrived. The moment his voice disappeared, the countless powers in Lu Feng's body collapsed and became the only essence of power, a manifestation of a completely condensed power. The complete fusion of these countless powers ignited Lu Feng's entire being. Burning madly. Lu Feng was burning madly. Behind him, the terrifying shadow shocked the heavens again. This time, it was not a shadow, but a real body. It was a real corpse. Heavenly Futu. In the final moment, Heavenly Futu appeared. It was shocking and shattered. One of the two ultimate mystiques of Futu was the Demon Buster. Compared to the ultimate mystique that supported this era, Futu's Demon Buster was its ultimate power to annihilate demonic creatures. Futu's peerless sword strike shook the heavens. This was the true ultimate killing blow. This was the ultimate annihilation. That sword went straight into the depths, penetrating the reincarnation of time and space, penetrating the body of the Lord of demonic creatures. The long sword, the ancient long sword. Lu Feng knew the existence of a long sword. It was the only sword that once suppressed the final path of transcendence. It was one of the four great objects that existed since ancient times. Now it appeared the final moment had arrived. At this moment, above Heavenly Futu, rays of light flickered, as if millions of brilliance were continuing. On the final battleship, 20 billion immortal kings were surrounded by bright light. At this moment, they seemed to have realized something. Their eyes were filled with endless fluctuations. In the end, they still felt it. Are you summoning us? I heard it. I heard your call. I know, we're no longer existences of this era. We should not exist in this era. I know, we should go back. We should be annihilated. We should disappear completely. We are not existences of this era. Our true existences should be in the ancient immortal devil era. Although there are too many things that we are unwilling to do, we still have to leave. Because it is summoning above Futu, all the runes were flashing. That was an extremely complex and mysterious light. But in the next moment, when the countless runes lit up to the limit, an indescribable special image appeared above Futu. That was the image of a human figure that Lu Feng saw engraved on Futu. Lu Feng used to think that it was the image of the Divine King. But now, he knew that it was not the image of the Divine King, but the final imprint of the 20 billion immortal kings who died in the immortal devil era. Futu, Heavenly Futu, actually carried the engravings of countless immortal devils. It actually carried the great imprints of countless immortal devils. When the inexhaustible light image that belonged to the immortal devil immortal kings surged, innumerable immortal kings returned. I, the eternal immortal king, have carried my life and died long ago. Now that I am able to return for a short time, I have no regrets in fighting the demonic creatures, fusing with Futu and becoming the ultimate power to suppress the eternal lord of the demonic creatures. We are all happy. When have we ever been afraid of death? We have already died once. What can we do if we die again? What can we do? Facing death with equanimity, at this moment, innumerable immortal kings were annihilated. They were once the supreme immortal kings of the ancient immortal devil era. This time, they were the heaven-defying souls who received the great summons and returned after crossing the ages. The annihilation this time would be the true and final annihilation. Henceforth, even the imprints on them would disappear completely. Countless tears blurred the eyes of those conquerors. When they were severely injured, they did not shed tears. When they were suffering, they did not shed tears. Even though they knew that they had failed, they did not shed tears. When they saw death, when there was no hope left, they still did not shed tears. But now, their faces were covered with tears. Billions of heaven-defying souls were imprinted on Futu. At this moment, Futu was truly complete. Power, this is power that has never been seen before. This is the greatest power. This is the true 14th level realm. Lu Feng knew that this is the true power of the eternal realm. This is the true ultimate power that is on the same level as the lord of the demonic creatures. Lu Feng's soul was on the verge of collapse. His body had been sacrificed countless times, and he was on the verge of destruction. But at this last moment, Lu Feng still chose to use the last of his strength to launch Futu's ultimate attack. Futu, Demon Buster. He used all his strength to shout out the last words. Finally, Futu, Demon Buster. Everything was annihilated, completely annihilated. The majesty of 20 billion divine king powerhouses was fused together, and the ultimate power of power was completely unleashed. Devil vanquishing, devil vanquishing, devil vanquishing. In an instant, countless creatures were shouting, all of them going crazy. What appeared in their eyes was a type of flickering glint of tears. This was an ultimate sublimation strike, a final strike that had fused with the souls of countless living beings. These were the souls of 2 billion heaven-defying heroes who would never lack destiny and sublimation. This strike was the greatest strike of all. It was an eternal strike that caused their souls to tremble. The 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, countless space-time, truly countless space-time. From billions of spacetimes away, from countless spacetimes, all of the power erupted. All of the heaven-span Futu's countless extensions of space-time shattered space-time and descended. This was an indescribable horror, an eternal annihilation that shook the entire era of the universe. Futu's Demon Buster. This was the truly invincible Futu's Demon Buster. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see countless miniature dimensions. Their existences were completely independent, but at this moment, they were forcefully pulled together by the great Futu. The miniature dimensions that were reflected in countless space-time overlapped infinitely and completely overlapped everything. Demon Buster, Demon Buster, a terrifying and extreme power was truly born. The Lord of demonic creatures seemed to have felt this ultimate power that could destroy everything. His body was really trembling to the extreme. His roar seemed to shatter space-time. Such a fierce nature had never been seen before in all of history. The part of the heavenly stupa that stretched out endlessly had arrived. In an instant, the tyrannical Demon Buster's true essence completely suppressed the Lord of demonic creatures' body. At this moment, the entire space-time shook to an indescribable degree. However, the suppression this time did not cause the demonic creature to lose its initiative. He was the real existence of the eternal realm, a level 14 existence in the truest sense. Therefore, how could he be suppressed so easily? That was why he began to tremble even more terrifyingly. The endless arms in the depths were crushed to pieces. However, how could it be enough to just shatter it? This time, it was the ultimate version of the Buddha's exorcism, the greatest version of the Buddha's exorcism. This was the fusion of billions of space-time powers. This was the combined power of Futu's Demon Buster from the endless space-time society. In the first space-time, the Buddha true body that extended for 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999 feet vanished. However, there were other things besides death, and even more space-time. The second space-time, the third space-time, it continued to descend. Finally, after resisting billions of Futu's true forms, the Lord of Monsters could no longer shatter. Behind him, there was a shocking crack, and a large amount of decaying blood finally appeared. Previously, that peerless sword strike had already seriously injured him. Now, the ultimate power of Futu's Demon Buster had finally and completely suppressed the Lord of Monsters for the first time in the endless space-time. This was the first and only time of suppression, and it was also the last time, because after this time, there would be no more demons between heaven and earth. Countless Futu's true forms descended and suppressed the Lord of Monsters' body. Finally, the Lord of Monsters began to tremble endlessly. Finally, he began to collapse, and he began to slowly fade into nothingness. In Lu Feng's eyes, there was a color that had never been there before. There were too many things that had been fused together. In the next moment, his Futu's true form, which had fused with countless powers of the origin universe, slowly moved. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much after. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much sorrow. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much helplessness, bitterness, and intrigue. Lord of the demonic creatures, disappear. Lu Feng had chosen the most thorough fusion. He had chosen to become one with the boundless sky stupa. Finally, he rose up into the air and descended in front of the gazes of countless living beings. Futu, Demon Buster. The last four words were spread between heaven and earth, and they were the last four words in eternity. Futu, Demon Buster. Futu was Lu Feng. This was Futu's Demon Buster, and it was the Emperor's Demon Buster. Finally, under the witness of countless people, the supreme devil who once dominated countless eras, who once caused the collapse of the entire universe, who once caused the greatest of eras to sink into oblivion, the supreme devil, the devil of all devils, the existence of all calamities, was completely annihilated. Chapter 985. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Everyone stared blankly at the endless emptiness in front of them. They could no longer see any demonic creatures or sense any decaying world. They were all stunned. Everything had changed too fast. They couldn't accept it. There was no way to accept it. They were so crazy in the past. But in the face of the Lord of demonic creatures, who had almost completely awakened, they had no way to deal with him. They could only watch as Lu Feng, their belief in Lu Feng, gradually fell at the final moment. Or perhaps he had completely fallen. However, they didn't expect and couldn't think of it. Lu Feng's inexplicable roar, the greatest and most magnificent sword in the endless space-time, had appeared just like that. However, there was still no stubborn illness because the ultimate power of Fudu had been completely shaken. Is it over? Is it over? Is everything really going to end like this? Countless people murmured to themselves. They were immortal kings, great existences in space-time, but at this moment, they were all stunned and couldn't believe what had just happened. However, when they looked at the 18 supreme sovereigns, they fell silent. Because at this moment, the 18 supreme sovereigns were just quietly looking ahead, watching the indescribable scene. They didn't know when in a distant place, or perhaps at the end of the universe. An ancient long sword was quietly there. They had heard of that long sword before, and they had seen it just now. Many existences knew that if it hadn't been for the help of the long sword at the final moment, the Lord of demonic creatures wouldn't have been completely annihilated. The people were no longer shocked and confused by the sight of the long sword. However, the quiet figure beside the long sword caused them to be dumbfounded. That's the primogenitor of the human race. Is it the new Emperor Lu Feng? Many people saw that beside the long sword, there was a broken body that stood quietly without any expression. That was the true existence of the body, an incomparably ancient body. From that body, everyone could feel a sense of grandeur. It was the roar of millions upon millions of people. It was an endless blessing. It was the ultimate refinement of all living beings. This wasn't Lu Feng. They could clearly feel that this was definitely not Lu Feng. But, his face was exactly the same as Lu Feng's. It was Lu Feng's face. At this moment, everyone began to look for Lu Feng. Finally, they saw him. Really, there were two Lu Fengs who looked exactly the same. Many people had heard of the ancient legend. The heaven-defying heroic spirits summoned by the 8 great sacred masters seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions were filled with shock, eternal shock. They looked at the figure that had already lost all signs of life. Suddenly, all of them knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings, you. Greetings, you. Greetings, you. You. It was you. Everyone didn't know what his name was. They didn't know what his name was. However, they knew one thing, and that was that they had to address him with the most sincere, because he was the one who had protected countless living things. In the mouths of the people, he was him. At this moment, countless existences knelt down. They were all devout believers, and they were all kowtowing with the most sincere sincerity. In their eyes and hearts, he was the greatest existence. They already knew the truth of the immortal devil Era's destruction. These existences knew that if he hadn't used his own life to seal this place at the very last moment, perhaps everything would have been completely destroyed and would no longer exist. However, he was the one who had helped countless living things and protected their last hope. At this moment, the moment they saw this body, they finally understood. They completely understood what was going on. So everything, the truth back then was actually like this. He burned his soul and used his own soul to seal time and space. He activated his war body and used his own body to suppress the supreme demon master. You've used everything you have to protect countless living beings. Many existences' eyes were brimming with tears. They were really trembling, really shaken. They were really feeling endless sorrow because of his existence. The 18 supreme sovereigns sighed slowly. In the next moment, they walked gently and finally came to Lu Feng's side. Looking at the silent Lu Feng, the 18 supreme sovereigns fell silent. Finally, The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors stepped forward and looked at Lu Feng. They slowly spoke the words in their hearts. Lu Feng, in the past, we wronged you. Back then, perhaps you really did make a mistake. You made a huge mistake. If it weren't for you, the Lord of Devil creatures wouldn't have awakened, and this universe wouldn't have been in danger. But now we understand. We completely understand. What happened in the past will happen in the future. Everything will happen in the future. It's just that time has been brought forward. In fact, none of this is your fault. However, in order to make up for your mistakes, you chose the ultimate path. You chose to use everything you had to atone for your sins and seal the endless devil creatures. You are indeed worthy of being the faith of all living things. The moment they saw this body without any soul fluctuations, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors understood everything. They finally understood what had really happened back then. The 18 sovereigns sighed softly. There were too many legends about him, even though they were all mysterious. Although they were all mysterious, his greatness was truly recognized by the world. Now, they finally understood. They completely understood. Lu Feng was him. In other words, he was his reincarnation. In the past, he chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the endless living things and turned into an eternal guardian. Now, after he reincarnated, he returned as Lu Feng. In order to seal the Lord of Devil creatures completely, he even sacrificed his life in this life. Lu Feng's actions won the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors true understanding from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, everyone was quietly looking at Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng remained silent. He was extremely silent. His eyes seemed to have lost their focus. He just quietly looked in front of him, quietly looking at the body that was filled with endless mottled scars. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Lu Feng slowly opened his mouth. Are you still unwilling to give up? Give up? How can I give up? I've waited for so long. I poured in all my strength and laid out a peerless plan that shocked time and space just to wait for this final moment. How can I give up? In that case, are you going to sacrifice everything for that illusory thing? Are you really going to sacrifice everything for your desire? Lu Feng kept muttering to himself. Everyone was puzzled. Finally, Lu Feng laughed loudly. It was a kind of crazy laughter. It was a kind of wild laughter. At this moment, his body suddenly stood upright. In order to resist the final Lord of Devil creatures, his body had already decayed. His strength had already disappeared. However, this time, when Lu Feng suddenly stood upright, it was as if the murky world had been completely lifted up. This was the backbone that held up the era. Lu Feng was still smiling crazily. Ha 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 ha. It's me. You're right. Or rather, I'm right. In fact, it's me. The root of everything, the culprit, is me. Countless tears of blood fell from his eyes. At this moment, Lu Feng was so desolate that it made people despair. Finally, at the moment when everyone was shocked, an indescribable brilliance appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Vaguely, everyone saw another figure slowly appear outside Lu Feng's body. It was still Lu Feng. It was Lu Feng in his spiritual body. Looking at the illusory figure, many existences frowned slightly. However, in the next moment, they had to retreat far away. They thought that the current Lu Feng was really terrifying to an incomprehensible extent. Although he was mottled and full of suffering, Lu Feng was really halfway into the eternal domain. He was a great existence that was even more terrifying than them. Therefore, the power that Lu Feng exuded at this moment really made many living beings tremble in fear. As they looked at the illusory Lu Feng, many living beings and the 18 supreme rulers in the distance had strange expressions on their faces. This was because they recognized what it was. That's Lu Feng's second primordial spirit. As the taboo monarch, Lu Feng's supreme ability was to have 2 souls. No one understood why he had summoned his second primordial spirit at this moment. However, this confusion didn't last long, because in the next moment, Lu Feng actually annihilated this second soul in front of countless living beings. Annihilation, it was really annihilation. The second primordial spirit was a part of Lu Feng's soul. However, at this moment, he had actually completely annihilated his own soul. Sluggish and trembling, Lu Feng, who was in the distance, had blood flowing out of his mouth. His whole body was trembling, as if he had reached the end of his life. He had actually shattered his own soul. However, in the next moment, these shattered souls turned into endless sparkles that condensed in the void and began to fuse together. They started to flutter, and eventually all of them followed the most beautiful trajectory and slid into the distance, above the lifeless figure. No one understood what was going on. At this moment, they just watched and waited. Finally, when countless soul sparkles poured into the body, a sparkling fluctuation appeared on the invincible battle body that once belonged to him. It was the aura of life. Lu Feng was floating quietly in the air. At this moment, the feeling of being past his prime became more and more obvious. He gave off the feeling that he was going to die in the next moment. On his face, in his eyes, there was no longer any grief or indignation. At this moment, he was so calm that it could even be said that he was serene, billions of gods as the body, countless immortals and demons as the bones, the truth of space-time as the eyes, the eternity of fate as the soul. With the power of countless living beings, I was finally reborn. I became him. I became you in your mouth. Then, under your prayers, I led the 8 great sacred masters and many living beings to begin the conquest of the final destination. The journey was smooth, and we finally arrived at the 33rd layer of sky beyond sky, in front of the final path. At this time, the Lord of demonic creatures recovered. He summoned countless demonic creatures, and we fought. We fought crazily. However, we were no match for him. Therefore, the I you speak of, which is also he used endless power to seal time and space with his soul. He used his physical body to suppress the demonic creature lord who was about to fully recover. Then, after countless eras, his reincarnation became Lu Feng and rose to power. In the end, he led all the living beings and summoned all the heroic spirits that had fallen here. With the help of all the living beings and the power of the Buddha, he finally completely suppressed the lord of the devil creatures. This is the truth that everyone knows. Lu Feng's voice was so low, but his words made many people indifferent. It could even be said that they were truly speechless. This is the truth. That should be the truth, right? But is this really the truth? Lu Feng smiled. What kind of bullshit truth is this? At this moment, Lu Feng's face was filled with sorrow. In the next moment, Lu Feng slowly turned around and looked at the countless living beings in the distance. His voice slowly rang out. Do all of you know who I am? Do all of you know who you are talking about? Do all of you know who I am? True identity. These people were dazed and confused. What kind of true identity is there? Lu Feng is the him they speak of. The you they speak of. The him is the gathering of all living beings' beliefs in the past. He is the great ruler that was summoned by endless prayers and countless living beings in order to conquer the final path. Is there something wrong with this? Lu Feng looked at all of the other entities and smiled gently, carefreely, as if he were relieved. Yes, I already know what you're thinking. After endless prayers, with billions of gods as the body, countless immortals and demons as the bones, the truth of space-time as the eyes, and the eternity of fate as the soul, him was finally summoned. But who came up with this method of prayer? Silence. Complete silence. Complete silence. Because back then, when they chose to pray to create this invincible ruler, this method of carrying the ultimate belief of him, it was the 8 great sacred masters. It could be said that it was under their guidance, that the unparalleled miracle of the past with billions of gods as the body, countless immortals and demons as the bones, the truth of space-time as the eyes, and the eternity of fate as the soul. Looking at them, Lu Feng seemed to have reached the end of his life. However, at this moment, the calmness he had was something that no one could compare with. That's right, all the methods were done by the 8 great sacred masters. However, why did you 8 great sacred masters come up with such a method? Why did you all come up with such an unparalleled method of forging at the same time? Silence. The 8 great sacred masters were completely silent. They had experienced endless time and space. They had calculated countless eras. In order to succeed in the end, they had made up for the future. How could they be idiots? After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, they gradually understood. Looking at them, Lu Feng was still smiling. Have you all thought it through? Lu Feng's eyes glowed with a strange light as he looked at the majestic battle body in front of him. Actually, all of you 8 great sacred masters have a common characteristic. You all relied on the existence of the original source to become an invincible ruler. The 8 great sacred masters didn't understand how Lu Feng knew this, and they didn't want to know. Because Lu Feng's words made them understand that what they thought might be true. At this moment, the 8 great sacred masters slowly turned around and looked at the terrifying battle body at the same time. So, we are actually this laughable, really laughable, really laughable, really laughable. It turned out that they had been fools from the beginning. They had been manipulated by others. Everything they had done from the beginning was actually under the control of others. Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation, but most of all, they were sad. It was a kind of pain and heartbreaking feeling. It was an indescribable pain and despair. It was a kind of grief that couldn't be described with words. At this moment, they felt as if their faith had collapsed. They felt as if their souls had died. Behind them, the countless living beings on the warship seemed to have thought of something. They seemed to have gradually understood. Their eyes were filled with the same despair and despair. Their faith had completely collapsed at this moment. Lu Feng's body swayed slightly, as if he had really reached the end. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng stood firmly on the spot. Although he no longer had any strength and had almost reached the end, he still couldn't fall down. That was because he still had an unfinished guardian existence. Lu Feng's voice rang out once again as he looked at the trembling body in front of him. Your guess isn't wrong. The you're talking about is Lu Feng's previous incarnation, that infinitely great existence. His true identity is, in the primordial era, the greatest existence in the endless time and space. He was also the first existence to reach the supreme ruler realm, primitive immortal lord, in the primordial era of immortals and demons, the first existence to reach the supreme ruler realm. He was the first, the true ultimate king. He had once led countless immortals and demons to conquer the world when the primordial era of immortals and demons was born. He had once risked his life for the countless living beings. He had once charged forward bravely for the countless living beings. Once upon a time, in the battle where he perished, the primitive immortal lord had chosen the taboo sublimation for the sake of the many living beings. He had fused with endless power and used 11 types of beyond dharma, unparalleled heavenly dharma, to destroy the demonic creatures. He had used his own soul to seal the exit and had even split his original source into countless incarnations. He had helped the living beings and propped up hope. He had made the final contribution to the birth of the 8 supreme rulers. It could be said that the primitive immortal lord was an infinitely great existence. He was the greatest existence in the history of the immortal demons. Even when he didn't know the truth about him, he was still incomparable to the primitive immortal lord, no matter how strong him was. Because the primitive immortal lord was the greatest existence in the history of immortals. He was the end of the faith of all beings. But now, they finally realized that the truth of everything was actually like this. So, the truth of everything was actually like this. They had been deceived. They had been completely deceived by their own faith. The great plan of the ages, the great plan that had lasted for endless time and space. The great plan that had truly deceived billions of living beings. This was the great plan of the ages. It had deceived all living beings in the entire universe and countless eras, dazed, devastated, hopeless, sinking. This was the only state of mind they had right now. They were watching, quietly watching. Their pupils were no longer in focus. Lu Feng sighed. He could feel the ripples of life within the great body. Finally, this time, Lu Feng didn't hold anything back. He spilled the beans. In the endless eras before the chaos appeared, there was an era that defied the heavens. That era was even more terrifying than the current one. However, it was during such a terrifying era that a terrifying battle occurred. In the end, countless living beings were annihilated. There was a truly invincible existence that defied the world. He appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the turmoil of the world. At the final moment, he fought with the final existence that had fallen the entire time and space. Finally, he was completely suppressed. However, he realized that even though he had suppressed this heaven-defying monster, he could not completely eliminate him. In the end, that heaven-defying expert used his great power to create an entire universe and sealed this demonic being in the deepest part of the universe. He used the power of all living beings to create the greatest sacred site in history. It was a supreme weapon that could be compared to him, to the final existence of evil. And the existence of this great artifact was capable of obliterating that evil existence. Unfortunately, this process could not be completed in one go. It would take a long time. Everyone vaguely understood what was going on. They looked at the sky-piercing Futu, which had turned into ashes and completely disappeared. There was an indescribable fluctuation in their expressions. These people were not idiots. They already knew what was going on. This evil and fallen existence should be the lord of demonic beings. The eternal weapon that the invincible existence had condensed was the Futu. It turned out that this was everything that had happened before this universe had existed. No one asked Lu Feng how he knew this, because they knew that what he was about to tell them was the truth of the greatest conspiracy in this endless time and space. A long time. It was really a long time. That great existence seemed to know that in such a time and space, life would eventually be born. Furthermore, if he wanted to kill that evil existence, just the suppression of a sacred weapon wasn't enough. He still needed the other, most unadorned, ultimate attack. And this final attack could only be wielded by him. Therefore, he instilled his great power and left his peerless divine weapon here. The light in everyone's eyes changed. They looked into the distance, towards the ultimate path, towards the sword of the great ancient supreme. Just now, it was the vibration of the sword that gave the awakened lord of demonic beings a fatal blow. It allowed Lu Feng to summon the Futu and use its great power to completely suppress the lord of demonic beings. Then, what the great creator didn't expect was that the creatures born in this universe were too heaven-defying and terrifying. They were born in defiance of the heavens from the chaos and quickly grew to a lawless level. They grew to a terrifying level that was close to the realm they existed in. The three beast kings remained silent. They were creatures born from the primal chaos. They possessed heaven-defying strength. They were the first to reach the supreme sovereign realm. However, because they were born in the primal chaos, the strongest they could reach was their current level. They simply could not continue to transform. They were helpless. Their success and failure were due to the chaos. This was a tragedy. Then, apart from the innate life form, a truly powerful being was born among the postnatal life forms. That being was the primordial immortal Lord. This was something that many living beings were aware of. As the first postnatal life form to reach the supreme sovereign realm, he received the protection of the entire universe. It was a great protection in the truest sense of the word. His power continued to grow. It could be said that he absorbed the great fortune of the primordial immortal devil era. This was also why, although the primordial immortal devil era was terrifying, it could not be compared to later times. Finally, one day, when he was wandering the endless space, he found a special place. After spending tens of thousands of years, he traveled through that mysterious space and finally arrived at the ultimate path. There, he saw the truth of the entire universe. At that time, he was already the greatest being. However, he did not want to be restricted like this. He already knew that there were greater realms, more terrifying realms, and more vast worlds. He wanted to transcend, to walk to the other side, to walk out of this flashy world. Unfortunately, he cannot do it. He really cannot do it, because if he wanted to walk out of here, he had to reach the eternal realm. He had to be at the same level as the evil fallen being. However, in this primordial universe, all laws were limited by eternity. If he wanted to obtain greater laws and greater power, he had to walk out of here, out of this sealed world. If he wanted to walk out of here, he needed great power. Hence, everything was in a deadlock. However, as the first postnatal life form to reach such a great realm, how could he be willing to fail? His wisdom was without a doubt the greatest in the endless space-time. At that moment, he remembered that he saw the endless truth of this universe. So he finally found a way. Therefore, in order to transcend and enter a whole new level, he went completely mad. He chose to destroy the artifact that was guarding it, allowing the ultimate evil existence to slowly awaken. Then, he left this place, the final destination, and returned to the primordial universe, where he began to recuperate for countless years. During this period, he would always disappear and go to the final destination to check on the situation. These people listened in a daze and stared blankly. In front of them, the once greatest body, the great body that made countless living beings weep and bow down in worship, was now filled with a kind of life aura. He began to sway slightly, and he began to move slightly. However, Lu Feng, who was standing at the front, did not seem to notice all this. He continued to talk about everything that had happened in the past and the truth. Finally, when he felt that there was enough time, he took advantage of a special opportunity and let an immortal who was on an expedition discover the existence of that place. Then, the real expedition began. Over countless years, that evil being had evolved into countless demonic auras, and those demonic creatures were actually part of his body. They were just a part of his terrifying power. Everyone was silent. Once again, they were enlightened. The demonic creatures did not have any life force at all. They used to think that they were another form of life. But now, they realized that those demonic creatures were just the life force of the Lord of demonic creatures. They were not living beings in the first place. If that was the case, how could they have life waves and life force? Countless demonic creatures gathered at the exit, and the moment it opened, there was a collision. That was the most tragic blow since the birth of the immortal devil era. Countless immortals and demons disappeared, and they were completely annihilated. Finally, at the last moment, he chose to sacrifice himself. He divided his origin into 8 parts and spread them throughout the endless time and space. When enough monstrous beings got their hands on them, they could use his origin to become supreme beings again. Of course, this was only what everyone saw and thought. In fact, the countless beings did not know that all of this was deliberately arranged by him, including his death, the existence of the 8 origins and the seal at that time. He was the one who arranged all of this. Then, the 8 great divine lords appeared one after another. They obtained his origin imprint, and finally, under the influence of their own will, they mobilized countless beings and sacrificed them to bring him back. They brought him back in a new way, in the greatest and most terrifying realm. Expedition, an endless expedition. Finally, after spending countless years, they reached the front of the path of transcendence and saw the resurrection of that evil being. That was the ultimate battle in the endless time and space. The fundamental meaning of this battle is actually to send people to their deaths. It is to send countless living beings to their deaths. Shock, complete and utter shock. The countless experts of the Divine King were stunned. This was the crazy truth. They were truly dumbfounded. He watched the final battle between the Creator and the evil being and finally found a way to help him transcend. And this method was called sacrifice. He used the existence of countless beings as sacrifices to forge himself into an invincible realm, an unparalleled power, to forge himself into an ultimate power and realm that surpassed all others. In the past, he had a supreme battle constitution, was the first dominator of the postnatal beings, and was the strongest among the countless beings. However, he really couldn't bear that endless power. But he was too heaven-defying. He came up with a way to use the power of all beings to forge himself into a perfect being. In the end, he succeeded. The expedition to the mysterious land was unimpeded. Finally, they reached the front of the path of transcendence. Among them, there is only the evil existence that is gradually awakening and his endless evil aura. Finally, the battle began. Countless deaths, endless deaths. At this time, he was fighting the evil being on the surface, but his real purpose was to absorb the power of all beings. He was growing stronger, rapidly growing stronger. Finally, he had entered the half-step eternal realm. He was about to take the last step, but in the final moment, he realized that he had failed. Although it was only the half-step, the accumulation of power required for the final half-step was too terrifying. It was too difficult to succeed. So, he thought of another way. Lu Feng's voice gradually lowered. The 8 dominators had gradually guessed the reason. They looked at Lu Feng with indescribable complexity in their eyes. Lu Feng still didn't seem to notice the strange reactions of these people. From the beginning to the end, he was still the same as before, incomparably indifferent. Although he opened a corner of that invincible artifact and allowed the evil being to reveal his power for a short time, it was still in existence on the same level as the evil being. The evil being had always been a terrifying existence sealed away. As time went on, the evil being would inevitably be slowly obliterated. And he, after experiencing so many failures, finally laid down an even more terrifying scheme for eternity. Once again, he went berserk and used a special method to shatter the eternal artifact. Finally, he released the evil existence completely. However, he also understood that once the evil existence fully recovered, the extent of its strength would be far beyond his reach. After all, that was the true terror of the eternal realm. Therefore, he finally made a crazy choice. He chose to send his soul into that terrifying artifact. He wanted to control that terrifying artifact in the endless reincarnation cycle in the future. His own body took on the role of that eternal artifact, suppressing the evil existence here once again. He started to lay out his plan. He relied on his great power to spread the existence of the final destination in countless spacetimes. He started to lure all the experts in every era to come here and enter the final destination. His goal was to gather all the heaven-defying fighting souls in this endless spacetime. Then, he would be able to suppress the evil being and absorb the endless power at the same time, allowing himself to enter the ultimate realm. In fact, all the creatures that have entered this place are just pawns. They're all pitiful pawns, Lu Feng sighed sadly. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. It's a pity that I calculated everything correctly. I laid out an eternal plan in this endless spacetime. This plan was to capture all the creatures in this Yin Yuan era in one fell swoop. However, I made a mistake. I actually did not calculate myself. The voice was deep and filled with the greatest aura. At this moment, countless creatures were awakened by the terrifying truth that Lu Feng had told them. They looked towards the direction where the voice came from and were completely stunned. He woke up. He really woke up. The Supreme who once led all the creatures, who was the source of their faith, who condensed the will of all the creatures, who was the source of their hope, woke up. The cruel body was slowly recovering. In an instant, there were no more scars. The power that shook the entire universe appeared in this ancient body again, shaking the entire space. He looked at Lu Feng and sighed. This time, I still made a mistake. Although the final result was the same, it's a pity that I did not manage to achieve perfection. I actually miscalculated myself. I did not expect that I would have failed at the last step. Fortunately, my will was firm. Fortunately, you still cultivated the primordial scripture. Lu Feng was silent. He looked at the great, or rather, he was looking at the primordial immortal master. He was looking at himself in the past. You made a lot of mistakes. The primordial immortal master nodded gently. His eyes were filled with an unexpected light. Indeed, I miscalculated a little. I did not expect that when my soul entered the eternal Fudu, it would be slowly assimilated by him. I actually gave up my firm belief. Fortunately, you also cultivated the primordial scripture that I passed down and produced a second primordial spirit. It allowed my will to continue. Moreover, what I didn't expect was that you would be so resolute in the end. You would rather give up your life to expel my soul. Your original plan was to shatter me, right? You wanted to completely shatter my soul, right? At this moment, it was the final moment. Lu Feng had nothing to hide. He nodded gently. Indeed, I was planning to shatter my second primordial spirit. When I reached the final level of the great devil true body and entered the final level of the eternal Fudu, it had already told me everything. I already know the whole truth. However, I did not expect that the source of this endless calamity, the mastermind of this endless calamity, was actually myself. The true mastermind was the primordial immortal master. It was that infinitely great it was Lu Feng. The primordial immortal master looked at Lu Feng and smiled gently. His smile affected the entire space-time era. Actually, what's wrong with soul fusion? The endless lives are just a ladder for us to become stronger. What's the point of their survival? Even if we don't do anything, they will eventually turn into dust and be completely annihilated. Rather than disappear like this, why not achieve our eternity? What's wrong with that? Lu Feng looked up at the eternal immortal master and smiled. In your eyes, or perhaps in my eyes, this might be the case. But it's a pity that everything isn't like that in my opinion. Because for me, for the real me, the meaning of life lies in existence. Existence is the reason, and I am to protect. My meaning is to protect the countless lives around me. Lu Feng's eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Primitive Immortal Lord was stunned when he saw the determination in Lin Fan's eyes. However, he regained his composure after a few moments. His eyes were filled with endless emotions. This is me, right? Just like when we were young. At that time, for the sake of a firm belief and confidence, we made the universe give way to us. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. Looking at Lu Feng, the primordial immortal master seemed to recall something. Right, the second cultivation technique you cultivate, the great demon true body, was taught to you by the Tantian Fudu. This battle body is indeed terrifying. If we had not cultivated this ultimate sacrificial battle body, this supreme great demon body would have been the most terrifying battle body in the endless space-time. Lu Feng looked at the primordial immortal lord, at his past self, or perhaps his present self, and smiled lightly. Yes, the great demon true body is the origin of Futu. In order to fight against the lord of the demonic creatures, he collected the traces of the souls of all living beings in the endless space-time and finally evolved the most terrifying supreme technique in history, the great demon true body. The primordial immortal master nodded slightly, revealing a look of understanding. The two of them stared at each other for an endless amount of time. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have stopped. Looking at Lu Feng, for some reason, the primordial immortal master lowered his head for the first time. He even trembled slightly. However, this was only for a moment. After a moment, he raised his head again and looked at Lu Feng. Do you, or the former me, have any solutions now? Countless living beings have been annihilated. Countless existences have died. The eternal Futu has also been completely shattered. The boundless energy of all living beings is still there. Once I absorb it all and destroy it all, what else do I need? At that time, I will have achieved the eternal realm. Do you still have any solutions? Many living beings were already in despair. If you had fused with Futu and entered the half-step eternal realm, you might have had a chance to fight against me. But this time, it's impossible. It's completely impossible. Despair, it was complete despair. They really had no other way out of this situation. Do we really have no other solutions? Are we really going to let you succeed? Are we really going to lose all hope? At this moment, an earth-shattering voice was heard, shocking all living beings. They looked in the direction of the voice at the same time, looking at the figure who was laughing wildly in front of the primordial immortal master. Finally, the laughter stopped. At this moment, Lu Feng was so indescribable. His appearance was too extreme, unimaginable. Looking at the primordial immortal master, Lu Feng's voice resounded, shaking samsara. Primordial immortal master, from now on, you are the primordial immortal master, and I, Lu Feng, am Lu Feng. Perhaps we were the same person, but now, we are you and me. The primordial immortal master was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled, a sarcastic smile, and nodded gently. Actually, it doesn't matter, because there won't be a future. Soon, there won't be a future. Time silence. But in the next moment, an indescribable expression appeared on the primordial immortal master's face. It was an indescribable turmoil. Looking at him, Lu Feng's eyes were dazzling. Did you find out? Have you realized that you can't move anymore? Silence. Then the primordial immortal master's expression changed. How? How did you do it? Lu Feng struggled to move, but at this moment, he realized that his body was about to collapse. A slight tremor appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly disappeared. He looked at the primordial immortal master and said slowly, "Do you really think that Futu is gone?" The primordial immortal master was slightly taken aback, while Lu Feng smiled gently. Or maybe you never knew about it. This part of your soul is only the real soul and not the real memory. So you don't know. The primordial immortal master fell silent again. Indeed, after this part of his soul was separated, it did not have many memories of Futu. Lu Feng smiled, a sarcastic smile. Perhaps you have never known what the true existence of a Buddha is. Do you know what Futu's real name is? Wasn't Futu's real name Futu? At this moment, many beings were taken aback, but they soon understood that Futu was just their name. Futu actually has a name, and his name is the Great Floating Heavenly Emperor. The Great Floating Heavenly Emperor. What kind of name was that? Lu Feng's voice gradually deepened. He seemed to recall the countless scenes that he had seen in the past. He began to speak slowly. Once upon a time, in the ancient past, during the era of the Creator, Futu's real body, the Great Floating Heavenly Emperor, was a heaven-defying expert. His talent was unprecedented, and he was a true heaven-defying genius of that era. He was comparable to the Creator. It's a pity that he valued relationships too much. In order to fulfill his promise, he fell at the hands of the Creator. However, after the Creator defeated his final opponent, he didn't want to see such a heaven-defying genius who valued friendship completely fall into oblivion. Therefore, he used a shocking method to allow him to be reborn. In order to make up for his past mistakes, the Great Floating Heavenly Emperor entered this invincible artifact created by the Creator and became a true artifact spirit. The true name of this invincible artifact is the Great Floating Heavenly Emperor. This was the origin of Futu. The Great Floating Heavenly Emperor was infinitely great. How could he have died so easily? Perhaps you don't know this. Actually, what exists here in front of the path of transcendence isn't the Great Floating Heavenly Emperor's real body. This is just his place of condensation. As for his true body, it is actually 33 layers of heaven. Countless gasps could be heard. At this moment, Many existences temporarily forgot about the issue of life and death. They were all stunned by Lu Feng's news. Lu Feng looked at the equally shocked primitive immortal lord and smiled. The great floating heavenly emperor was a true rank 14 existence, the terror of the eternal realm. Back then, if it wasn't to suppress the lord of devil creatures, if it wasn't his real body but his condensation of essence, we wouldn't have been able to open a crack. Parrish chattered, "What a joke, what a joke, what a joke." 33 layers of heaven are still here. How could the great floating heavenly emperor perish? How could he be shattered? Primitive immortal lord, you set up this shocking plan that spanned countless dimensions. You schemed against countless existences. However, you didn't know that there was actually another plan, one that was infinitely terrifying. And the grand floating celestial emperor's grand scheme was set up for you. Lu Feng's madness began to burn. His power began its final frenzy. Seeing this, primitive immortal lord was stunned. However, in the next moment, he laughed maniacally. His laughter echoed throughout the entire era, throughout time and space. Ha ha, ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect that in the end. I was the one who schemed against myself. What a joke, what a joke. However, what I find even more laughable is you all. I've already reached the limit. Although I'm not at the eternal realm, my physical body is too strong. However, the strength of the physical body is no different from that of the eternal realm. Even if I'm standing here, bound by the great floating heavenly emperor, so what? You want to kill me? Is that possible? Even if I stand here and let you kill me to your heart's content, can you hurt me? I won't need much time to recover. When that time comes, I'll wield the sacred rotating sword. What else can I fight against? The reincarnation sage sword is a holy item that once belonged to the Lord of creation and is stained with the blood of countless heaven-defying experts. In fact, it even contains the blood of the Lord of creation itself. Since ancient times, it has been the #1 weapon in terms of killing power. Even the 33 levels of heaven created by the Grand Buddha, Celestial Emperor, could be destroyed with a single blow. This was true. This was definitely the reality. However, Lu Feng was still in a frenzied state when it came to this. He looked at primitive immortal lord, his voice resounding throughout time and space. Have you forgotten? Fudu has another mystique other than the demon sweeping mystique. The great floating heavenly emperor had another mystique other than the demon sweeping mystique. That was time and space, supporting endless time and space, being the backbone of time and space. His existence is, in fact, the backbone that has supported countless space-time and eras. When primitive immortal lord saw Lu Feng's expression, he seemed to have realized something. However, he had absolute confidence in his own strength now. He was confident in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't care about anything. I know. Your final perseverance must be that ultimate immortal technique. That ultimate immortal technique formed by the origin of the universe and the great floating heavenly emperor. What a joke. What a joke. That ultimate immortal technique is truly worthy of its ultimate name. It is indeed an invincible power, but its level of existence is not grade 13. That is a power that can only be unleashed at the eternal realm. What can you unleash now? Even when you were at your peak, when you were half a step to the eternal realm, you could only unleash the 8 billion mortal worlds, 8 billion immortals. It's impossible for that kind of power to kill me. Lu Feng looked at him. He looked at the primitive immortal lord. He looked at his past self. He was still smiling. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. In the void, an indescribable voice resounded. Countless living beings were stunned. This voice seemed to contain endless power. That was the voice of the great floating heavenly emperor. You're wrong. Once again, the voice resounded. That was also a voice that fused endlessly and contained billions of principles. That was the voice of the heavenly Tao origin. You're wrong. The space-time split open. That was an ancient era. That was an incomparably ancient existence. Many of them were humans. That was an expert from the ultimate sky of the 33 levels. At the final moment, they chose to sacrifice themselves. They merged with the great floating heavenly emperor and turned into an invincible power to suppress the lord of demonic creatures. That was the greatest existence of the martial epic, the heavenly Tao martial ancestor. You're wrong. One after the other, there was another. Countless space-time split open. Countless voices resounded. Those are the voices of countless supreme existences from countless eras. A mysterious aura surged. This time, the many existences who had been filled with endless despair laughed. They now completely understood what was going on. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 ultimate kings, the 3 ultimate beast kings, the human king Liu Bei, Shakyamuni Buddha, and the countless living beings behind them all understood. They all shouted the voices in their hearts at the same time. You're wrong. You're really wrong. You're wrong. Liu Feng's voice resounded. He stretched out his arm and pointed at the endless space-time that had split open. The Grand Era Buddha, Celestial Emperor's strongest ability, is actually to prop up an era. He's not just supporting the current era. He's supporting all the eras in history. You're wrong. You're really wrong. Who told you that 1 billion mortal worlds, 1 billion immortals, can only be used by an eternal realm expert? The voices gradually disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Feng looked behind him. He looked at the endless space-time and laughed maniacally. The era is still there. The experts are still there. Tell me, can you all still fight? The void was silent. In the next moment, a voice that overturned everything appeared. Yes, 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 we're still there. Lu Feng turned around, and his eyes suddenly widened. Are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors here? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors slowly walked out and stood in front of Lu Feng. Yes, yes, we're still there. Lu Feng turned around, and his voice trembled. The 3 beast kings are still there. The 3 beast kings reverted to their original forms. They shook the space-time and came to Lu Feng's side. Yes, yes, we're still there. Another voice, resolute and unyielding. Human King Shakyamuni Buddha, can you? Liu Bei and Shakyamuni Buddha lost their calm smile. At this moment, they were also filled with endless madness. Yes, yes, we can. Lu Feng's smile became even crazier. The 5 ultimate kings, can we fight? The immortal king, demon king, divine king, sage king, and emperor took a step forward. Their voices were loud and their thoughts were boiling. Fight, fight. We'll fight. Lu Feng's maniacal laughter reached the extreme. Endless living beings, have you ever been afraid? At this moment, from one space-time, from 2 space-times, from all space-times, came the cries of all living beings. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. We've never been afraid. Although we've died 10,000 times, although there's no life, although we've sunk into oblivion, we'll never retreat. We'll fight, fight, fight. Tears of blood fell from the corners of Lu Feng's eyes. He raised his arm with great difficulty. At this moment, all living beings understood. They knew that this was their final faith. It was calling for their existence, and it needed their help. In an instant, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors walked out. They looked at Lu Feng, at all living beings, and at the distant primitive immortal lord who was already in a daze. They laughed thoroughly. We 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have actually lost the final mark of the primitive immortal devil when we established the human Tao era. But what we can represent is the great human Tao era. Here we the heavenly emperor, we the earthly emperor, we the human emperor, we the 5 emperors for the future of all living beings. We're willing to become immortals of the mortal world, to rule an era, to become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. The space-time of the human Tao era collapsed, thickening into an eternal power. It turned into an immortal kingdom, a miniature of a world. In the next moment, it slowly flew out. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked at each other, then nodded heavily. With a final smile, they completely immersed themselves in the human Tao epic of the human Tao epic. A speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. Countless great scholars of the human Tao appeared. Their auras of righteousness were revered by heaven and earth. At this moment, they chuckled, then turned to greet the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to strengthen the great human Tao era. The 5 ultimate kings walked out. They were solemn, their final majesty blooming. We, the 5 ultimate kings, have inherited the continuation of the primitive immortal devil era. We represent the eternal primitive immortal devil era. We, the emperor, we, the demon king. We, the immortal king. We, the divine king. We, the sage king. For the future of all living beings, I am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. Vaguely, the space-time of the terrifying primitive immortal devil era crumbled, turning into an eternal immortal kingdom that reappeared. The 5 ultimate kings exchanged glances and nodded. Then, they vanished, entering the mortal world of the immortal devil era. At this moment, countless immortal and devil experts came back to life. They roared. For this final moment, they no longer hesitated, choosing to fuse madly to support the great immortal devil era. I, Shakyamuni Buddha, am a true heaven-defying existence. I, the creator Buddha, created Buddhism with the intention of delivering all living beings from torment. Unfortunately, all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, and demons ruled the world. In this life, I will become the heavenly slaughter Buddha king, fall into hell, and slaughter all evil. I, Shakyamuni Buddha king, for the future of all living beings, I am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. The Buddhist era collapsed, turning into a supreme immortal kingdom that shone with the true essence of Buddhism, quietly existing. Shakyamuni Buddha's killing intent surged. He laughed maniacally and merged with the great Buddhist world of truth amidst the bows of many Buddhas. I, the heavenly Tao martial ancestor, am the supreme existence of the martial era. For the future of all living beings, I am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. In the martial era, countless unyielding souls came back to life. They were devout believers, respectfully welcoming the return of the heavenly Tao martial ancestor. The great desolate beast walked out with a sinister smile. In the past, I was reincarnated and became the supreme ruler of the great desolate era. Today, I will rule this great era once again and fight an era for all living beings. I, the great desolate beast, am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world for the future of all living beings. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. The void trembled. The great desolate era was shattered, and the endless mortal world was formed. Countless heaven-defying experts who had fallen in the desolate era were all revived. The 3 ultimate beast kings had transformed into supreme terror. They had appeared in their own era and caused the sky to tremble. They were the supreme existences of their eras. Therefore, they ruled their own eras. Trembling, countless existences were coming back to life. From reincarnation, from eras, from death, and from oblivion, countless existences came out. I, the magic Saint Lord, am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. The magic era collapsed. I, the great witch king, am willing to become an immortal in the mortal world for the future of all living beings. I am willing to rule an era and become a speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. The witchcraft era collapsed, 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 collapsed. Countless space-time collapsed under the leadership of their invincible experts. It completely collapsed. A speck of mortal dust, a speck of immortality. 10 venerated immortals of 10 directions. 10,000 mortal dust. 10,000 immortals. 1 million mortal dust. 1 million immortals. 100 million mortal dust. 100 million immortals. In the end, the 999,999,999 epochs that existed in history all collapsed. A billion mortal dust, a billion immortals. It was the ultimate immortal technique that the great era Buddha, celestial emperor, and the origin of the universe created together. And the target of this technique was the primitive immortal lord. And the total number of eras that appeared in this era was 1 billion. Including the current era, it was 1 billion eras. The primitive immortal lord had set up a shocking plan for 1 billion eras. Similarly, the origin of heavenly Tao and the great era Buddha, celestial emperor, had also set up a world-defying plan for 1 billion eras. Feeling the terrifying tremors, the 999,999 eras, the primitive immortal lord had really gone crazy. Finally, there is still this era of mortal dust. This is an era that is still going on. How can you collapse? Don't you want to protect those existences? Once it collapses, all the living beings here will die. Let's see what you can do. Let's see what you can do. Crazy. He had really gone crazy. The primitive immortal lord had gone crazy to the extreme. Faintly, his body was trembling slightly. This body that was sealed by the great era Buddha, celestial emperor, had actually started to tremble. Lu Feng was silent. But in a moment, he heard, "I say, Feng Zi, what is there that you can't let go of? Collapse, so be it. Just like what your previous life said. We are not you. We are destined to die in the future. This time, for the sake of the future eras. So what if we die? So, collapse." Lu Feng looked at the illusory figure, his eyes slightly wet. When Chow. The next moment, 2 more illusory figures appeared. "What a pity, Feng. I'm not pregnant with your child in this life. I hope I can meet you again in the next life. Goodbye. I still remember the child who swore to surpass the human king to protect me." I still remember the young figure who killed his way into the Yuyo family for me. Back then, you were so determined. This time, don't hesitate. Looking at the 2 figures, Lu Feng's eyes were already scarlet red. Xuyin, Qingren, as the son of I Lu Tao, how can you hesitate? Xiaofeng, mother will always be with you. Endless tears flowed down. Father, mother, cousin Lulu believes in you. You can do it. No matter what, we will always be with you. Lu Feng, tears of blood gradually flowed down. Lu, primogenitor, our human race, our primogenitor, you held up the backbone of this era for us. When we were about to be destroyed in the past, you cleared the fog for us. Now, at this moment, you need us. So what if we die? For the future, for the countless lives, we are willing to sacrifice. Lu Feng's eyes, countless tears of blood flowed out. You, looking at Lu Feng's appearance, the human king smiled. In the next moment, he slowly walked out. In the endless time and space, apart from the primitive immortal lord and Lu Feng, the human king Liu Bei was the strongest. In an instant, the human king Liu Bei completely sublimated. In his hand, the origin of the technological civilization, at this moment, turned into a beautiful brilliance. Lu Feng raised his hand, wanting to stop something. However, in the end, he turned around, because Lu Feng really didn't want to see this final scene. The era collapsed. The entire technological civilization era collapsed. I, the human king Liu Bei, am willing to become an immortal of the mortal world for the future of all lives. I am willing to rule an era, to become immortal, an immortal, 1 billion mortal worlds, 1 billion immortals. Lu Feng looked at him in front of him, looked at him who was incomparably terrified and seemed to have lost all his expression. He cried, he laughed. He slowly raised his arm. 1 billion mortal worlds surged. 1 billion immortals boiled. This was the fusion of 1 billion eras, the fusion of the primitive immortal devil, the ultimate attack of all eras. Even the true eternity will be shattered. 1 billion mortal worlds, 1 billion immortals. Lu Feng softly uttered the last word. In the end, he became the greatest emperor of an era, truly ruling over all eras. The brilliant brilliance, the eternal brilliance that has never been seen before. It bloomed. This was the final time. This was the final scene. This was the final moment. Finally, it was completely annihilated. Everything had completely disappeared. Lu Feng stood in the endless emptiness in this area where there was no one. His eyes were blank, lifeless, painful, and sorrowful. This is the era of science and technology, and also the era that belongs to me. If the place where my feet reach, the starry sky will tremble. When the space where my arms stretch out, the time will be annihilated. When the era is propped up by the spine, all races will have to submit. When the direction where my fists swing, the universe will be shattered. The era has collapsed, but I am still alive. Heaven and earth have been shattered, but I am alone for eternity. Once, I lit the hope of all living beings, propped up the era. Now, all living beings have lit the light for me, illuminating the path. But Emperor King, Emperor Sage, Immortal Supremacy Master, now what does all the glory have to do with me? Who can share all the glory? I am just a sorrowful existence. I am just an existence that will be forever sorrowful. The sacrifice of all living beings, the sacrifice of 1 billion eras since ancient times, finally allowed Lu Feng to enter an indescribable state. He was truly and completely eternal. But even so, what can he do? What can he do even if he is eternal? Lu Feng never wanted eternity. He only wanted protection, to be able to protect those around him, to protect those around him. However, in the end, he was the only one who had survived. This was not the ending he wanted. What should I do in the future? Lu Feng wanted to look up to the sky and laugh, but he found that he was really numb. He really couldn't laugh. Forever alone in the future. I really can't bear it. If you want, then you don't have to bear it. Lu Feng was awakened. He looked at the void. At this moment, as an existence of the 14th level of the eternal realm, he could see the existence of the heavenly Tao origin, the body of the great world floating to awe. Lu Feng knew that the voice came from the great world floating to after 10,000 years. I will recover. After 10,000 years, the heavenly Tao origin will also be able to repair time and space. You, me, and the heavenly Tao origin are all 14th level existences. The 14th level is the real Emperor Ancestor realm, the Creator realm. I have stored the imprints of all living beings. The heavenly Tao origin can repair time and space. And you, as a true 14th level existence, can create living beings. After 10,000 years, if you want it, then everything will be restored. He will be like Song Yi in the past. After he suppressed the origin of decay, he reshaped the endless time and space. It was as if he resurrected all his comrades and loved ones who had died in the past. He will protect you and resurrect these endless living beings. In his eyes, there was a look that had never been seen before. This was determination. This was responsibility. This was the greatest perseverance. Then, after 10,000 years, time and space will continue. I am waiting for the moment when all my guardians return, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.